and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
Good morning and welcome to the Santarem cricket ground. Well, the weather's a bit foggy, but I'm promised that the sun will come out later. We finished the ECIs, the honours were shared across the genders between Portugal and Norway, and now we turn our attention to the T20Is. And we're starting off with the women's game, Portugal versus Norway. So the cricket action starts right here, right now. Good morning and welcome to the Santarém cricket ground. Well, the weather's a bit foggy, but I'm promised that the sun will come out later. We finished the ECIs, the honours were shared across the genders between Portugal and Norway, and now we turn our attention to the T20Is. And we're starting off with the women's game, Portugal versus Norway. So the cricket action starts right here, right now. It's another exciting day of women's cricket here in Santarém, Portugal, and a momentous occasion when Portugal will take to the field for the first time ever in T20Is. As for Norway, it will be their 27th T20I, so still relatively new to the game, and they also have a bit of making up to do after they were on the wrong end of the ECI results yesterday. So Norway, they will see if they can come back strong in probably their preferred format, the T20Is. As for Portugal, they're a complete unknown quantity. We'll see how they fare in the first game. Without further ado, let's go out into the middle for the coin toss.
Tails? Heads it is. What would you like to do?
We're going to bat.
Portugal will be batting.
Good morning and welcome. Well, I usually say welcome to sunny Santarém. Unfortunately, I can't quite say that this morning. As you can see, the fog has descended and it's a bit of a gloomy start to the day, but I have been told that the forecast looks good. The sun is trying its very hardest to come out and shine down on us at the SCG. But either way, we're looking forward to a fun day of T20I action with back-to-back games. First starting with the women, moving on to the men this afternoon. As you saw at the toss there, Portugal women, they won the toss and decided to bat. And well, what a start it's been to Portugal's international journey. Let's not forget, they weren't really a team before the start of the ECI tournament just 2 days ago. Some of them, they met at the hotel, they met at the airport, and the newly formed team came together and put on a show, as well, of course, as Norway, who came here as visitors. They were probably hoping for a bit more sunny skies. This is probably the weather they're used to in Oslo. But nevertheless, we're going to be starting here in hopefully 5 minutes' time. The umpires, you can just about see the figure of umpire Kroot there, the bottom right corner. He will be joined by umpire Andy, as we will start for the first of 3 T20Is for both the men and the women. So the next 3 days, we've got back-to-back action with the women starting hopefully at 9:30 local time every day. We've had a bit of a delay, but only 25 minutes. Plenty of time to catch up during the day, and then the men will follow this afternoon. Of course, we've also got simultaneously that tour happening in Madrid. And I've already seen a bit of the action this morning, and it's not to be missed. And if you want to see an absolute ECN classic, since you've got about 3 or 4 minutes before the action starts here, go to the first game of the Madrid series this morning. I think over 2.2 is one of the most unusual and spectacular caught and bowls you ever did see. The things you only see on the European Cricket Network. And I'm sure here we're going to have an absolute treat of women's cricket. After, well, we had already a treat the last 2 days, didn't we, in the ECIs, where Portugal and Norway in that very first game, the very first ECI of either side, they treated us to a golden ball, and we can maybe talk through that. But first, let's look at the fantasy dashboard. 2 changes for Portugal. Joanna Child, Afshin Ahmed come in, and you can see there Sarah Ryland, the captain. She'll also have the gloves. As for Norway, Prachi Kumari comes in. It'll be Mirab Razwan as captain, and Kumari Bajayat Kumari will have the gloves. You might notice there for Portugal, the MVP of the ECIs, Griselda Brits, is not in the side. That's because while she is eligible for the ECIs through qualifying through the pathway, she's not quite yet eligible for the ICC regulations, which are slightly more strict. And of course now we are moving to ICC playing conditions as well. During the course of the day's play, I'll mention a few of those conditions as we go along, because they do vary slightly from the ECIs. Of course, the golden ball, which we saw in that very first game between Portugal women and Norway women after scores were tied on 77 apiece. It was the golden ball that went the way of Portugal, and in fact the whole series went Portugal's way. And that's probably why the win predictor has Portugal up at 70%, Norway 30%. But I mean, I'm not one to argue with the machines, but I think probably that's going to be more towards 50-50. Of course, Portugal don't have one of their star players in Griselda Brits, and Norway, they've said from the start that the T20s, they're the favoured formats for them. They've had experience in T20s before. They've played 26 in the past. Of course, Portugal haven't played a single one, so it's very much an unknown quantity. So while the win predictor might be firmly in Portugal's favour, I think we are in for another treat and another tight game. You can see there the cameras are doing their best to pick up the players. You could also see maybe on the introductions before the day's play that it was a lot foggier just about an hour ago. So we're hopeful that the sun will come and greet us very soon on this Monday morning. The forecast is for 22 degrees later in the day. There's absolutely no problem with the temperatures. It's just the fact that there's not much wind about. So we just have this fog sitting on us here in the beautiful Portuguese countryside, but we're going to get underway. I know both of these sides were so eager to get their T20 campaigns up and running. And it looks like it will be the captain, Sarah Fu Ryland, out there. She will face the first ball. She's joined out there by Sanne Loike. She was actually the one, the number 7 for Portugal, who took that brilliant pressure catch off the final delivery in that match one, which took us to golden ball, the golden ball 75. And then it was bowled by Jade de Figueiredo, a lovely delivery which went through to the keeper, meaning that Portugal took the honours in that first game. And then, well, the second game of the ECIs, the rain came and said hello, and it probably didn't favour Norway, actually. They put on a 86 for 4 off their 10. As we get the game going here in the T20Is, it'll be Alina Aslam to get us underway with the ball. In that second ECI, Norway put on 86 for 4, and Portugal, well, they were going on a good rate, but there was runs on the board for Norway. The rain came, and then the revised target probably fell the way of Portugal, and they were able to chase down and win by 9 wickets on the DLS method. A good start here from Aslam. And Norway's bowling actually has been impressive throughout the ECIs, and that's why I said in my intro as well that the whitewash that Norway suffered, the 4-0, of course the one game was abandoned, match 4, due to the rain, probably doesn't quite reflect the balance of play. I think if I had to pass judgment, I suppose that's more or less my job at times, I'd say Norway were actually the stronger bowling unit. They bowled fewer extras. It was just a case of not quite being able to put their bowling together with their fielding, and not quite having the firepower in their batting ranks that Portugal may have had. Of course, a large part of that firepower was down to Griselda Brits, who will not be featuring in these T20s, so maybe that levels the playing field a bit as well. Remains to be seen, but this is an excellent start from Alina Aslam, just hitting line and length straight away, with Sarah Fu Ryland not able to get off the mark quite yet. This time she does manage to pick the gap, get to a point, and she does get off the mark for the first runs off her bat. The first runs for Portugal, that gets Sanne Loike on strike. And then just finishing off the summary of the ECIs then. Match 3, Portugal put on, Norway put on 89 for 5. Again, a competitive score in the T10s. We're saying scores of 80 to 90 are something that is defendable. That's a great delivery from Aslam, but it's squeezed away for no run. But Portugal, in return, they chase down the total with, well, just the 4 balls to spare, so another thriller between these two sides. There's Griselda Brits scoring 23, and then the 16-year-old Gabi Sekira, real talent, I'm sure one to watch in the future, based over in South Africa. She finished the job 28 off 11. First over done here. Portugal 1 for no loss, and look at that win predictor, a solid first over from Norway. Suddenly it's right in that Goldilocks zone, and that's kind of where I expect it to stay throughout this day. Norway will feel far more comfortable in this format that they're familiar with. Let's not forget, even though Portugal, it was their entire international debut. For Norway, it was also their debut in the ECIs. And you could see improvement from game to game. And while the final game didn't go Norway's way either, after match 4 was abandoned, match 5, Portugal put on 89 for 4. And in response, Norway fell just the 11 runs short. So again, every single game between these two sides has delivered. It's been tight games. There's been action. There's been drama. Nothing more dramatic than a golden ball finish. So the three T20s between Portugal and Norway here, the women's sides promise to deliver again, as do the men's games as well later today. It's Ramya Imadi who's come on to bowl. Portugal zip through for a single. It's good to see Ramya out there bowling again. She had to come off in the middle of her spell yesterday, and it looked like she did something to her back. She didn't come out to bat. She's also a key batter for the Norwegians. I spoke to her afterwards, and she said she felt some spasms in her back. But luckily, one of the men in the Portugal side is a physio, so it's all friends and teamwork here, and that was able to help her loosen up again, and that's why she's out there again, bowling for her side. Good morning to everyone joining in the chat. It's lovely to have you with us, wherever you are on this Monday morning, evening, afternoon. I know we have viewers from all over the world, so thank you for tuning in. And we're really spoiling you today. I hope you've got 2 screens, because alongside these T20I action, we've got series over in Madrid. But wow, what a delivery that is from Ramya Imadi with this reverse camera angle. You actually saw the swing on that, and she gives a big thumbs up. I don't know if that's to her teammate or to the camera. Either way, Ramya has a grin on her face, because that was an outstanding delivery to dismiss Sanne Loike. And wow, that's a brilliant start for Norway. Take a look at this on replay. She's got this lovely natural outswing. Look at that. It pitched more or less, I'd say, outside leg stump. And by the time it's shaped, it hit the top of off stump. More or less the perfect delivery for an outswing bowler. Well, she doesn't seem to have any problems with her back now, as that was a brilliant delivery. Just her second ball of the day. That's Portugal's first wicket loss, 3 for the loss of 1. And that brings Gabby Sakira to the crease. Someone I was just mentioning as a really talented prospect. Someone who I think we'll see a lot more of on the network, featuring for Portugal. Just 16 years old. She plays under 19s Titans cricket and for Irene Cricket Club down in Pretoria. As we take a look at this delivery again, it's worth another look. It couldn't be more perfect. The top of off stump, and well, that's a good enough delivery to dismiss most batters. In this case, it was Sanne Loike who was the unlucky victim. But I think even she should have a look at back at that on the video and say, yeah, that was a good ball. Sometimes you've just got to say fair play to the bowler. T10, T20 is not always a bowler's game. It can be unforgiving. And this time the bowler certainly got the rub of the green there. Good morning to Vinny in the chat. Great job this morning in Madrid. I hope that the start wasn't too early for you. I know the Madrid games are at the crack of dawn, which of course means you can switch over to this T20I action in between the games. And yeah, already some ECN classics in that Madrid series. First time ever that we are in Madrid, and it didn't take long to deliver, and I'm sure it's going to be another week full of action, thrills, spills, comedy, drama, all of the above. Just in terms of the weather update, the fog this morning was kind of something out of a horror movie. You could see in the intros, there was not much to be seen behind me. Could almost expect zombies to come out of the fog or something like that, but it has cleared. You can see on the camera here. That's pretty much a clear enough shot, and there's still fog lingering in the distance, but we kind of knew it was just a bit of a waiting game to make sure that it was safe for the players. As Gabby Sakira rocks back on that one, they will run through for the one. And now the conditions are perfect for cricket. Probably a bit too cold for our liking, but of course it's still early on this Monday morning, just past 10 AM local time. But the forecast for the next 3 days, first and foremost, is dry. And that's not something we've always had, as again in Mardi, when she gets that delivery going straight and just a bit of a way swing, she's a really challenging bowler to face. And that is the end of the over as well. The 1 wicket coming off it. And otherwise just a handful of singles, 4 runs in total. So Portugal 5 for the loss of 1 wicket, 6, sorry, off 2 overs after that single on the final ball. I think it will be a case for both these sides as well, especially in the longer T20 format, to keep those extras down. And that's why I was saying maybe the 4-0 scoreline to Portugal over the last 2 days didn't quite tell the true story, because Norway were much tighter with their extras. And they've given away just the 2 wides so far. Whereas Portugal, well, it was often the case that the majority of the runs scored for Norway were through extras. And that's something that they will have to work on. Of course, it's again something that comes with experience. And well, this is the first time they'll be playing the T20 format. So maybe that's a chance as well for the bowlers, with of course 5 bowlers, or a minimum of 5 bowlers, bowling a maximum of 4 overs each. Then they've got a bit of time to find their rhythm. It's always tough when you're playing T10. You can only bowl 2 overs in total. Sometimes you have to bowl 1 over and then wait for your second. It's not always the easiest to find your rhythm, especially if you are a young bowler, an inexperienced bowler who needs a bit of time to just get in the flow. So it'd be interesting to see how the Portuguese bowlers come to terms with that. But for Norway, I think they'll be more comfortable in this format. As that one is bowled quite short from Alina Aslam. Take a look where this second one bounces. Of course, the second bounce, yeah, comfortably actually, and Gabby Sakira went for the big swing, didn't make any contact on it. That one's just been hit away by Sakira, so she gets her first boundary of the innings. Just a bit too short there from Alina Aslam, and Sakira's not going to miss out on that one, as she just pivots away to hit that one for 4 runs. That takes Portugal into double figures. All the ones, 11 for 1. Halfway through the third. Of course, this is the first time we've seen these 2 teams in this T20 format playing against each other, so the expected score currently at 100. Remains to be seen, I suppose, what's par on this outfield, as the chase is on here for Ananya Rautela. Does a good job, dives on it, gets the ball in. They do run through for 2 though, and it will be signalled wides by umpire Andy as they run through for 3. Well, 1 plus 2 run. It's worth noting for the T20I, slightly separate or different regulations on the wide balls, because we have moved from ECN rules to the ICC. That one's hit nicely down the ground by Gabby. So it's a bit more into the umpire's hands now, as you probably know from ECN now. That wide line that you can see on your shot there, on both sides actually, is firmly fixed outside the off stump, and then anything down leg side is called a wide, and the main note in ECN is that wide line on the offside does not move. So even if the batter moves to leg, moves to off, switches their grip, whatever it is, that wide line is an immovable object. As that one will certainly be a wide, and again the chase is on for Rautela. This time I think the Grizzly will win as that rolls away. And just lost her line a bit here, Hazalina Aslam. Just needs to get out of this second over. But that one, well, she didn't really give Biayata Kumari much chance with the gloves. But in the ICC regulations, then, the wide ball rules slightly different. So there's a guideline for the umpires for outside off stump. And I imagine they'll use that wide line as a guideline. However, if the batter moves, then the line becomes more or less an imaginary line and it moves with the batter. So it's much more of a judgment call. And for example, if the batter's switch hits or reverse stance, then the umpire adjusts the offside and leg side based on the batter's final stance as the ball is delivered. I'm not sure if we'll see some switch hitting in these games, in the women's games, but I mean it's likely that we'll see some funky batting in the men's, and then it's much more down to umpire Andy and umpire crew out there in the middle to make that judgment call. I think there was a nick on that one based on the calls of the Norwegian batters. When we take a look at this, it was a lovely shorter ball, and I think it just got big. Yeah, and Sarah Fu Ryland nicked that one through to the keeper, but Kumari just couldn't quite hold on. Then there was the chance of the run out, and that's certainly a missed opportunity. What a brilliant delivery that was from Alina Aslam. It was just a vicious classic bouncer, and Sarah Fu Ryland was only able to feather it through to the keeper, but unfortunately Kumari couldn't hold on, so that's the end of the third. A bit of a missed opportunity there for Norway. 22 for 1, Portugal. And of course, you might be used to hearing as well, end of the third means end of the power play, but not the case here in these T20Is. So of course, 20 overs with a 6-over power play, after which 4 fielders are allowed outside the ring in the women's game, and in the men's game that's 5. And that's done in the women's game just to encourage a bit of hitting from the batters, give them a bit more wiggle room on the boundary to try and clear the ropes. And the ropes indeed have been brought out, so the minimum requirements for ICC T20Is is 55 metres for the women, 65 metres for the men. As Ramya Ahmadi has come back for her second over. Just doesn't quite get the line right on that, but it's an excellent piece of fielding by Lopa Mudrusa, who certainly stops the boundary there, as Sarah Fu Ryland just pivoted on that one, tried to knock it round the corner, just found Sahu there. You can see in the background shot there, see in the background that Griselda Brits is doing a bit of work with the Portuguese side. Of course, Griselda Brits can't play in this game. She's not eligible, but look at that. And that's exactly what this is all about there in the background. She's got a wealth of experience. And well, any time that the players can get together to train is invaluable. And if you've got someone like Griselda Brits to lean on, then you have to use every moment. So it's great to see Brits out there. She was, of course, the MVP of that ECI series, which finished just yesterday. And although we won't see her in the T20Is, I'm excited to see her in future again, hopefully featuring for Portugal in series on the European Cricket Network. Let's not forget she's a a former South African Test captain. In fact, there's only been 8 South African Test captains on the women's side in history. So to be one of those, and well, not only that, to have a 100% win ratio as a Test captain for South Africa and now as a player for Portugal, well, that's not a bad little stat, is it? I'm sure Norway will want to pick up their first win here, but Griselda Brits for now will keep her 100% record. The only Test that she captained was in Rotterdam against the Netherlands in July 2007. And she batted at 3, scored 21 off 44. Also featuring in that side, Shabnim Ismail, the vicious fast bowler for South Africa. Trisha Chetty with the gloves, she's featured along the years for South Africa as well. And on the Netherlands side, we had Helmian Rambaldo. She was the captain, and well, she's a friend of the European Cricket Network. Wow, that was a great delivery again by Amadi, and a cheeky grin on her face as she knows she's hit the spot there and bowled Gabby Sakira, the dangerous Gabby, who she scored so many runs in the ECIs. She was only managing 7 this morning before Amadi with that brilliant outswinger just yorks her, and Sakira didn't quite get her bat down in time. Sees her off stump pegged back. And that's the second wicket down for Portugal there, 28 for 2. Dangerous Sakira departs 7 off 9. She'll be disappointed, but she'll come back strong, I'm sure. Let's not forget it's her first ever T20I, and well, the experience of Ramya Amadi showed there. So second early wicket for Norway. We're still in the power play, first 6 overs. This is turning out to be a productive power play for the Norwegian side. We're ranked 63 in the world in the ICC rankings. Played their first T20I match back in 2019, so clearly a lot more experience in this format than Portugal, who are playing their very first on this day, 7th of April 2025. I'm sure it'll be the start of a long and exciting journey for Portugal. As that was the end of the over as well, so end of the 4th, 28 for 2. Jade de Figueiredo has joined her captain Sarah Fu Ryland out there. She'll be at the non-strikers end though, as Lopa Madru Sahu comes on for her first bowl of the day. And that one's just been helped around the corner by captain Sarah. She'll pick up the 4 runs there. Sahu not quite found her line from the start. I think we're okay on the no balls there. Umpire crew, in fact, gives us the signal. As Captain Sarah got down low on that one. So it might have looked at a higher delivery than it actually was. Yeah, so to just finish that test match, Helmian Rambaldo, she was the captain on that day, facing up against Griselda Brits. So to the 2 captains there in that test match, both friends of ECN, of course, Griselda featuring in the last 2 days, and Helmian Rambaldo, she was coach of Team Europe in the Meltle Shield last year. The successful Team Europe against the British and Irish side. And I'm looking forward to the Meltle Shield coming back later in the year. Big appeal here, but I think it's going down leg side, and I'm promised that the Meltle Shield will be bigger and better than ever, possibly even featuring 4 sides, the same format as the Western Shield, which was, boy, was that successful earlier in the year. It's a bit of a pinch yourself moment to see Ross Taylor out there in the middle, batting for the World 11. Alongside Kevin O'Brien for the British and Irish Lions, Max O'Dowd, star player for the Netherlands. So the Western Shield was a roaring success, and we're hoping to to do the same in the women's game. That one's just been knocked into the gap by Fu Ryland. Just about dipping, I think, that one, especially at the pace that Sahu bowls. Hi to everyone in the chat. Let me know where you're joining from, where you're watching from on this foggy Monday morning. I'm hoping the weather wherever you are is slightly better, but the fog has most certainly cleared, so we're not due to have any more delays today. The rain has promised to stay away for the next 3 days to bring you wall-to-wall T20I action. That's a nice delivery from Sahu. She gets a bit of in-dip there to Jade de Figueiredo. Don't forget, at the same time we have the ECS in Madrid. So, well, I'll forgive you if you flick over to that one as well, but ideally get 2 screens up. Get one on your phone, one on your laptop, because they both promise to be thrilling. Whatever you watch on the European Cricket Network, you're promised action throughout the day. It's just chipped up to mid-on. Well, the running between the wickets for Portugal has actually been excellent so far as they get to the end of the 5th. 36 for 2. Look at that, the win predictor still in the favour of Portugal. But before a ball was bowled, it was a much higher percentage. Now it's just about in that Goldilocks zone, 59%, 41% to Norway. As we take a look at what is happening at the moment, as we have the Portugal tour in progress, and in progress as well, started just a few hours ago, the Madrid ECS, first time ever in Madrid. So we've got simultaneous tournaments going on. That's how we can bring you, well, over 365 days of cricket on the European Cricket Network in this year. As we bend the rules of space and time and physics to bring you simultaneous cricket, and then looking forward to going on over to Bologna, where we have ECS and ECSW, so more women's action over in Italy, as well as going to Dreux in France, where we have international games and an ECS, and then the spring series in Malta. That will already be the second time we've gone to Malta this year. And, well, a new addition to this part of the calendar is Belgium. And I know Phil G will be taking you through the night series there, so a bit of evening action coming to you from Belgium. So much to look forward to on the European Cricket Network, as Grauwal comes in for her first bowl, and Fu Ryland just nudges that through for a single. And Agrawal, she's actually the top wicket taker for Norway in T20Is. 23-year-old made her debut in May 2022 against Sweden. Since then, has taken 21 wickets for her side. Bear in mind, only 26 games have been played by Norway in that time. And Agrawal, well, she's played 15 of them. Picked up 21 wickets, her best being 3 for 11 against Sweden in 2023. She already picked up 2 wickets in Game 3 of the ECI on the first morning on Saturday. She'll want to pick up her 22nd T20I wicket here. But she'll have to come through the defences of either Fu Ryland or de Figueiredo, both of whom quite experienced players. De Figueiredo impressed with the ball in the last few days, especially on that golden ball where she was able to hold her nerve to get the ball through to the keeper. But that time she chips it straight back, and, well, the commentator's curse is alive and well on this Monday morning, as de Figueiredo, it was a low full toss by Paridi Agrawal, but Jade was only able to just chip it back to the bowler, and well, there is her 22nd T20I wicket. That's a smart piece of bowling and fielding, and well, that ball came back at her quickly. You could see the fact that her head almost snapped back when it came to her, but she managed to hold on. And that's the 3rd wicket down for Portugal as they move to 37 for 3. And we're still in the power play here. Don't forget, the first 6 overs are the power play here in these T20Is, and say the power play so far has gone to Norway. And a great fighting spirit comeback shown by them after losing 4-0 in the ECIs. Look, well, the camera work there, brilliant camera work by Two Circles, shows you how quickly that ball zipped back through to her. I think the 4-0 in the ECIs doesn't quite reflect Norway's strength, and going back to their strengths here, they dearly love to pick up their 7th ever T20I victory. You can hear a lot of chatter out there in the middle now. Norway, they feel like they've got an opening here, as it's Kiona Sekira who comes in at number 5. Captain Sarah Fu Ryland, she's still out there, and she'll have to kind of anchor the innings now and guide the less experienced players around her, because, well, she has an enormous amount of experience. As that one just gets nicked behind, doesn't get stopped by the keeper. There's a chase on, and it's Lopamudra Sahu who will do the mopping up. They just run through for 1. So Sarah Collier also, alongside Griselda Brits, has not only international experience but also test experience. She made her international debut for England against Australia at Guildford in Surrey in 1998, just 17 years old at the time. That one's been hit away into the covers, and it's a good stop actually by the captain, Mirab Razwan. It's a smart move actually there to just kind of bat the ball back in front of her, because this outfield just zips away. And the most important thing is to keep that ball inside the field as Portugal move to 40 for 3 after 6. So that is the end of the power play. It's now 4 fielders allowed outside the ring for Norway. And Sarah Collier then, well, as she was known at the time, Sarah Fu Highland now. She took 5 for 32 in the World Cup in New Zealand in 2000. She finished her career with a high score of 37 in tests, 39 in ODIs. She took 8 test wickets, 24 ODI wickets. Her best was in that World Cup game, 5 for 32. But we'll see her with the gloves on in Portugal's fielding innings later today. I think that's a good move in this format, to have a bit of experience behind the stumps, just to guide the less experienced players, just to keep an overview of the field. And what Sarah admitted herself, she's not played in probably a good few years, and probably feeling the effects of the last 2 days of cricket. And well, if she's going to be if she's going to be keeping for 20 overs, she'll certainly feel the effects of that in the morning as well. But I know how much of a competitor she is, and also how delighted she is to be involved in Portugal women's cricket. It's not something she sought out, it kind of fell into her lap, but she's, to mix metaphors, she's grabbed it with both hands, and it's been a great story so far. That will be called a no ball, and it's dispatched to the boundary by Captain Sarah. That one dipping, but not quite dipping enough. It was given the treatment there. As you can see, umpire crew there calling the no ball. And it's great to see players like Sarah and Griselda giving their time and really genuinely being invested and involved in Portugal women's cricket. And what an opportunity it is for the younger players to learn from the experience of, well, not only good players, but test players. And there's not too many of those around in the world, to say that you've represented your country on the highest stage at Test cricket. They will have an absolute wealth of experience for these youngsters. Big appeal there, but it's drifting down leg side. That's exactly what Kiona Sakura tells her captain. So Sarah ended up playing 7 test matches, 25 ODIs between 98 and 2003. I don't want to put the jinx on early, but her top international score 39. And she'll be eyeing up that. She's got plenty of time. It's just the 7th over here. Well, we saw yesterday that Griselda Brits, having already scored a half century for New Zealand, then secured a half century for Portugal. So there's also not too many players that can say that they've scored half centuries for 2 countries. Griselda Brits can rank herself among them. Sarah Fu-Ryland here wants to repeat the trick of at least getting a half century for Portugal. Good lines from Lopa Madrasahu. That is the end of the over. It's the end of the 7th. Portugal 46 for 3. And that's the kind of bowling we've actually seen from Norway throughout. Yes, they might have 1 or 2 loose deliveries, but when they get it right, it's right on the spot. And it's difficult to find a way through for the batters. That's why, well, after hitting that 1 no ball for 4, Sarah had to block out the next 4. So it still ended up being a great over for Sahu. Just the 6 runs coming off it. You can see pretty consistent the run rate for Portugal, just hovering between 6 and 7, despite those 3 wickets to fall. Sarah Fu-Ryland, she remains out there on 20 off 25. Kiona Sakura 3 off 4. That low full toss is hit hard through the covers. There is a fielder out there, and it will be Nayab Razwan doing the fielding out there. Kiona Sakura, Keeks as she's known, she plays some of her cricket over in England, so she plays for North Runcton in Norfolk, has done for the last 2 years. Transition from softball to hardball there. And she's got some cricketing prowess in her family as well. Her partner won the 2014 Under-19 World Cup with South Africa. So I'm sure she'd like to claim some bragging rights in the family as well by, well, so far she can say 100% win record for her country. She's already picked up a wicket as well, 1 for 14 in game 2 of the ECI. And she'll want to chip in with a few runs here, supporting her captain, who's on strike now. This is a great over so far by Paridi Agarwal. Just the 1 run coming off it, followed up by 3 dots. And, well, Sarah just needs to make sure she keeps rotating the strike here. It's easy to just get in that funk of blocking out. But again, that one just hit into the covers. Just having a little word with herself is Sarah. She wants to keep patient, that is for certain, but also just keep the strike ticking over in this T20 format. I do end up running on the final ball. As they scamper through for a single here. See how close Sarah would have been to a run out here. It's a late decision after it goes through the bowler, but in fact, Sarah, a classic slide of the bat there. She gets in. We'll keep the strike as well. The end of the 8th, Portugal 48 for 3. Again, this game is delicately poised. They'll certainly want to get to triple digits for Portugal. And you imagine that'll be a relatively tough score for Norway to chase, but it will come down, I think, as well to how well Portugal bowl. And if they gave away, was it 30 plus extras in one of the games over the weekend. And that was just in the 10 overs, so if you extrapolate that, they could be in trouble unless they learn quickly and find their rhythm. But as I was saying earlier, maybe the longer format just allows the bowlers a nice little jig and dance there from Kiona Sakira, making sure her bat is down. It might suit the bowlers with less experience to have a bit more time out there in the middle to find their lines. That one found the edge of Sarah Fu-Ryland's bat. They will jog through for the one. See there, Saho just mopping the ball. It's still wet out there. There's been no rain this morning, but I think that heavy fog just caused a bit of moisture on the outfield. So that one's been hit firmly away by Kiona Sakira. It was a full toss, I think, probably just about dipping enough. That's what umpire Crute signals there. But Sakira just leaned into that one and hit it over mid-wicket for 4. That's her first 4 in this game. Well, I could say first 4 in T20I cricket. It'll be a day of firsts today, so I won't bore you with every single one, but I'm sure that one will feel good for Kiona, settle a few nerves. It's right back on the money by Sahu. And Sahu in that first game where Portugal suffered a quite dramatic collapse. Sahu picked up 4 for 8. Really impressed on that occasion. It was Portugal batting first in that game. That was the game that went to the famous golden ball. Well, it was a great start for Portugal, but they moved from 62 for 5 to 77 all out on that occasion. Sahu, it was those kinds of deliveries that got her wickets as she manages to do the splits there. As she loses her footing, shows much more athleticism than I'd ever be able to show. As just loses grip. The ball rolls past both her and Ramya Imadi. And they just run through for the 1. And that is also, in the meantime, the 50 up for Portugal, 54 for 3 off 9. A nice little partnership forming between these two. If we take a look at the scorecard so far, so Sanna Loika, she went for a second ball duck, but I mean, that ball from Ramya Imadi, that was an early contender for play of the day. It was an outstanding delivery, just clipping the top of off stump. And Imadi followed up with a second wicket as well. Again, clean bowled. Gabby Sakira on that occasion. Just a classic Yorker which got through the defences of Sakira. As it's Mirab Rizwan, the captain, coming on for her first ball. This one's just been chipped up in the air, but goes past the outstretched hand of Alina Aslam. Great start there by the Norwegian captain. Young captain, just 22 years old, but made her debut back in 2022 as well against Italy in November. And she gets a lovely height and then dip on her deliveries. She picked up 3 wickets in that first game as well. It was her and Sahu that really did the damage in that collapse for Portugal. And hit away nicely by Ryland. The chase is on here for Paridi Agrawal, but luckily she's got Naya Braswan doing the work behind her. Norway's last T20I was last year, September 24. Someone's been nicked away, and it's going to be a difficult chase. It slows up a bit, especially on the wet outfield, and Topa Mudrusahu does well. They do run through for 2. Norway claimed 3rd place in a quadrangular series in Denmark. They played against Luxembourg. Put 116 for 8 on the board. Luxembourg, in reply, managed 94 for 6. This was a 22-run victory for Norway. It was Ramya Amadi on that day that top scored 29. Alina Aslam, 23. I think those two will feature heavily with the bat. That's why it was a shame not to see Ramya Amadi feature with the bat yesterday after she was suffering from a few back spasms when she was bowling, because I think she could have been the key to the run chase for Norway. In the end, they fell just the 11 runs short, and I think Amadi, had she been able to bowl, I think that would have been the difference maker, but hopefully we'll see her later in the day. But you'll see me for the first time in the commentary igloo. Hello, thank you for joining us today. And well, finally you can see me through the fog. It has been a bit blurry, a bit misty this morning, but the fog has cleared and it looks like we're in for a brilliant day of cricket. We've got the women's T20I in full flow at the moment as they go to a drinks break, and then this afternoon we've got the men's coming up, Portugal against Norway in that series. And well, I think for both teams that won the T10s, they might be kind of underdogs going into the T20s. I know Portugal men, they lost the ECIs, but they're dearly looking forward to playing in these T20s. I think they prefer the longer format. They have players that can go the distance. And I think it's probably the same for Portugal men, for Portugal women as well as Norway. They've got experience in these T20Is. And well, this is their 27th and they'll want to pick up their 7th win. So I think maybe having seen the honours being shared in the ECI series, we might have the same here. It might be the other way around. But what is true is that we're looking forward to 3 days action-packed T20I cricket. Every single day we'll have the women's game first, followed by the men's game. And I'll be talking you through all 3 of those days. I'll be flying solo as well. As well, of course, as you might know, Vinny and Rico are busy in the series in Madrid. So thank you for joining me. And if you have any questions, any comments, anything at all you want to know about European Cricket Network, about women's cricket at all, then you know where I am. I'm sitting here. I'm joining you for the next, I don't know, maybe 6-8 hours or so to talk you through the action. So feel free to get involved in the chat. Tell me where you're joining from, things like that, and we'll have a great day of cricket action with us as we can maybe go out into the middle again to take a look at what's happening out there. It's still drinks, but of course it's a bit more sedate in the middle now that we're playing the T20 format. As well, drinks can be taken, and generally it's all done at a bit of a slower pace, which we don't mind after having breakneck speed for the last 3 or 4 days. Well, last 2 weeks, I suppose, if you go back to the Challenger Division, followed by the Premier Division. And now, well, we're slowly coming to the end of our tour of Portugal, as these T20 internationals will mark the final 3 days. But the action, of course, on the European Cricket Network never stops. And the Madrid series will go through to the weekend. And then on Monday, we'll be going over to Bologna for the start of that series. So don't say that we don't treat you to wall-to-wall cricket action here on the European Cricket Network. So at the halfway stage, Portugal 60 for 3. That expected score, 113, but I think Portugal would want to double the score at least from there to get to 120, but, well, troubles afoot here for Portugal, and that might actually put the expected score down a bit as, well, it's the captain, Sarah Fu Ryland, who has to depart. And how many times do we see that the drinks break brings about a wicket? It's Alina Aslam who's come back in, and that one just goes straight through the gate, takes the top of leg stump, and it's the captain of Portugal that has to depart for a well-constructed 24 off 36, and it's good to see that. Even though she's sure to be disappointed with departing. She's got words of wisdom, words of encouragement for the new batter. It looks like Ishrit Chima will be coming out. And what a great delivery that was. Sarah Fu Ryland tried to go back in the crease. I think it's probably easier to go forward to that, but it chopped in, didn't it? It came in sharply to Captain Sarah and clipped the top of her leg stump. Brilliant delivery by Alina Aslam to start her third over, start of the 11th. It is Ishrit Chima who comes to the crease and immediately gets off the mark with a single, so I'm sure that will settle a few nerves for her. Kiona Sakira, she's the set batter. She's been there for 12 deliveries and actually scoring at a nice rate. I'd say any strike rate over 100 in women's T20Is, well, that would get you to a score of 120, which is certainly a defendable total on this outfield, which of course has a longer boundary than we've had during the ECIs. It'll just be a case of what Portugal can deliver with the ball as well. Big appeal there, but equally big not out from umpire Andy. The right call there, as that one was going down leg side. Hi to Paul and Steve and Wayne and Christopher joining in the chat. Thanks for joining us, or joining me. It's just the me today, the royal we. Thanks for joining us on the network here on this Monday morning. Always lovely to have you with us. Lovely to celebrate the women's cricket that's out there on show. Someone's been hit nicely into the covers by Kiona. And just as a reminder for maybe people who are tuning in and wondering about the cricket on show, this is the first ever T20I for Portugal women. So some of these players, before the ECIs that happened the last 2 days, had never played a competitive match of cricket. So this is very much the beginning of their cricket careers. And to be fair, the same for Norway as well. They've played 26 T20Is now, but still a lot of these players are young. They've only learnt cricket in the last few years. As that one's edged away, chase is on. I think the ball will win. It does, despite the efforts of Anushka Gorad. So four for Ishrit Chima. So her first 4 in T20I cricket. Again, a nerve settler for her. So it's important to remember this is very early stages of the international cricket for both of these sides still. And I think that's the beauty of the European Cricket Network, that it showcases these teams, gives them the opportunity to play. Let's not forget, we're still at the start of April, despite the fog earlier. The conditions now are good for cricket. It's not always the case. I think Norway probably a few degrees colder. 11 degrees in Oslo at the moment. I suppose you could play cricket in 11 degrees, but you'd have to have some hand warmers in your pocket as we get to the end of the 11th. Portugal moved to 69 for 4. So just being able to put on these games is really invaluable for these players, and not only that, they can watch the games back, see what they did right, see things that they can improve on. I'm sure Ramya Imadi will be watching back her over so far. Brilliant deliveries to dismiss, well, especially the delivery to dismiss Loika was an outstanding outswinger. And then the same for Alina Aslam. She can always say she's bowled out a test cricketer. And well, thanks to the European Cricket Network, it'll be there for her to watch over and over again, and I'm sure she will be, as will her friends and family. Start of the 12th. It's Mira Braswan coming back for her second over. Her first just went for the 6. Alina Aslam over, well, it started with a wicket, ended up actually being a little expensive, went for 9 runs. Alina Aslam Picking up that wicket again, just a young player, 18 years old. Oh, and that one just missed. Just missed the top of the bails there. There's a big ooh and ah there. Take a look there, just how close this was. Yeah, well, actually just came off the edge of the bat. And I think otherwise it would have been trouble with an LBW, but she lives to fight another day, and the next ball she knocks away for a single. Does Isri Chima. Alina Aslam, 18 years old, debuted last year against Estonia. She's already picked up a 2 for internationally, 2 for 18 versus Denmark. Picked up 7 wickets in her 7 appearances so far. So you can see that Norway do have strength with the ball. I'd say bowling is definitely the stronger aspect of their game. A nice bit of turn there from Razwan. I think the difference between these two sides in the ECIs was really the batting firepower that Portugal possessed. Obviously Griselda Brits, who won't be featuring for Portugal, but also Jade de Figueiredo and Gabby Sakira. As that one goes up in the air, there's calls of catch it, but it was a tough opportunity for Ananya Rautela. She will, though, cut off the boundary. They managed to run through 4 or 2. There's a few batters for Norway that will hold the key to the run chase. Anushka Gorad, she scored runs previously. She was keeping actually yesterday as Kamari picked up a bit of an injury. So good to see Kamari back, as this one's chipped up in the air and there's a chance there, but it's fumbled in the covers and a big opportunity goes a-begging. There's Alina Aslam. Alina Aslam in the covers. Just doesn't quite manage to hold on. As we see here, it's popped up. And yeah, it goes into almost both hands and then back into the left hand, and it just goes to ground, and a missed opportunity there. But the chances are coming for Norway, and that's what they just need to keep on plugging away at. 4 wickets down already. And we know this is an inexperienced Portugal batting lineup. They did win the toss, elected to bat, but certainly already into the middle order here after certainly Sarah Fuller-Ryland, her departure. Kiona Sakira, though, she's still there, 16 off 17. And has been ably supported so far by Ishri Chima. As Paridi Agarwal comes back on. A nice run through there by Portugal. It's of course also great to see cricket being played in countries like Portugal and Norway, not exactly the most common places that you would associate with cricket. But in fact, cricket has been played in Portugal since way back in the early 19th century, since the Peninsular War of 1809 to 1814, when English troops were encamped in Lisbon. And well, this was a bit of a nugget of information given to me by umpire Andy as well, that there's been games between the sides from Porto and Lisbon played pretty much every year since 1861, making it one of the, if not the longest standing tournament club game in cricket, in world cricket. So it's interesting how even these countries where football is so dominant, cricket is really just a niche sport. There's such a rich history of cricket in the country. This one's chipped up in the air, but it'll be landing short of Sahu. Quick run will have to be taken. Oh, that's a nasty fall by the batter there. It's Ishri Chima who ran for the single. And as she runs through, she just loses her footing. And yeah, well, this is why we always say, me and Vinny were saying the other day as well, try and run on the AstroTurf. She runs on the AstroTurf here, and then she puts that foot down, and we just probably cut away at the right time because it was a bit of a nasty fall actually, that she put her foot to the side of the AstroTurf and just lost her balance. And you can see the side of that AstroTurf is a bit muddy, a bit boggy in parts, and luckily for Chima, well, she's very young, so maybe her body just bounces back. As well, I think if I tried that, my kneecaps would have to be swept up off the floor. In the end, though, no harm done. And I think they're just pointing to the fact, yeah, we should probably run on the pitch because it's pretty slippy out there. At the end of the 13th, Portugal 77 for 4. And they've just been keeping that steady run rate, haven't they? It's just been hovering around 5-6. And, well, despite the loss of the captain, they've just kept plugging away, these two. They'll certainly be eyeing up 100, but if they can get up to 120, that'll be a total that they'll be confident that they could try to defend, especially given the fact that they're a bit of an unknown quantity when it comes to their bowlers, Portugal. And they might struggle somewhat with the wides as umpire Crew almost reverses there into the bowler. And, well, there's only going to be one winner of that battle, umpire Crew. It's quite the unit, and, well, the poor bowler almost felt the four floors of him. But again, no harm done. We're all still living to tell the tale as we start the 14th. That one's been knocked nicely away into the covers. As Kiona gets herself back to the non-strikers end, it's Prachi Kumari with ball in hand. I just love looking at all the history of all these European cricket clubs. And in fact, the Porto Cricket and Lawn Tennis Club was founded back in 1855 by the British people working in Porto. And, well, I did get a word in my ear thanks to the production crew, and the fact is right that Porto Cricket Club is the oldest cricket club in mainland Europe. And, well, there you go. Cricket's not just for the Commonwealth countries, the former British colonies, but a rich history all across Europe. It's only after that actually they decided to play tennis and football, but it started as a cricket club, and then it was cricket that really had a revival or a boom in interest then in Portugal in the 1970s. That one's hit up in the air. It's a chance for a catch, but it's just going to drop to the left of the fielder there in the covers. This has been a nice over so far from Prachi Kumari. Herself, again, only 20 years old, so although I've been saying that Norway have a bit more experience in T20Is, the players still very young, still learning their craft. Kumari made her debut in August 23 against Estonia. It's just picked up the 1 wicket in T20I so far, so she'll love to double that total here. It was the Carnation Revolution in 1974, which saw the former Portuguese territories in Africa and the East being granted independence, and that led to many Portuguese citizens returning from, for example, overseas province of Goa, and then the subsequent independence of Mozambique brought many Portuguese citizens back. And, well, there you go. So I'm giving you a little history. Kumari does in fact pick up her second ever wicket in T20Is, and you can see how much that means to her, as that one goes straight through the defences. Lovely flighted delivery, and just clips the top of off stump once again. Norway showing dead-eye accuracy with the ball, and it is Ishrit Chima who has to depart, but a nicely constructed innings from her. She scored a 4 as well, so 11 runs coming off 13. And she formed a nice partnership with Kiona Sakira. It was worth 22 before Chima fell. What a brilliant over that was from Prachi Kumari. Just the 5 singles coming off it and then finishing with a flourish with the wicket. So at the end of the 14th. Portugal women 82 for 5. You can see just how much joy Norway have in their cricket, and each success is rightfully celebrated. And well, when you're 20 years old and you pick up your second ever international wicket, you deserve to get huddled around by your teammates, and that's exactly what Norway did there. And in fact, their team spirit, their joy in cricket and in life has really been infectious the last few days. Even when they've not been on the right side of the results, losing 4-0 in that ECI, they've just been buzzing around. They've been making noise in the clubhouse, on the bus. Sometimes I have to put my headphones in just to have a bit of quiet, because they're just such a lively bunch. And that probably comes through on the pitch as well, and the effects mic, that every time one of their teammates does something good, they're always there to congratulate them, to support them. And that's what you love to see in women's cricket as well. That's the end of the over, so Bianca Maximo is the new batter, but she'll be at the non-strikers. The set batter of Sakira on strike. So to finish off the potted history of Portuguese cricket, then during the 70s, with the independence of these overseas territories like Goa, Mozambique, and otherwise Portuguese citizens living in overseas provinces, they moved to places like Rhodesia in South Africa, where, of course, cricket was very well known. And that's a brilliant knee slide there by Naya Braswan, as she goes double-legged. And, well, it's not the most conventional of styles. I think she didn't know where the ball landed, but brilliant piece of fielding, stopped a certain boundary. They just managed to run through the one, so Bianca Maximo comes on for her first facing of the ball. It's nicely driven, but they won't come through for a single. So the Portuguese citizens ended up in places like Rhodesia, South Africa, where, of course, cricket was played, and that's why you often have quite a few Portuguese-sounding names in South Africa, Australia. And, well, they are eligible then for passports in most cases, and lo and behold, then they can represent their country, and that is the case, for example, for Kiona Sakira as well, and other players in this Portuguese side. And, well, that's another wicket there. This time it's Paradi Agrawal who picks up her second wicket. It just goes through the defences of Bianca Maximo, who has to depart for a second ball duck. It's been a great few overs for Norway, picking up wickets and stopping the boundaries. This one, the left arm round action does it, and, well, it's just a fuller pitch delivery, goes straight through the defences of Maximo. And you can see, yeah, just about Yorks herself. Stump splattered. That will be the end of Bianca. But I'm sure she'll come back fighting in the T20s coming up. 3-ball duck for her. And that's the 6th wicket to fall for Portugal, 83 for 6. Paradi Agrawal then, she moves to 23 international wickets. Moves clear of Ramya Ahmadi, who, well, before the start of play, she was in second place with 13. She, of course, picked up 2 wickets of her own, so she's on 15. Agrawal on 23. Next on the list, Mirab Razwan. She's on 10. Hasn't picked up a wicket so far in this innings, but she still has 2 overs to go. One ball left in this 15th over. It's Mariam Wasim who's come to the crease. And just the 1 run and the 1 wicket in that brilliant over by Agrawal. So 5 overs left in this game, or in this first innings, and, well, not too long left now on this tour of Portugal. We already had the Challenger divisions. Congratulations to the Lisbon Supergiants who lifted the trophy, and then Marlow, they won the Premier Division. Unfortunately, that finals day was washed out, where we had a few days of bad weather, which of course did affect the ECIs and ECIWs the last 2 days. But it was Norway who emerged victorious in the ECIs, Portugal in the ECIW. So honours shared across the genders so far. And of course, we're into day 1 of 3 of these T20Is, and that's a big hit there by Kiona Sakira. There is a fielder out there, and she does well to just deal with that mini Tortuga there. It's Ramya Ahmadi who you rarely see without a smile on her face. You can just see how much she loves cricket. She's actually going through the process of becoming an MCC member. I've managed to play a game with her, and well, I'm not surprised because she just absolutely embodies the spirit of cricket. Just loves playing, loves being out there, loves competing, and I'm sure she's loving the fact she's picked up 2 excellent wickets so far. That one's just been gloved away. Pops over the keeper, and Ayesha Hassan is on hand there to do the fielding. This one, let's take a look at this one. Tries to play it around the corner. Just jumps up off the glove, almost bonks the keeper on the head there, but Kamari doesn't quite get her gloves up in time. This time, Mariam Wasim does make contact with it. And again, you can hear the cheering from the dugouts, and that's because, well, every time a new batter goes out there, she has the chance to collect her first T20I runs, and that's exactly what Mariam Wasim did there. That one's been hit firmly down the ground, but well stopped there in the outfield to prevent more than just the 1 run. What I absolutely love about Praki Kamari's action is that at the top of the mark, she almost looks like an aeroplane waiting to take off. She gets the ball in front of her and then sets her arms back, ready for takeoff, and then she goes. That's a nice delivery. Again, just helped around the corner, but that's an excellent field placement actually there for Norway. Ayesha Hassan just on the 45, waiting for that one to be knocked around the corner, and she was gratefully receiving that one as it just got hit straight down her. Another dot ball for Kamari. Again, a brilliant delivery. You can hear just how up and about Norway are here, as on that occasion Wasim didn't really know if she was coming or going. That does mark the end of the 16th over. Portugal 86 for 6. And well, if you're the Portugal side here, you'd certainly still want to get to that 100 mark. Expected score 107. Kiona Sakira, she's still out there. And she's now pulled level with Sarah Fu Ryland on 24 runs. Let's take a look at the bowling. Of course, remember, 4 overs can be bowled by 5 bowlers. They've already used 6, have Norway, so they've got options. And, well, Ramya Amadi and Paridi Agrawal both picking up 2 wickets. Both kind of showing why they are the 2 top wicket takers for their country. Both of them have taken 3-fers before. Agrawal 3 for 11 is her best. Amadi 3 for 22. Maybe one of them wants to get 4 wickets here. As the first ball of the 17th just knocked for a single. Mira Razwan, the captain, who's brought herself back into the attack. That's probably because she knows the 2 players ahead of her. They've both picked up wickets in the all-time ranking for Norway, and was an appeal here, and it's given. And there was a long deliberation there by umpire Andy. And well, it kind of hit the hip there of Mariam Wasim as we take a look at this on replay. As yeah, it was certainly hitting. Absolutely no doubt about that. The only question there was maybe if it pitched outside leg stump. Obviously bowling to the left-handed Wasim. But she does have to depart for 1 off 6 balls, so is not able to contribute more than the 1, her first ever run in T20I cricket. Let's take a look at this again. It's just a question of where it pitches. Yeah, probably benefit of the doubt there, pitching on leg stump. Of course, in these T20Is, we don't have any third umpire reviews. We, of course, wouldn't have a review for LBW anyway, but just in case you are wondering then if we have a tight run out or any kind of situation where we're not sure if it's been taken cleanly as a catch or whatever it is that might otherwise need a video review in these T20Is. No reviews available. Catch is called and it is taken. That's 2 and 2 as Afshin Ahmed comes in to bat but has to depart first ball. And Mirab Razwan picks up her second wicket. And it's Portugal now 8 down, 87 for 8. As Ahmed on that occasion makes contact with the ball but is only able to push it up in the air. It's a nice delivery from Razwan, gives it flight. And that's what forces the batter into a bit of a full shot there early on it. And it's the keeper, Biyayata Kumari, who takes the catch. So no runs on the board for Afshin Ahmed. And it's Joanna Child who comes in at 10. Take a look at this again. Nice delivery and just gets chipped up. It's high on the bat. Doesn't really know where it's gone, but it just falls into the grateful hands of the keeper, Kumari. It's a good catch for her, actually, as it's not easy when it goes above the helmet line. And, well, we've got the chance for a hat-trick ball here. Here we go, Razwan. Just drags that one down, and actually Joe Child will run through for a single. So hat-trick ball avoided. And another run on the board for Portugal. All the 8s, 88 for 8. Two balls left of the 17th. Big appeal, but there's absolutely no way that that's out. The men in black doing a good job out here. I was talking to the Norway girls yesterday, and actually they were saying that they're so used to almost appealing for everything just as soon as the ball hits the pad. But of course we've got experienced international umpires out there, so they're not going to be duped into any kind of appeals like that, as that's been hit well into the leg side. But equal to it is Ramya Mahdi, who mops up on the leg side. So it was a nice hit off the bat of Sakira, but they will just jog through for the 1. And that is the end of the 17th over, 89 for 8. So 3 overs left. Expected score bang on 100. I think Portugal would take that at this stage. They'd take the 100. But as long as Sakira's out there, maybe she can swing the bat a few more times and just have Joe Child out there anchoring the innings. There's a nice little competition going on between the Norway batters in terms of all-time wickets. The Norway bowlers in terms of all-time wickets. So Imadi, Agrawal and Razwan have all picked up 2 wickets here, so none of them want to give an inch. And that takes Agrawal to 23 wickets, Imadi to 15 and Razwan to 12. They're the 3 bowlers for Norway who have achieved at least 10 runs. At least 10 wickets for their country. Incidentally, the next one on the list, Alina Aslam, she had 7 before this tournament, so she moves to 8. And all these kind of stats, they're important. It's not too often you get a chance to represent your country, and not only that, but pick up wickets. I know from personal experience, it's something that players love looking at, statistics, and a bit of healthy competition in between teammates is always good, isn't it? And Ramya Mahdi, she's got the chance now to pick up her 16th international wicket. Kiona Sakira on strike for the start of the 18th. Calls of catch it, but Sakira did well to play that with soft hands. You can see Norway really up and about here. They want to keep that total as low as possible, because they know every run on the board is a run they all have to chase. And they can't rely, for example, just on extras helping them out, because I'm sure Portugal, they will improve every single game in terms of their bowling accuracy, their experience, as that one is hit firmly away to the leg side. It's going to race away to the boundary. It does go all the way, despite the chase of Anusha Gorad. So that's an invaluable 4 for Portugal. Well hit there, struck firmly by Kiona. She moves to 30 off 31. Portugal move into the 90s, that 100 mark ever closer, 93 for 8. Mardi here with the comeback ball. She'll have to bowl that one again. Thanks again for everyone joining in the chat. Nice to have you keeping me company on this Monday morning. What started off as a very foggy Monday morning, so if you're wondering why we did have a slight delay to the start, well, we were supposed to start at 9:30, and it's maybe a slight exaggeration to say, but you could not really see about 5 meters in front of you at 9:30 because the fog had descended on the Santarem cricket ground, but it's well and truly lifted now. In fact, there's a little patch of blue sky just trying to grow and grow above this SCG. And the forecast is good for the remaining days of this Portugal tour, Wednesday being the final day. Also predicted to have 6 exciting T20Is coming your way. There's a bit of a hesitation here by the 2 batters, but I think Kiona Sakira does the right thing. She'll have to farm a bit of the strike here. She's top scoring at the moment, 30 off 33. She's found the boundary twice as well. And maybe a bit of game management has to come in here for her, just to keep the strike as much as possible. There's 2 balls left of the 18th. So if I were her, I'd be trying to get a single either on this ball or the next, but I think that's exactly what Ramya Imadi is trying to avoid, as she places a fielder in tight on the leg side to avoid that quick single. You can see Ramya Imadi, she's not the captain, but she's certainly one of the more senior players. Is able to patrol the troops. Wants to keep things tight. Make sure then they have a chance to bowl at Child in the next over. And that's exactly what Imadi achieves by, well, you don't need any fielders if you just force the batter to hit the ball straight back at you. Final ball of the 18th. Sakira will desperately be trying to get a single here. And that is exactly what she achieves as the throw comes in, but it just bounces over the stumps, and that's a really smart piece of batting actually from Sakira to recognise that at this stage of the game, after 18 overs, the score's 95 for 8. She's batting with Joanna Child, who came in at 10. Sakira really needs to keep the strike as much as possible, and did that absolutely perfectly. So she'll be facing the 19th over here. And just in case you're wondering why Griselda Brits and Tara Raghunandan aren't playing for Portugal, both players featured prominently in the ECIs. Well, they're not quite eligible to play for Portugal in this ICC format, so we're in the ICC T20I regulations, for which you either have to have a passport, obviously that's the easiest way to get in, or you have to qualify through residency. Someone's chipped over the covers, and this one could actually go all the way, as it's a chase on there for Lopamudra Sahu, but the ball wins, and that gets Portugal up to 99 for 8 at the start of the 19th, and this is exactly why Kiona Sakira was trying to get herself back on strike, so she could try and finish this innings with a flourish. And the residency rules for the ICC mean that you have to be in the country for 4 years to qualify, as they just managed to get through for a single here. So this is actually an opening here for Norway, as they have the number 10 batter Joanna Child on strike. Good fielding, restricted Portugal to just the 1 run. I think the residency for women actually is shorter than for the men. But still, there are criteria you have to fulfill to be able to play in these ICC rules. It's Razwan who's bowling the 19th. Portugal try and go for a run, but it's well fielded, and you can see that the field is tight here for the number 10 batter. They don't want to let Kiona Sakira back on strike. One of the ICC rules as well, or one of the ECN rules that we don't have here in the ICC, is that the play timer, the play clock. So for ECN events, well, the T10 events, 35 minutes is on the clock to get through the allocated 10 overs. For ICC, the rules are still pretty strict, but we don't have the shot clock up. Great piece of fielding there by Ananya Rautela. Well, you can see there that Kiona Sakira is a bit disappointed that she doesn't manage to get herself back on strike. It will be Joanna Child to face the 20th over. Portugal 101 for 8. If we take a look at the bowlers, well, they've got some options. Do Norway going into the final over? Oh, Prachi Kamari, she's only gone for 8 off her too. But I have a feeling they'll probably turn to the experience of either Aslam or Imadi to bowl out. Good morning to Monica Loveday. She's just sneaked into my messages to tell me it's 3 years residency for women to be able to play in T20I events, and I think that's been changed quite recently as well, because of course they want to encourage cricket to be played across Europe. I suppose living in a country for 3 years is enough commitment then to be able to represent that country in T20I cricket. It is Imadi who's come back on for the final over. Joanna Child is on strike in. All she needs to do is try and find somewhere a gap in the field to get Kiona Sakira back on strike. Well, that will certainly help, as they will run through 4-1. It's well fielded by Aisha Hassan to stop any further damage being inflicted. That one just comes out wrong from Imadi. There's not much Kamari, the keeper, could have done about that. And Sakira, she was wise to the fact that this was her opportunity to get herself on strike, which she manages to do. So 2 wides, Portugal 103, 5 balls left. You imagine Sakira, she's just trying to get 2s, 4s and 6s here. Half appeal there, but I think there was quite a woody sound on that one. And I was optimistic more than anything. I think Sakira, it sounded like she got a fair bit of bat on it. Yeah, she did. And you can see she's swinging from the hip. She knows she's more or less got license here to try and get her team up to maybe 110. She swings hard to long on. I'd be trying to run 2 here if I were her. But no, they do settle for 1, bit slow off the mark, and you can see Sakira a bit frustrated there at the non-striker's end. But she almost hit it too well, actually, so it went straight to the fielder there at long on. She was able to field it well, throw it back in before any thought of a 2 crossed the mind of the Portuguese batters. So Jo Child is back on strike. See if she can sneak another single. 3 balls left in this innings. I think I'd be running there if I was Sakira. You can see her at the top of the shot as Imadi comes in. I'd just like to see her backing up a bit more, and well, if she has to sacrifice Child in trying to run a single, I suppose you've got to try and go for it. You can see here Sakira not exactly aggressively backing up, just leaning on her bat a little. And she's staying in the crease there. They will be able to run through, and in fact it might go all the way. The big chase is on, and the Grizzly will win. And these are valuable runs for Portugal. 5 wides That's Imadi, who has just lost her line here. Kamari couldn't stop it. And as soon as that ball races past the keeper, there's only ever going to be one winner. This over has already gone for 8 runs. So it's been a productive over for Portugal. Still two balls left in it. So if Child can just try, if she gets bat on ball here, I'd run. Just get Sakira on strike if you can. If you lose the wicket, so be it. There's only 1 ball left. Let's see what she can do. Well, it's a good recovery there from Imadi. Well, the previous ball went for 5 wides. I think she's a bit annoyed with herself as she just makes it her way back to the top of her mark. But that's the kind of ball we're used to her bowling. Just hitting the top of off stump. And Joanna Child, she played her role admirably there. She stuck around while Kiona Sakira was scoring runs at the other end. But she does depart for 2 off 8. And so there's only 1 ball left now of this innings, and 109 for 9 Portugal. And what I like about this is that every batter for Portugal will have a chance to face their first ever ball on the international stage as Ishmeet Kaur comes in for the final delivery. And she swings at it, makes no contact. They won't go through. I think Kiona Sakira is probably happy to have a red inker in the book. 37 for off 39 she finishes, 37 for no loss. And Portugal women, they finish their first ever T20 international innings on 109 for 9. So they just about avoid getting bowled out. And Kiona Sakira in particular, well, scoring around a third of her team's runs, put in a great shift there, did the 28-year-old to just marshal the innings. She came in at 5 and was able to stay there until the end. So she was there from the middle of the 6th over all the way through, so a great effort from her. But equally, a great effort from Norway. And that was probably one of the balls of the day. I don't think you'll see much better deliveries from either the women's or the men's than that one of Ramya Imadi, which saw the end of Sana Loika. Gabby Sakira, she came to the crease, and we thought this might be the partnership between her and the captain Sarah Fu Ryland. Both of them impressed in the ECIs. Gabby in particular was hitting some big shots the last 2 days, but she fell as well to the bowling of Ramya Imadi, who was particularly impressive through her early overs, despite losing her line a bit towards the end. But Norway were well on top at this stage, with Portugal struggling along there. 28 for 2. Jade de Figueiredo, she came in, hit a few big shots, but then fell to the caught and bowled of Paridi Agrawal. And then came to the crease Kiona Sakira, and this was the partnership that really got things going for Portugal. Sarah Fu Ryland and Kiona Sakira. They found the boundary on a few occasions. The captain, she hit 2 boundaries before another brilliant delivery from the Norwegian bowlers. This time Alina Aslam, just a ball that kind of cut back in at the former Test player. That's a wicket that Alina Aslam will certainly never forget. Ishrit Chima, she stuck around for a while, but then went for one big swing too many, was clean bowled by Prachi Kumari. Bianca Maximo, she came and went, unfortunately, without contributing to the runs. Her 3-ball duck was thanks to Paridi Agrawal again, showing absolute dead-eye accuracy, and that was what the Norway bowlers really impressed with at the weekend, was just hitting those stumps with regularity, and that was the case there. Mariam Wasim, she stuck around but was then given LBW, one that maybe not pitched outside leg stump. It was certainly going to hit the stumps, and that's what did it for Mariam Wasim. Sheena Ahmed, she came in, unfortunately only lasted the 1 delivery. That actually put Mirab Razwan onto the hat-trick ball, but it was Joanna Child who then came in, put up a bit of resistance, and was just the anchor to Kiona Sakira, who hit 3 boundaries on her way to the top score of 37. That's a brilliant way for her to start her T20 international career. And towards the end, Joanna Child, she fell in the final over, but she'd done her job just supporting her side. Ishmeet Kaur, it was good to see that every single Portugal batter came out, had their chance to bat. For the first time ever in T20 international cricket, Ishmeet Kaur finished 0 not out, and Kiona Sakira finished on an impressive 37 off 39 deliveries. So I'd say for the first ever occasion that we see Portugal in a T20I, they can be happy with what they've delivered. 100 runs on the board is no mean feat in T20 international cricket. 109 runs. As for Norway, 26 extras, probably a few too many as far as they're concerned. 24 of them wides, but look at that. Kiona Sakira on debut in her T20I career finishes with an impressive 37. As for the bowling, they shared it round, did Norway. 6 bowlers used, and the two at the top, they proved why they are at the top of the all-time rankings for Norway women in terms of wickets taken. Ramya Imadi, 3 wickets for 24. Lost it a bit though in that final over, just a few wides, which bumped up the total for Portugal. Mirab Razwan as well picked up 2 wickets. And Prachi Kumari picked up her second ever wicket in T20 internationals, bowled 2 overs for just 8 runs, so congratulations to her. And so at the halfway stage of this first T20I, first of 3 that we'll have across the next 3 days, Portugal women, they've put on 109 for 9, and for them it will be a case of can they keep those extras down and force Norway to score those 110 runs needed off the bat. I'm Tina Goff, you're joining me on the European Cricket Network. This is the first T20I between Portugal women and Norway women. We'll have a slightly longer break, of course, we're in the T20 format instead of the T10s. But we'll be coming back in just about 12-13 minutes time for the run chase. So put on the kettle, put up your feet and join us in just a few minutes.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Good morning and welcome back to what is now again the sunny Santarem cricket ground. After we had a bit of fog around this morning, but the skies have cleared, the sun is out and we're enjoying an absolute feast of international cricket here in Portugal. We're halfway through the first T20I between Portugal women and Norway women at the halfway stage. Portugal in their first ever T20I game posted 109 for 9 with Kiona Sekira top scoring with 37 not out off 39 deliveries. She was ably backed up by captain Sarah Ryland, who scored 24 off 36. But I'd say at the halfway stage it's pretty much evenly balanced, with Norway putting in a decent bowling performance. Ramya Imadi, she picked up 3 wickets for 24 runs in her 4 overs, and Paradi Agarwal, well, her fielding and bowling performance was mighty impressive. Her 4 overs went for just the 11 runs and picked up 2 wickets as well. So I'd say this is anyone's game. Norway are going into this with, well, infinitely more T20I experience. They've played 26 games so far in the international arena. They've won 6 of them, lost 20. They'll be looking to pick up their 7th win here. As for Portugal, well, played 0. This is their first one, and that was on the back of winning all 4 of the ECIs between these two sides, the T10 format, over the last few days. And well, they're currently at 100% win ratio, at least across formats in internationals. But Norway would dearly love to pick up their first win of this ECN tour in Portugal, and their first win of the weekend. And I know this is the preferred format for the Norwegians. They were talking to me after the game yesterday, and of course they were disappointed not to pick up a win during the T10s, but they're far more comfortable in this longer format. They maybe don't have quite the batting firepower for the T10s, but well, they've certainly proved with the ball that they've got some really dangerous bowlers who, if they get it right on the spot, then they're a match for any player, whether you're a former test player like Sarah Ryland or a beginner. As this one is just knocked away for the first run, and in fact it will be the captain Sarah Ryland who has the gloves, who will put on the long chase there, but Norway do manage to run through for 2. That was off the bat of Anushka Gorad, who's opening up the batting alongside Ayesha Hassan. It's Jade de Figueiredo with ball in hand. And wow, she's already tasted a bit of, if not international experience, then certainly playing in different parts of the world. She plies her trade in South Africa, plays for the Dolphins over there in the Pro 20. And impressed over the weekend primarily with her bowling. She bowled that golden ball in game 1, which handed Portugal their first ever win on the international stage. Picked up 2 for 9 in game 3. She's got this lovely left arm around action. But Gorad equal to that one. Anushka Gorad on strike. We've seen her keep throughout the series, but the keeping duties were undertaken by Kamari earlier in the game. She gets herself the 3rd run, and 3 on the board for Norway. Gorad made her debut back in August 2021, so although she's only 21 years old, already into her 4th year of playing international cricket. That debut came against Sweden, and her high score is 24, which she achieved versus Luxembourg in just the previous series that Norway played, which was a quadrangular series featuring Luxembourg in September 2024. That's hit firmly away by Ayesha Hassan. She'll pick up her first runs. It's fielded nicely out there in the deep by Sana Loika. And that was actually a feature of Portugal's fielding throughout the the ECIs, that they were able to patrol the boundaries well and stop any big hits that came off the bat of Norway. I know Jade often is the figure out there doing the fielding when she's not bowling. And she effected that brilliant run out. That was actually one of the plays of the day that made it onto our social media. Hitting the stumps directly from probably a good 40, 50 metres. As that one flashes away, the chase is on here. And the ball is going to win. And it's an unforgiving outfield here at the Santarem cricket ground. And the early morning mist has risen. And the pitch is drying out. And despite the efforts there of Joe Child, the ball was always going to win. It's a downhill race in every single direction because the cricket pitch sits on a bit of a bowl. It's a reverse bowl at the top. You can't quite make it out on those beautiful long shots, but in every direction from the middle of the pitch, it's a downhill race to the boundary. And the ball won on that occasion. Norway moved to 8 for no loss after one. Look at that, the wind predictor has it in that super Goldilocks zone, exactly 50-50. It's just right. And well, the first game of the ECIs, the T10s, that one went to a golden ball. Well, we can't go to a golden ball here in these T20Is. We're under ICC regulations, but we could go to a super over. And well, I certainly wouldn't say no to that. I've been a bit lucky so far in this series, picking up 3 golden balls, or not that I had anything to do with them, but was able to commentate on 3 golden balls. And well, I wouldn't mind adding a super over to the collection. There's still a long way to go, 19 overs, Norway needing 102 runs. And it's Gabby Sekera who enters the attack to bowl the second over. The 16-year-old, who's also based over in South Africa, and she really impressed throughout the weekend with bat and ball. She gets this lovely flight and dip on her bowling. As that one's chipped in the air, it should be taken and is. And when there you have it, the first ever wicket for Portugal in T20 international cricket, and it goes to Gabby Sekera. She just chips one up into the covers, and Ishrit Chima is the one that takes the wicket. And that's a brilliant start for Portugal as they pick up their first wicket in the second over. And so Yisha Hassan, who has to depart. Again, it's just that flight that deceives Hassan, and she's just a bit too early on the shot. A nice catch there by Ishrit Chima, who will also now go down in Portuguese women's cricket history as the catcher of the first wicket. So what a moment it is for those two. Ishrit, she's just 15, Gabby just 16, so you can see that these players not only young in years, but young in their international careers. And what a moment that was for Portugal. First wicket down for Norway. Bit of a rebuild job on. They've got plenty of time, do the Norwegians. But Gabby hits it on the spot almost every time. Just gets turn and bounce. She's a brilliant prospect at just 16 years old. And she hit 45 in game 2 off just 18 deliveries. Followed that up with 28 off 11 in the third. Now picked up the wicket as well. And it's the wicket keeper Bijayata Kumari who's come in for Norway in that number 3 spot. That's hit into the covers, but Norway won't run through. The run rate shouldn't necessarily be a problem here for Norway. It's just a case of preserving their wickets and just batting time. Obviously in T20, that's something you do have over the T10 format, is time. It's always a strange thing to say because, of course, T20 is generally in the world of cricket looked on as the quickest format of the game, but here on the European Cricket Network, we love doing things at breakneck speed. And T10 format is just all systems go, but then when you move from the T10 to the T20, you actually then have a bit more time to build your innings. That one's flighted up beautifully by Sekera, and Gorad does well to get some bat on that. They should be able to run through for 2 here. Long chase is on. Bianca Maximo does the fielding. And I think this longer format does suit Norway because they're not blessed with big hitters up and down the lineup. But what they can do is accumulate runs and build an innings. And that's what they'll be looking to do here. And they'd look to cash in on maybe bowlers number 4, 5, 6 for Portugal. That one's hit lovely and nice and firmly through the covers. Again, the chase is on. It's a nice bit of fielding there by Asheen Ahmed, but again, Norway will run through for 2. That will also mark the end of the second over, 14 for 1. And it's just a big question mark here about how much bowling depth Portugal do possess. Of course, they're lacking Griselda Brits in the batting lineup, although they still managed to put on that target of 110. But they're also missing Tara Raghunandan, who has been very effective with the ball over the weekend. Both of those are definitely a big miss for Portugal, and that's maybe what also presents Norway with the opportunity here of levelling the playing field going into the 2020s. As Jade de Figueiredo comes back for her second over. So for Norway, it might just be a case of waiting out these early bowlers. It's a bit of a chess match as well, because it'll be interesting to see how long Portugal keep on the openers, because they want to break through these Norwegian defences. They want to get into that middle order, but they also need to keep some bowlers back for the end. And Kumari here is kind of doing the right thing. He's just trying to protect her wicket, to just give herself that opportunity to dig into the bowling that might come after these 2 openers. Because of course there have to be 5 bowlers used as a minimum, and those 5 bowlers will have to bowl 4 overs each. That one's chipped up again, and there's a slip and a slide there by the point fielder. And the fielding behind is done by Mariam Wasim. So I think if I were Portugal, I'd maybe just put in a catcher here, kind of at a short cover position, because the ball has popped up on a few occasions, at least off the bat of Kumari. It's Gorad back on strike now. Jade de Figueiredo is giving the batters absolutely nothing at this point. But again, it's worth noting that both of these sides very, very early on in their cricket careers. There's a few players out there with some experience, but that's definitely the exception rather than the rule. Most of these players have only played a handful of games. In the case of Portugal, some of these players are playing, well, after the ECIs, only their 4th or 5th game ever on this organised level, and it's certainly for Portugal their first T20Is in history for the women. And what a platform they have to perform here in front of the cameras on the European Cricket Network, and that's just again why I love being part of European cricket and giving these players an opportunity to show us what they can do. And I know for a fact that they'll be learning every single time they step out on that pitch. Every experience they have will just be added not only to the memory bank but also to the skills bank, and they'll know day by day they'll just be making huge improvements. And it's just exciting to see these players at the very beginning of their cricket journeys. At the end of the 3rd over, Norway women 15 for 1. Another excellent over by Jade de Figueiredo, that one only going for the single. It looks like Gabby Sakira will continue from this end. I'm not sure if the ends here at the SCG have been dubbed or have any names. I guess we can call it the clubhouse end from this end and the farmhouse end from the other. It's as good a name as any, unless someone can tell me otherwise. A very polite appeal there from Gabby Sakira. I suppose she was, yeah, he was hit very high up on Kumari and probably pitched outside leg stump as well. There's no harm in asking. The exuberance of youth. And there's a bit of confusion here. There's a yes, no, maybe, but the throw goes to the wrong end. Had that throw gone to the non-striker's end, I think Anushka Gorad might have been in trouble. As it is, though, you do just able to retreat. They didn't score a single off it, so it was an eventful dot ball. One's been hit firmly away through mid-wicket. The chase is on. Kiona Sakira there, who does the fielding, and wasn't she impressive with the bat? Scoring 37 not out off 39 deliveries, 3 fours, and an impressive strike rate as well. Anytime you're striking around 100 in women's T20Is, you can be happy with your day's work. A bit of confusion again, and some excellent fielding there from Ishri Chima, making sure the Norwegian batters don't run through. And there was a nice partnership that Kiona put on with Sarah Fu Ryland, the captain at the top of the order. Sarah scored 24 runs before she was bowled by Alina Aslam. This one's in the air, it should be taken and is, and it's a brilliant catch by Mariam Wasim, who, well, she almost ran underneath that one. In the end, had to throw up her arms to try and catch that, and she does manage to hold on, and that's the second wicket for Norway to fall. And it's the set batter of Anushka Gorad. She has to depart for 11 off 11. You can see exactly what that means to the Portugal players. It's the second wicket for Gabi Sakira. This one just knocked up in the air, and it looked like Wasim had underran it, and then manages to backpedal, take it with 2 hands, and look at those for scenes. Absolute delight for Portugal. They pick up their second wicket. Gorad has to depart. Norway 16 for 2, and that's also the end of the 4th over. So this is a delicately poised game. But I think that the one thing that has Norway ahead at the moment is that they still have some bowlers that they're able to maybe attack in the latter stages. But of course, any early wicket here for Portugal means that any momentum or any thought of going deep into the 20th over kind of put on hold. So this gamble has paid off for Portugal of bowling their frontline bowlers from the start, not changing it up, knowing the importance of early wickets. It's one of the key batters now out there in the middle to join Kamari. It's Ramya Imadi. There is a change of bowling here for Portugal as Jade de Figueiredo, she'll just bowl her 2 overs, be kept back. Ishri Chima comes into the attack. Starts with a couple of wides, and this is exactly what I was suggesting might happen. Of course, the inexperienced bowlers of Portugal here, as Chima, it looks like she'll change her angle of attack. They might just give away a few more extras, and that's what Norway have got to hang on for. That's a better delivery, but again, just drifting down the leg side. Chima, she shouldn't be too hard on herself. Just needs to give herself time, take a deep breath. The clock is not really against you here in this T20 format, so you can take your time. And you can see not every wide that she's bowled has been a big wide. It's just been drifting slightly down the leg side. She's just maybe lost a bit of confidence here. Just needs to have a deep breath, compose herself at the top of the mark. I'd quite like to see maybe one of the players go up to her and just give her a little pep talk. It's difficult, of course, for the captain, Sarah Fu Ryland. She's behind the stumps. So she's pretty much trapped there, but one of the other players just go and have a little word in her ear. She'll carry on here, Will Chima. That one is a no ball, so the next ball will be a free hit. It's worth noting as well, of course, that the no ball regulation is slightly different in T20Is. And this is something that's actually more or less at the discretion of the umpires. It's a bit of a grey area, and it's something that I'm actually quite passionate about. I've spoken to Vinny about it on air a few days ago that, well, in the regulations, you have a first and final warning, which is issued to a bowler for high full tosses. So if it's waist high above the batter's waist in a normal stance, that's a good comeback ball there from Chima. After one warning, the bowler can be taken off if they bowl another dangerous no ball of the same kind, so another high full toss, for example. But the thing that is at the umpire's discretion is that they can deem whether it's dangerous or not. So in the case here of Chima, that's a better delivery there. And there's an appeal, but it's certainly going down leg, and they'll run through for one leg bye. The speed with which Chima's bowling, and sometimes the height with which she bowls. So if she bowls a no ball that goes, for example, well over the batter's head, there's no risk to the batter. There's, of course, no intent. And the umpires are able then to use a bit of discretion to say, okay, well, these bowlers are also still very new to the game. There's no intent to harm the other batter. There's no speed involved necessarily. So there's no harm to the batter. And then they can use their discretion then to say, okay, well, there's a first and final warning, but maybe there is some leeway that if there is another no ball bowled, it doesn't immediately mean that the bowler has to stop bowling. And I think that's a good move. It's something that was briefly discussed before the toss as well, between the captains as well, that cricket is a learning game as well, and you're not going to learn if you just happen to bowl two no balls that just come out of the hand wrong. If you're then not allowed to bowl for the rest of the game, it doesn't really help anyone, does it? As that one's hit firmly away to the leg side. And just run through 4-1. So those regulations vary slightly from the ECN rules on no balls, and previously spoke about the wides being now flexible again. So whereas we have the fixed wide line in ECN cricket, here ICC regulations apply. So that wide line moves when the batter moves, whether they move to the offside, I suppose leg side, not so much. But if they change their grip, their handedness, then the wide line changes accordingly. Chima's done excellently in this second half of the over. Having struggled with her line and length at the start, she comes back with 6 excellent deliveries, just the 3 runs coming off it. So at the halfway stage, well, after 5 overs, see, I'm still used to 20 to 10 overs. After 5 overs, Norway 26 for 2. As we take a look at the calendar for 2025 and what a year we have in store on the European Cricket Network. Currently, we're magically in 2 places at once, as we have the T20I series happening here in Portugal. And just around the corner, over in Spain, in Madrid, for the first time ever, we have a European cricket series happening there. And, well, I've seen just a few moments of action from this morning, and boy, has it delivered so far. An absolute classic ECN catch. Catch that one at the start of the first innings. I think it's ball 2.2. If you haven't seen that, I'm sure it'll be on social media very soon. And look at that brilliant footage of some of the local wildlife, and well, we wouldn't have seen that this morning with the fog drifting over the pitch, but that's certainly a long and distant memory, as we promised a sunny day here of clear skies just about an hour north of Lisbon. And in fact, that's the forecast for the next 3 days as well. So all being well, we have had the last weather-induced delay to our games. Of course, yesterday was also rain affected, the last day of the ECIs. As Bianca Maximo comes on to bowl. This is another bowler where Norway might just look to cash in terms of just waiting for those bad balls, and if the good ball comes, just being patient and not trying to hit everything to the boundary. Extras was something that Portugal women really struggled with over the weekend. Of course, it's not an indictment at all of their bowling. It's just where they are in their cricket careers. And, well, Norway's bowling this morning was mighty impressive. They kept the extras down. When they bowled straight, it was deathly accurate. And that's a single taken, but in fact it's a suicidal single, as it's the dead-eye throw that comes in from the covers. And, well, I think if it was anything else but a direct hit, then Kamari would have been in. But Jade de Figueiredo had other ideas as she turns and throws down the stumps. And what an excellent piece of fielding that is. It was a great ball by Maximo. There was almost a half chance of a catch. But that one-handed pickup, and here we go, ball comes in, almost takes Bianca Maximo's head off, but instead takes down the stumps, and what an excellent piece of fielding that was. And Jade de Figueiredo showing just what an all-round class act she is with bat, ball, and with ball in hand in the field. Take a look at this again. Chipped up, thought it might be a chance for a catch. Jade de Figueiredo, one hand, one bounce, picks it up. Bianca Maximo ducks for cover, and bang, there you go. And Bianca Maximo, well, one moment she was fearing for her life, the next she turns around and gives Jade a massive round of applause, because that was an excellent piece of fielding. Jade showing herself really to be a game changer in this Portugal lineup, and that's the third wicket to fall for Norway. And it was the wicketkeeper Kamari who fell, but maybe not the worst wicket in terms of the fact that Kamari wasn't going along at the quickest of rates. 4 runs coming off her 15 deliveries. It's Alina Aslam who joins Imadi at the crease. Imadi hasn't been able to have too much of the strike, but she's on strike now and hits it firmly into the leg side. But again, the fielding from Portugal has been pretty solid. They've not let too much through, especially on the boundary, and that was Gabby Sakira there doing the mopping up. I'd say this is probably one of the key partnerships for Norway if they want to chase down this total. Lina Aslam, she scored a few runs. Her high score is 23. And I've already spoken about how key Ramya Imadi is to this Norwegian lineup with both bat and ball. So it's Aslam who's on strike now. It'll be a free hit after that no ball. An excellent response there from Bianca. Big nod of the head. Yep, that's the one, Bianca. She just gets this natural drift with the ball. And that one just cut in. That was a brilliant delivery. And that's the kind of thing that will be invaluable for Portugal as well. Just having time out in the middle, being able to bowl maybe up to 4 overs, just trying to find that rhythm. There's already a wicket in this over. Of course, it didn't go to Bianca because it was that brilliant run out from Jade. That one's called a no ball. Still chance for a run out here though, and while the throw comes in from Kiona Sakira, but wide of the mark, and that one is a no ball. Again, dipping, but probably not quite dipping enough. And it's Alina Aslam who picks up the run. She's not the tallest either, so it's not much margin for error there for the bowler. So this will be a free hit coming up with Imadi on strike. And that's actually what Norway did quite well over the weekend as well, is that they weren't tempted to go chasing after those wide balls. They knew the rules. They knew if they just stepped inside it, even in these T20I regulations, which can be a bit more lenient, then that's always going to be given as a wide. And every run that you can get onto the total, doesn't matter how they come, they're all invaluable. That's a great delivery though from Bianca Maximo. And what a comeback, what a celebration as well. That was just pure relief and delight, and this is exactly what this cricket is all about, just having these moments, and Jade maybe just speaking to her, say, just calm down, you've got this. And well, she certainly picked up the wicket of Ramya Imadi, and that's a danger batter that has to depart for Norway, as she's bowled for 2 of 5 deliveries, and what an excellent delivery from, well, Vinny's favourite player, Bianca Maximo, and that's a Maximo celebration as well, as she just lets out an absolute cry of joy, and why wouldn't you, as she picks up her first ever T20I wicket. In fact, she was the one. Oh, and after all that then, Yeah, I got duped there by the celebration of Bianca Maximo, and I think maybe it was just a correction on the score as well. That was in fact a no ball. So it won't be the first wicket for Maximo, not yet anyway. So it wasn't a wicket for Bianca Maximo, just to clarify it, but I mean, I was just caught up in the celebration because it was a brilliant celebration, and it was in fact on the free hit. So Mardi lives to fight another day. There's still 2 balls left of this 6th, but Maximo has certainly found her lines here. I'm glad everyone in the chat was paying attention, because clearly I was just taken in by the Maximo celebration, and why wouldn't you be? But maybe that's just a brief insight into what could happen if she picks up a wicket. She's still got 1 ball left here. And that will go through for a dot ball, I think. So that is the end of the over. So the end of the 6th, Norway 35 for 3. Yeah, thank you for everyone in the chat who pointed out that it was a free hit. I was just testing you, obviously. And everyone passed the test, apart from me and Bianca Maximo. But that's exactly why Ramya Mardi is still out there. She must have known it was a free hit, but she didn't get any contact on it. As we take a look at the skyscrapers, and well, it's just a case of Norway women having to hang on in there, because they know they've got some mean bowlers to face up to, especially in the form of Jade de Figueiredo and Gabby Sakira. But beyond that, you're looking at a few more inexperienced bowlers that Norway might be able to just cash in on, stick around and pick up any extras that might be thrown their way. And that's what they've been doing quite well out there in the middle, Imadi and Aslam. Start of the 7th over. And that's hit straight into the top of the stumps. And I think that's probably a no ball. I'm definitely caught the no ball on this occasion, as it goes, well, beyond the shoulder actually of Alina Aslam there. So this is a free hit. So if she's clean bowled here, this will not be out. Just for the record, I am in fact watching. And on that occasion, it was a nice length, or nice line from Chima, but the length was just missing there. So this one will be a free hit. Alina Aslam on strike. A good comeback ball there from Ishrit Chima. Norway just slowly chipping away at this total, so less than a runner ball needed. 72 runs in 83 deliveries. So that run rate just above 5, but at the moment, well, there's been 18 extras. So they can always more or less, on the law of averages, kind of reckon on 2 or 3 extras, but that one's been taken. It's no ball called though on field. And yeah, despite the celebrations, I'm not being hoodwinked on this occasion. That one is given a no ball, but they're going to check again, I think. Well, I think umpire Andy called the no ball here. Let's take a look at the side on. Well, in fact, I think it has been given now. Let's take a look at this again. I'm keeping one eye on the action out there, one eye on the screen, just to see where that one landed. Yeah, it's a tough one. Yeah, it just hits the top of her bat, and that's what makes it quite a difficult call, because it pops off the top of the bat before it lands near her waist. It looks like it has been given out on this occasion, so wakey wakey Tina, this occasion it is out. Well, they're going to check it. She's left the field of play now. It's Ramya Imadi, who, well, thought she might have been out. Well, I certainly thought she was out on the first occasion. This time she is out. She's kind of saying, well, I thought that was maybe a no ball. There's certainly nothing wrong with the front foot. It's just the fact that it was dipping. Of course, she's not the quickest bowler is Ishrit Chima. There was absolutely nothing wrong with the catch. It was the safe hands there on the 45. It was Ishmeet Kaur who took the catch. And this time, I'm just double, triple, quadruple checking before I go off on a tangent about the beauty of the Portugal celebrations, but that is a wicket. Ananya Rautela to the crease. Really testing me out here, the umpires. I'm on my own and they're making sure I've got to have my eyes in about 10 different directions at once. So that is the 4th wicket to fall for Norway. It was 38 at the fall of the wicket. 1 has been added to the total because of that wide. Rautela gets her first runs of the game as she just knocks that one to the 45. Hi to everyone joining me in the chat and rightly pointing out that I was talking absolute nonsense, which is not unusual for me, I will add. But hi to Golam. I think I saw Monica in there. Hi to you, laughing at my misfortune. That's fine. Steve McVeigh, Julian, lovely to have you all with us. And oh, we like to be kept on our toes here on the European Cricket Network. No balls, balls, regulations, all the fun of the fair, as that one will be a wide. So again, the run rate is not really an issue here for Norway. In fact, with the wides and the extras so far, the run rate is just going down and down. But the one thing Portugal will be targeting is the wickets. As that one's been called a no ball on field, and it's going to run all the way as well. And this is the danger that I was speaking about for Portugal. Is that they've got runs on the board, but the runs they got on the board were more or less off the bat. I think in the Norway fielding innings there was 26 extras, but there was still plenty of runs scored off the bat, especially off the bat of Sarah Fu Ryland. She picked up 24. Jada Figueiredo didn't feature, but we know she can hit big boundaries. She only hit the 1 run here, but it's Kiona Sekira as well. 37 scored off her bat. But the problem for Portugal is that they don't quite have the bowlers to back up that experience. And Norway here are really cashing in on the fact that if they just stay there, then the extras might start to accumulate. 26 extras so far already. We're not even into the second half of this innings. The chase is on here for Joe Child. Puts out a foot. Manages to stop it well. They do run through for 2, do Norway. Some questions in the chat about how long these players have been playing cricket. Well, the answer is not long. So some of these players are playing just their maybe 3rd, 4th game of cricket ever. So we had an ECI series the last 2 days in the T10 format. We had 4 of those games played, supposed to be 5. But 1 was abandoned due to the rain. And especially for Portugal, it's, for some players, some of their first ever taste of organised cricket matches. And for Norway, they're not the most experienced T20 side either. They've played 26 T20Is, but a lot of these players are still young. Alina Aslam out there at the moment, she's 18. And Ananya Rautela, she's 19. So all of these players very, very early in their cricket careers, and it's just amazing for them to be able to get this opportunity to play on this level in front of the cameras. And well, that's the kind of thing you want the cameras to pick up, because that's a brilliant delivery there to start, or to end the 7th over. It's Ishrit Chima who went around the stumps on that occasion, and just the angle did for Alina Aslam. It just cut across her, went straight through the gate, top of leg stump. Excellent delivery from the Portuguese bowler, and that's exactly what we've been seeing from Portugal, is that yes, they've been bowling extras, and well, a lot of them. That's why Norway have made their way up to 50, but when they get it straight, they can be very dangerous, and that was the end of Alina Aslam. As a result, she has to depart for 4 off 10, and Ishrit Chima, that's the delivery she's been waiting for. Look at that, just pitched well outside leg stump, but with the angle, just goes through the gate. The castle has been breached, and that is the 5th wicket down for Norway after the 7th over. They're 50 for 5. Look at that win predictor, still slightly in their favour. 52% to Norway, 48 Portugal, and I'd probably go along with that. It's very firmly in the balance. And I'd say for Norway, if they bat out the 20 overs, they win this game, because I think they'll pick up 60 runs through extras, through edges, through some good shots. So for Portugal, it's about just trying to pick up wickets. And it's just the 5 more needed for their first ever T20I win. It's Bianca Maximo who's back into the attack.
Good effort. Back it up aside. Good work, Amity. Good, just keep working hard,
Went through a single there. Naya Braswan is the new batter. Again, just a 19-year-old, only made her debut for Norway a few months ago, back in August 2024 versus Estonia. She picked up her high score against Guernsey, scoring 18 on that occasion. It's good bowling here from Maximo. She's into her 2nd over, and again, this is the beauty of T20 cricket. It allows some of these bowlers to just bowl for a longer length of time. Of course, only 2 overs allowed in the T10 format, but they can bowl up to 4 in the T20s, and just gives them more exposure to this international standard. Again, great bowling by Maximo, but it was clubbed down the ground. It's a good hit, and well, a good bit of thigh fielding there by Joe Child. Probably not the worst tactic on this outfield, which is not always the smoothest as the ball is rolling towards you, and Child manages to get her whole body behind that to stop it from racing away to the boundary. It's well hit by Rautela into the covers, but a direct throw came in from Jade to Figueiredo, and it was quite a fiery throw. I think it caught Sarah Fu Ryland off guard behind the stumps with the gloves, and that's exactly what she's saying to Jade there. That was launched in. Take a look at this. It was a good ball from Maximo. Jade probably had the run out in the back of her mind, absolutely launches it to the keeper. See this on this angle, yeah. Slightly wayward throw. The dive goes in by Sarah Fu Ryland, but she can only just half stop the ball, and they do run through for 2. Bianca Maximo has found her lines here. She's been bowling well. Just the 1 wide at the start of the over, but otherwise she's been on the money. But Norway have done exactly what they need to do, which is just knock it into a gap and take the single. If you look at the equation, 54 needed in 73, so far, far less than a runner ball. And with a few extras thrown in there, they're happy to just take the singles when they come up. That one is too wide on that occasion. That run rate is more than manageable for Norway. Just a case of keeping their wickets here. That win predictor still firmly in the balance. That's a nice delivery by Bianca, and just gets chipped away, and they're going to run through for a single, direct hit, and she could be in trouble here. Again, it's a brilliant throw from Ishrit Chima, but it's the shake of the head by umpire Kroot. We have no video replays for the run-outs here that the umpires can use. Let's take a look. It's a tight one, isn't it? Ooh, it's an extremely tight one. Let's have a look. I think she's just short in the end. But we have to go with We have to go with the umpire's call on that occasion. So a let-off really for Norway, as that one really should have been given out. It was a brilliant throw, and hasn't the fielding from Portugal been exceptional? Already had that direct hit run out by Jade de Figueiredo. The catching, well, there hasn't been a single catch dropped so far. And again, probably should have been a run out on that occasion. It's unfortunate there that the decision didn't go Portugal's way, but it was a tight call and it all happened in a flash. So you can see why it was literally a frame by frame decision. The umpire crew gave it not out on that occasion. It's Kiona Sekira on for her first ball of the day after she was so brilliant with the bat earlier in the day, scoring 37 off 39, including 3 fours. Top scoring for her side, coming in at number 5. Really kind of dug them a bit out of trouble. 37 for 3 was the score when she came to the crease. She stayed there till the very end, got her side up to 109. I know her friends and family and teammates at North Runcton and Norfolk will be listening in as well, so shout out to them. And shout out to everyone listening in the chat as well. And it's worth noting again, these are players very early on in their cricket careers, and yes, there's things that can be worked on, but if we all think back to where we were when we were starting out our cricketing journeys, and well, wouldn't we have all loved to play on this kind of pitch in the middle of the glorious Portuguese countryside, under the watchful eye of fully trained umpires with the cameras on them. What an unbelievable experience it is for these girls to be out there. Well bowled by Kiona, tight over so far. This is exactly what Portugal need, and chance of a run out there. I think I'm not entirely sure. I looked up to see Kiona just flying through the air. As we take a look at this on replay, the throw comes in. Maybe she knocks the stumps off herself. She catches it there. And yeah, it's another millimetre call here. Kiona does well to throw herself and the ball at the stumps. That's the end of the over, and another marginal call, but I think that fairly went in the direction of the batter. So at the end of the 9th, Norway 60 for 5. Look at that. Well, that's how delicately poised it is. With that gold line being the run rate line required, it's just above 5 at the moment. Norway well above the run rate. 6.67 is their run rate. It's just about keeping those wickets in hand, and I think that's what Portugal know as well, and that's why they're turning back to one of their frontline bowlers in the form of Gabi Sekira with her dipping leg spin. Just gets a bit of glove on that, does Rautela, and it'll run away to the boundary. It might even go all the way. It does, despite the chase there. Ishmeet Kaur put in the big dive. And Bianca Maximo, well, between the two of them, they tried to stop that, but you can see just how lightning quick this outfield is. It just glances the glove of the batter. It was Rautela, and despite two of them tumbling out there, you could not at all question the commitment of the Portugal fielders, and their fielding has been outstanding so far. Not much they could have done with that runaway grizzly to the boundary. Oh, bowled by Gabi. Good comeback ball.
Come down slowly. 1, 2, 3. Push. Slowly come down. Push.
Again, they're going to run through here for a bit of a bonus run. They're going to run through for a second, actually. It's a bit sleepy there in the in the field by Portugal just after I've praised them for being super sharp in the outfield that time. Bit of a nap time for those fielders as they didn't quite realise that Norway were actually still running, and they managed to hustle through for 2. This time nicely played around the corner by Rautela, but the fielding done out there by Ishmeet Kaur, who's been launching herself left, right and centre to stop this ball. You can see just how much it means to these girls to be out there competing on the international stage. They're not going to let any ball fly past them without a fight. Just as a reminder, of course, we have, thanks to our friends at 2 Circles, the brilliant footage here. Multiple camera angles, replays, everything that the umpires unfortunately don't have access to in these T20Is. And those are the playing conditions decreed for this tournament. I think it's just to level the playing field across T20Is, that of course not, you know, at the World Cup level or Champions Trophy, which I know will be happening for the women for the first time in the near future. So we just go on umpire's call, and more often than not, the men in black out there get the call right. And that's the end of the 10th. Norway 68 for 5. As we take a look at what's happening over in Madrid, just a stone's throw away here from Portugal. Well, if you're good at throwing stones far. And we've got double headers coming up. Madrid Stars against Getafe in matches 5 and 6 happening tomorrow morning. And then Madrid CC, they are matching up against the Sonseca Sultans, which is a very pleasing name to say, in matches 7 and 8. And that will be happening over the next 6 days in Madrid for the first time ever. Actually, the European Cricket Network heading over to Madrid. We've been in Spain before, but never to the country's capital. And it will be Vinny, Mr. Maximo, who hot-footed his way over to Madrid last night. And he's already been on the mic with Rico this morning, talking through some excellent games. I'm sure it's going to be another week of peak European Cricket Network action. Of course, that's running parallel to what we have going on here, which is 6 T20Is in total, 3 women's, 3 men's, and the format is the same. So every morning, 9:30 local time, fog permitting. Hopefully the next 2 days won't be so misty and so horror movie-like in the morning. It'll be 9:30 start for the women, and then I believe it's a 1:30 start for the men. So again, the turnaround between the 2 games will be pretty speedy, just to keep the action coming. And I'm really looking forward to those men's matchups as well between Portugal and Norway. Norway, again, is 2 clean sweeps between the 2 sides in the ECIs. Portugal claimed the clean sweep in the women's side, and in the men's side it was Norway who went unbeaten through the ECIs, the T10 format. But it'll be interesting to see what the matchup is like between the 2 men's sides going into the T20s. I do think that Portugal are a side more suited to the longer format. I know they have, well, they showed last night, didn't they, in that final ECI, the kind of explosive batting power they have from the likes of Jeremy Martins and Conrad Greenshields. But I do think they have players who are able to build a bit of a longer innings. But Norway, they've got firepower throughout, and if they can replicate that in the T20s, then we're in for an absolute treat. That's coming your way more or less immediately after this one, but there's still some points on offer here. As Norway find themselves needing 42 runs in 60 balls. So again, run rate not really an issue. And if you can pretty much call this a T10, can't you now? 41 certainly wouldn't be a tough ask, but it's just those 5 wickets that are down for Norway that they need to keep an eye on. It's Kiona Sakira who's come back in for her second over. That one's been hit firmly away, should be cut off. And it's Gabby Sakira who does the fielding. Kiona's first over and you went for 3. Oh, and Golam, good morning, good afternoon to you. Just comes into the chat to say there were 58 extras in the first innings of the first match in Madrid today. So, you know, when you look at these women out there playing their first ever games, and it's easy to make critical comments, isn't it? When you're not the ones out there putting in the hard yards and, you know, exposing your cricket skills to the cameras on the global stage, and what a brilliant job these girls are doing. And well, no cricketer in the world is immune to extras. And I think given the experience or lack thereof of these players, they've done outstandingly well. And it's been a real competitive matchup between these two sides through the ECIs, and I'm sure we're in for some close games in the T20s as well. And this one, in fact, is shaping up to be a close game with just a couple more wickets for Portugal. And I think they'd be really in the driver's seat as we've got a chance here, a direct hit, and there you go. Absolute dead-eye throw once again, and that will be given out. Just as I said, Portugal need a wicket. There you go, and it's... Oh, we need to have a name for Jade de Figueiredo. Golden arm Figueiredo. She does it again. She just picks up the ball in that short cover area and just turns and fires down the stumps. And what a piece of fielding that was. As we take a look again, it was hit into the offside by Rautela, and I mean, she was jogging through, probably thought she was safe, but Jade just turned. Golden arm Jade turns and, well, is out by a long way. What a breakthrough that is for Portugal as Ananya Rautela, her productive innings comes to an end. She falls for 11 off 13. And let's just take a look at this again, because it's worth taking another look. There's so many options for play of the day already. Jade, she's got 2 to her name. Bang, top of middle. And that's the kind of fielding that really sets you apart at this T20 level. And well, how good has the fielding been for Portugal? It's not too often you get 2 chances to get a direct hit, throw at the stumps, and Jade gobbles them both up. Unbelievable fielding from Portugal's number 6. 6 wickets down now, Norway. This one's chipped up in the air, and this is just going to fall short of Marion Wasim. They do just run through for the 1. But I can feel this game is going down to the wire. Now Norway is needing 39 runs, but it's all about those 4 wickets still left. Some great bowling again by Kiona. And well, she didn't pick up a wicket herself, but she was there that forced the kind of mistake by the Norwegian batters as they had the pressure on them to try and run for a single. They did it. Jade, golden arm Jade had other ideas as she threw down those stumps. And well, at the end of the 11th, Norway 71 for 6. And this game is still firmly in the balance. Could go either way. Just the 39 runs needed for Norway. But they have been relying a bit on the extras to keep them going on that run rate. Well, you've certainly got 2 overs left for Jade, 1 for Gabby. That's already 3 overs, which you imagine will be tight. And, well, Kiona's been bowling excellently so far. Just gone for 5 runs in her 2 overs, just the 1 wide. As Ishri Chima comes back on to bowl. And she's maybe the one bowler that hasn't quite been able to find her lines consistently. But when she has, she's been dangerous. She's picked up 2 wickets. And they were important wickets as well. Ramya Imadi, one of the key batters for Norway. She was caught in the outfield by Ishmit Kaur. Chima also has got that kind of dangerous delivery that just dips into the right-hander. She also clean bowled Alina Aslam. So those 2 wickets in the middle orders, in the middle order of Norway, batters 4 and 5, she picked the wickets up of. I mean that she's also a dangerous prospect. She just needs to try and find that line again. That occasion will be called a no ball. So a free hit coming up. And hi to everyone again joining in the chat. Hi to Divya, Ashikur, Steve. You've been doing some great work in the chat. Paul, was indeed a great throw for the run out. And if you haven't seen the one that Jade initiated earlier in the innings as well, go back. It was almost an action replay from the other side. That's the free hit here. nicks through to Sarah Fu Ryland, who has her hands on her knees. I think she's ruined the fact that it was a missed opportunity, but it was, I think, a free hit. My confidence has been rocked on the free hits, but I think that would have been okay. She wouldn't have been caught behind in any case. And that one will be a wide though. It's been an excellent fielding performance from Portugal. We always knew that maybe the extras from the bowlers would be a factor again, and I can't emphasize this enough. These are bowlers at the very start of their cricket careers. Some of them only played a handful of games. So that one goes high up in the air, but it goes over the head of Sarah Fu Ryland, and the chase is on here. Bianca Maximo with some fancy footwork means that they only come through for the one. So Norway just keep chipping away at this total. It's Paridi Agrawal who's come to the crease after that wicket in the previous over, thanks to that brilliant run out by Jade de Figueiredo. And again, Paridi, she's only 23. She's more of a feature with the ball generally. She's the top wicket taker in T20Is for Norway. She was 21 wickets to her name before this series, picked up 2 in the first innings as well. She's got some work to do with the bat here. Her high score is the 5 not out, so you can tell that she's generally employed as a bowler. With 6 wickets down for Norway. That one, I think, just about dipping in time. Was a 1 off the bat. .31 runs needed now for Norway. And again, really, the balls shouldn't be a factor in terms of they've got enough time. It's just whether they can keep hold of their wickets, and when they can't on this occasion, and that's gone straight through the gate. And Ishrit Chima, she picks up her 3rd wicket on her T20I debut, and it's that of Nayab Razwan, who has to depart for 7. She was out there for 16 deliveries, was putting on a nice little stand, making sure that she was there to cash in on any extras, but in this case, well, that was a beautiful delivery straight through the gate and to the top of middle and off stump. And an excellent ball by Chima, and that's the 7th wicket to fall for Norway, 79 for 7. Still 1 ball left of the 12th. She's got a lovely action, does Chima. It's just about harnessing that and cutting down on the extras, but again, that's something that comes with experience. It comes with practice out there in the middle, and that's exactly why these T20Is are so invaluable for young players just starting out on their cricketing adventure. And well, what a start to Chima's adventure, as she's picked up 3 wickets. And she's still got, well, an over and 1 ball. If she gets the opportunity, she'll certainly get the opportunity for this final ball. It's Mirab Razwan on strike, as we have a change in the field here as Zoe Kay comes on as the 12th. Well bowled by Chima to finish the 12th. Norway 79 for 7. And I mean, a big shout out to Zoe, who we just saw entering the pitch as 12th, because not only is she making her T20I debut for Portugal, but she's also been part of the hospitality team, well, the leading part of the team, who has been feeding us and looking after us so well for this whole week. And well, her reward is she gets to make her T20I debut, and I'm sure she's looking forward to it. Looking stylish as well with her sunglasses out there. Take a look at the scorecard, and 12 overs down, 79 for 7. So just the 31 runs needed, 48 deliveries. So you'd imagine more than enough time for Norway. It's just the fact that they've got 7 wickets down. So aim number 1 for Portugal is just hitting those stumps. There's a big appeal there. It's not given, because I think Agrawal got firmly outside the line of off stump there. It's Kiona Sakira, who's come back into the attack. She's bowled brilliantly so far, despite the fact she hasn't picked up a wicket. She's been so economical, just the 5 runs coming off her 2 overs so far. She started with a dot here as well. She needs to load up again there, does Kiona. It's hit to mid-wicket. There's a chance of run out here, but the throw, well, I think she was caught in 2 minds there, was Mariam Wasim. Didn't know which end to throw it, ended up splitting the difference and going through the middle. We've all been there. The mind says one thing, the body says another. In the end, I think the Norway batters would have come home safely in any case. Another valuable run. They're just chipping away at that total. That's all they need to do. 30 runs needed now. Oh, and it's going to be called a wide, but it was actually quite close. It was actually quite close to hitting the leg stump here. Let's see how close it was. It swung late towards the end. Yeah, probably safe enough as Ishmeet Kaur. Oh, sorry, no, it's Mariam Rizwan out there. Did well enough to protect her stumps. Again, goes back to that one. Just needs to make sure to get her bat down on that because she's stepping right across those stumps, and if she misses out, could be in danger of leg before, but she's got a bat, she's using it. Confirmation came through as well that Zoe K came onto the pitch for Bianca Maximo. It's good to see another player for Portugal making her T20I debut. Everyone is making their debut for Portugal today. It's a day of firsts, I'm sure. A day that should be celebrated for women's cricket in Europe, women's cricket as a whole. The more women playing, the better. And you can see just how much women's cricket in Europe has grown in the last few years, and the ECN has played a not insignificant role in that as well, putting on these kind of tournaments, these games where, well, especially in the ECIs, where the regulations or the qualification rules are slightly more relaxed, which means that players who might not otherwise qualify for ICC events, either through residency or through having a passport, they can play in those ECI events, and any exposure, any experience is good experience. And that's exactly what both Portugal and Norway are cashing in on at the moment. And take a look at this. Well, I did mention previously the first game between Portugal and Norway in the T10s went to that famous Golden Ball 75, which was eventually won by Portugal, and this game promises to be another thriller. And the bad news, I suppose, for Norway is Jade de Figueiredo is coming back on to bowl. Golden arm Jade, as the first one just gets chipped up, but falls well short of a caught and bowled opportunity. So it's far less than a runner ball needed, but you'll have to reckon with the fact that Jade will bowl 12 of those balls coming up, or 11 now. That one's chipped up in the air again, just falls short. So Norway need to find the runs from somewhere. And if Jade's bowling 2 overs, Gabby also has 1 left. Well, Bianca Maximo is off the pitch now. So it'd be interesting to see if she can bowl again, or who might bowl. They've only used 5 bowlers so far. They've only used 5 bowlers so far, have Portugal. So Norway, for them, it's maybe just a waiting game. And at some point, it's kind of, do Portugal stick or twist? They've gone quite early here in allowing Jade to bowl the 14th over, because if Norway just stick around there as they go for a quick single here, a safe single in the end, then it depends who's able to bowl the 18th, 19th, 20th overs. And, well, that's what's making this game so tight as well. We could be on for a final over finish. Portugal just racing to try and get those final 3 wickets to secure the win. Hello to Julian in the chat, who rightly says a great day for women's cricket, and I can absolutely attest to that. With Portugal making their T20I debut, Norway playing just their 27th T20I, and well, with fielding like that, that's exactly shows why at the European Cricket Network we support women's cricket so strongly, because that was an outstanding dive out in the field by Sanadoika, one-handed, flying down the hill, manages to get anything or something on that and stops what would have been an absolute guaranteed 4. And Norway, he moved to 86 for 7 off the 14th, so just the 24 runs needed in 36 deliveries, but just the 3 wickets left, and that's what Portugal are trying to target, getting those 3 final wickets. But it is indeed a celebration of women's cricket, and the fact that some of these players are playing their first ever T20Is, well, every single one of these Portugal players is playing their first ever T20I. And what an experience it is. As for Norway, a lot of their players still very young and still learning their way through this game. And despite the lack of experience on show, don't these girls keep on putting thriller after thriller out there on the pitch? We've already had a golden ball, we've had several final over finishes, and this one looks like it's going to go right down to the wire as well. So Ishrit Chima comes back on. That one called a no ball. The next one will be a free hit for Paridi Agrawal, 23-year-old. Mirab Razwan at the other end. She's the captain of the Norwegian side. She herself only 22. So a lot of pressure, a lot of responsibility on these young shoulders. Only representing their country, but trying to guide their team home in a run chase that just keeps on taking twists and turns. Just 22 runs needed now. If you're supporting Norway, you just be counting down every single one of those runs. As for Portugal, you're just willing a wicket to come from somewhere. Oh, and that was almost it, as that's well dug out by Razwan. That was right on the money there by Ishrit Chima. And Razwan did well to just stab her bat down on that. A bit of a fumble there by Sarah Furailand behind the stumps. Allows Norway to run through for 2. There's 2 byes as well, so it's a valuable 2 runs. Ishrit Chima, despite that 1 no ball, has bowled a very good over. Been unlucky on a few occasions. That one, there's nothing she could do about that. There's 20 runs needed now for Norway. That one's well bowled, and they'll run that. It might even be a 2-1 here, but it looks like they'll content themselves with 1. And that's sensible batting. They don't need to take any risks here. They can just knock the ball into the gaps and take the single. And they just do that on 19 occasions and they're over the line. I would say it's as simple as that, but we all know cricket is never that simple, and I can still feel there's a twist in the tail here. Chima comes in for her final delivery. You'll have to re-bowl that one though, just misfired down the leg side. But it's been a great display from Chima. She hasn't always found her line, but I have to emphasize this again, she's only 15 years old and she's playing her first ever T20I, and she's capped it off with 3 wickets. Can she make it 4? Oh, almost. So that one almost sneaks through, and it was just a last line of defence there by Agrawal. But round of applause for Ishrit Chima as she finishes on figures of 3 for 32 of her first 4 overs in international T20 cricket. Well done to the youngster. I'm sure plenty more to come from her, and plenty more to come on the European Cricket Network as well, as we are firmly in the business end of the Portugal tour. And well, at the same time, we are over in Madrid, so we're taking over the Iberian Peninsula here on ECN, as the ECS there has just kicked off this morning at the crack of dawn, the first game there, as Vinny and Rico take you through that action. So make sure you have both 2 screens up or 2 windows up and follow the action. I think you can mute Vinny and Rico though, keep me on. As we go into the 16th, and that's exactly what Portugal needed. And guess who? It's Golden Arm Jade who comes up with the goods once more. She comes back into the attack and immediately into the wickets to find the top of middle stump. Yeah, it was a back and defence tactic there by the batter, but Mirab Razwan, the captain, didn't quite get the line right on that occasion. She has to depart for 4 off 11. And again, I knew there was a twist and turn still left in this game, and there's one of them, as Norway now 8 wickets down, 92 runs on the board. They still need 18 for victory. And look at that. Just didn't, she went back, did the captain of Norway, but not quite backing across enough to protect those stumps. And that's why she can only look back in horror at her stumps being castled, but well bowled by Jade, who can do no wrong at the moment. Stopper Mudra Sahu into bat for Norway, and well, it's going to be 2 and 2, as that one's just chipped up by Sahu. And Jade, well, she's had the golden touch all day, and she might have just swung this firmly back into the favour of Portugal. A pretty regulation ball, but it just kind of pops up on Sahu, who gets stuck in the crease, and then with that big stride can only pop it back up. And well, she was never going to drop that one, was she, Jade? And suddenly, within the space of 2 balls, this game has turned on its head, as Norway now, final wicket to come, 92 for 9, still need 18. And Jade, well, she could finish this off with a hat-trick, and well, we might not get another golden ball, but finishing the first T20I with a hat-trick would be quite a nice consolation prize, as Sahu there does have to depart for a golden duck. Again, Jade, well, she's got her mark all over this game, and she's got a chance for a hat-trick. Here we go. And she tosses it up outside off stump, just teasing Prachi Kumari, who's the number 11, come out to bat. She won't get a wicket on this occasion, but she's still got 3 balls left, and I think if you're Norway, you just try to keep her out for these 3 deliveries, see what you can do with the other bowlers. That's exactly what Kumari does. Well done to Prachi. She's only 20 years old, so you can see the youth in this Norway team as well, and how much potential they have in their ranks. 2 balls left for Jade, 1 wicket needed. Well, blocked again by Kumari, and I think this is a very sensible tactic. Jade has just got 1 ball left in her spell, and otherwise Gabby Sakira has got 1 over left. But you've got to try and wait this out if you're Norway. Final ball of Jade's spell, it gets chipped up, but just in front of the incoming fielder there, and that is the end of the 16th over. It's also the end of Jade de Figueiredo's spell. She finishes with very impressive figures of 2 for 14. That doesn't tell the whole story though, as she also has 2 direct hit runouts to her name. Both of those were incredibly impressive pieces of fielding. So it's been an excellent all-round performance from her. You can see there, economy just 3.5 from her 4 overs. She's an absolute star player for Portugal. But Gabby Sakira, she's not too far behind. She picked up 2 wickets for 13. She's still got an over left. I imagine we'll see her sooner rather than later. well done as well to the young Ishrit Chima. Her first ever spell in T20Is and picked up 3 wickets. So that's not a bad return for her either. As we go into the 17th, 1 wicket required for Portugal. Now 17 runs required for Norway as, well, Zoe Kay into the field as 12th. And her first ever action in T20I cricket is to throw the stumps down. The batter is safely home. It's Agrawal who got herself off strike there, but Portugal, my goodness, they must have something in the water here for these direct hits as well. Gabby Zakira there, that's too good. That one turned and bounced. It was a brilliant delivery, and Prachi Kumari did well to not get anything on that. Norway, they still need 17 runs from somewhere. Portugal need 1 wicket. That will just be a dot ball. But I think Norway are doing the right thing here still. They need to see off these 2 frontline bowlers. Jade has been seen off. Gabby just has 3 deliveries left, and then Portugal still need to find 3 overs from somewhere, or 1 wicket. This one's chipped up in the air, and it will be the wicket. And it's the catch taken there in the covers, and delight all round for Portugal as well. It could have only been 1 player to take that catch, and that's Jade de Figueiredo. What a game she's had, and what a story for Portugal as they win their first ever T20I at their first attempt, as Norway are bowled out for 93. So Portugal win in the end. Well, I would say comfortably, but I don't think that's at all the case, as Norway were constantly chipping away at that total. And this time it was just chipped up there by Prachi Kumari, and there's only ever going to be 1 player to take that catch. That's that girl there, Jade de Figueiredo. And look at those scenes. That's why we do this. This is what we love to see on the European Cricket Network. Women's cricket being celebrated, smiles all round, and I suppose it's consolation for Norway that they were in that game from the start. And, well, we've got another game coming up just around the corner as Portugal and Norway battle it out again. This time the men are taking to the stage, and it looks like a couple of changes for Portugal as Miggy Machado, he'll have the gloves. Davo Kumar Noratam and Mohamed Siraj Lipo come in. 3 changes as well for Norway. Usman Arif, Amadullah Shinwari and Anil Palmer come in for the Norwegians. That's coming up in just about 25 minutes time, but before that, let's just take a look at these highlights. And what a game it was. These 2 sides have had tight games throughout the T10s, and they've delivered here as well in the T20s. And the one thing I have to note is just how impressive Portugal's fielding was. There was catches thrown up, and every single one I think was taken. There was not a single drop. And this again, and I sound like a broken record for a side that's playing its first ever T20I, and well, golden arm Jade de Figueiredo, she almost took Bianca Maximo's head off. Instead, she absolutely obliterated the stumps, but she'll do more of that later in the piece. As for Bianca Maximo, well, she fooled me and fooled everyone with that awesome celebration. I was waxing lyrical before realising about half an hour later that it was in fact a free hit. But Norway, they just kept plugging away. They were chipping away at the total, but when they tried to go big, they just found the hands of the grateful Portuguese fielders. But there was some resistance put up by Anushka Gorad at the top of the order, and Ananya Rautela both chipping in with 11s, and they both scored their 4s as well. But it was really a story of Portugal just with some excellent fielding all round. And this one, well, that was a tight call that actually went the way of Norway. A bit of luck on their side after they didn't really have the luck through the weekend, but there was no stopping this girl, golden arm Jade de Figueiredo. That one was one of the few ones that she didn't have a direct hit on. It was given again in the favour of Norway that time correctly, but you can see exactly why Portugal won that, and that's because they played with spirit and heart, and also with a dead eye, as every single time Jade de Figueiredo tried to throw down the stump, she succeeded. Well, in the end, Norway, their resistance was strong, but Portugal just kept plugging away. In the end, it was too much for Norway to deal with. I thought maybe it could go down to single runs, but in the end, It was Jade de Figueiredo, that girl again, who took the catch. This was the winning moment, the final catch taken, and jubilant scenes for Portugal as they continue their fairy tale start to their international careers on the back of 4 wins out of 4 in the ECIs. They backed that one up with their first ever win in T20Is. But for Norway, it's a case maybe of what could have been, because I'd say out of the two, their bowling performance was much superior. It was just again a case of not quite being able to back that up with the bat. It was just 2 batters, Anushka Gorad and Ananya Rautela, who were able to make it into double digits. And really, that's why they lost this game, because they left 3.2 overs out there. Had they batted through, I think they would have taken the win. As it was though, Portugal, well, they knew they kind of had to go top heavy with their bowlers. They only used 5, gambled on the fact that they might not need to go through all the overs, and it was Jade de Figueiredo doing the damage there at the top and, well, especially in the field. So there you have it. It's the first T20I ever between Portugal and Norway, and it goes the way of the hosts as Portugal take the win by just 16 runs. And what a festival of women's cricket that was. And we've got 2 more games coming up on the women's side, but before that we have the men taking to the field. So, well, we're only halfway through the action today here in Portugal. Don't forget, at the same time, there's ECS happening over in Madrid in our neighbouring country. But for the moment, let's just celebrate what a great occasion that was this morning, and what a great game between 2 sides that just battle with passion and heart and leave everything out there on the field. And I'm sure they'll come back in the morning and do it all over again. But in the meantime, the next game, the men's game, is coming up in just about 20 minutes. So for now, I'll go and sit down and recover from that all action, and join me again, Tina Goff, on the European Cricket Network. In about 15 minutes time, we'll be back on air for the men's game. So see you in just a few minutes.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Recanto escalabitano, rico de história e espiritualidade. Azulejo que a tua história proclama, que enche de vida a mais bela cidade. Tejo que te banha e que a lesíria fortalece, brindando-nos de sabor que tão bem oferece. Campino, que te dá cor, movimento e união. Pelas mãos que sentem e sabem o melhor da região. Resiliência e união. Sendo a tua primazia, ruge de pulmões cheios a tua bela sinfonia. Santarém, de paixões, sabores e tradições. Santarém, de portas abertas ao futuro.
Welcome back to the sunny Santarém cricket ground, where I'm delighted to say the fog has lifted, and well, it lifted just in time to see an absolute thriller between Portugal women and Norway women this morning, with Portugal coming away with their first ever T20I win in their first ever game. As for Norway, I'm sure they'll come back with a vengeance in the morning. But as for now, we will turn to the men's side, and it's Portugal facing up against Norway. Out there in the middle, Norway, of course, took home the title in the ECIs in a whitewash 4-0 win over Portugal. But I'm sure Portugal will want to show us exactly what they're made of, especially in this longer format, which I think suits some of their players. So, well, I'm flying solo today, so I'm going to take you straight through the action and also talk you through the toss news. So enjoy the game. So there we have it. What a game we had this morning between the women's side of Portugal and Norway. It was a thriller that it threatened to go to the final over, didn't quite in the end, as Portugal achieved their first ever win in T20Is. In the end, the winning margin was 16 runs, but probably didn't quite tell the whole story again. Norway, it's a case of not quite good enough at the moment, but they'll come back tomorrow. As for now, we'll turn our attention to the men's game. And it's Portugal who have won the toss and elected to bowl. So Captain Najam Shahzad, he wants to get all his side out there in the middle straight away, and a few new faces, especially at the bottom there. Mohamed Siraj Nippo, he's coming in to the attack. We've seen Noritam and Machado earlier in the ECIs, but they are changes from that final game that we saw last night, where Portugal finally showed us what they were made of and really put Norway to the sword in that. It was a comprehensive win, thanks to the powerful batting of Conrad Greenshields and Jeremy Martins. As well, we look at the win predictor, Norway slightly ahead, probably due to the fact that they did win that series yesterday, which was slightly rain affected as well, unfortunately. But again, it promises to be a tight game between these two sides, who I'm sure are looking forward to getting into the longer format. So in those ECIs, it was Portugal, in fact, that won that final game by 9 wickets, so they did avoid the whitewash, and what a comprehensive performance that was last night, as Norway, they put on 131 for 4 off their 10. And Portugal, in the fading light of last night, we had a bit of a rush on, but they were in a rush to finish the game off, as well as they chased down the target of 132 for the loss of just 1 wicket in 6.2 overs, and it was Conrad Greenshields who featured heavily there, scoring 51 runs off just 15 deliveries. ably supported by Jeremy Martins. He came in at 3 and scored 37 off 11. And that was the first time really that the Portuguese batters had fired, as well previously they'd made a few runs in fits and starts, but it was Norway who dominated the first 3 games. The first one they won by 24 runs after the Norwegians put on 157 for 4. And then Norway successfully chased down Portugal's below target score of 123 in that second match. And then match 3, which was unfortunately rain delayed and rain affected yesterday morning, it kind of fell in the way of Norway in terms of the rain coming at the right time for them, just as they were beginning to chase. And actually then, just as Portugal were threatening a fight back, the rain came, and by the time we came back out into the middle, the revised target for Norway was pretty much simple enough for them to chase down. And then match 4 was abandoned, and then that match 5 last night was the comprehensive win for Portugal that I just mentioned. So it was a 3-1 victory in the end for the Norwegian side, with that 1 game abandoned. But it's a clean slate here as we move into the T20Is. Portugal are in the field there, having won the toss. Their captain, Najam Shazad, will hope to get off to a quick start here. As for Norway, Khizr Ahmed, he's both the captain and keeper. And, well, there you see him, the man with the 22 on his back, the opening batter. So he's a bit of a jack of all trades, is Khizr Ahmed. After he lifted the ECI trophy for his side yesterday evening, he'll hope to repeat the trick here in the T20Is. This is the first of 3 T20Is that will be broadcast on the network over the next 3 days, so always running in tandem with the women's games. The women's games in the morning, followed by the men's games in the afternoon. Ahmed is joined out there in the middle by Usman Arif. Usman Arif, in fact, was the MVP of the ECIs after explosive performances with the bat. 60 in game 1, 98 in game 2. Here we go, first ball. And it's Upan Shantu, the bustling left armour, who will take the ball for Portugal. Usman Arif actually managed to snag the MVP title despite resting in the final game last night for Portugal. Well, the damage had already been done, as Norway had won those first 3 games, and that allowed them to rest their star man and the MVP so that he would be fresh for today. We'll see if that paid off, as he, well, at the moment is at the non-striker's end. I think this longer format will probably suit Portugal, as I was saying in the intros, as they of course have power hitters, but I think they like building the innings for a bit longer. Where's Norway? Well, there's a chance there, and it's put down by the tumbling figure of Conrad Greenshields. Certainly not an opportunity. It was driven uppishly by the batter, and well, you can see that he tumbled away to his left, almost grabbed hold of it. But an early life there for Khizr Ahmed, the captain, as he just pushed at that. Didn't quite get it off the middle. Shantu is right on the spot from the start here, and that's in fact the first run that Norway have been able to get off the bat. The 4th delivery of the first over, and well, if the win predictor is anything to go by, we're in for another classic after we had a neck-and-neck contest this morning. Currently 48% to Portugal. Norway with their noses in front, 52%. But an early wicket here, especially this man, Usman Arif, could change everything. And that's a big, wide, probably no ball as well, as it will run away, not quite to the boundary as it's cut off there in the deep. Oh, in fact, that one. Yeah, it was actually called byes. I suppose it moved a lot after the stump, so it was made to look much wider than it actually was. That's why it was just byes in the end, which is a tough call, I think, for Miggy Machado behind the stumps. Not much he could have done about that. That's been tickled down the leg side, but well, despite the half appeal there from Upanchantu, umpire Naeem says there was nothing on that as it zips through. Final ball of this first over, which has, apart from that wide, has been a tight over from Upanchantu. Just lost his radar a bit in these final two deliveries. Can he finish strong here? Yes, he can, as that's driven firmly. And the chance of a run out here, but probably went to the wrong end there. Did Jeremy Martins, as Norway run through for a single, so they finished the first over with 4 on the board. A warm welcome to everyone joining me in the chat as we take a look at the upcoming events for, well, just the next couple of weeks actually. Before we head to Belgium for a night series at the end of April, we are currently coming to you live from both Portugal and Madrid, so make sure to take a look at the ECS action that's happening just over the border in Madrid. So if you have a second screen, now would be the time to turn it on, and then I'm looking forward to going to Bologna in just a few days' time. Before that, after that we head to France. We go back to Malta for the second of, I think, 3 times we're going there this year. It's one of our favourite locations, the Marsa Sports Ground there in Malta. And then finishing off with a night series in Belgium. Phil G After Dark taking you through that one. Before that, we've got some ECI T20I action to bring to you here from Portugal. Under the sunny skies, finally. After, well, this morning it looked like the sky was falling in on us. The foggy skies actually delayed the start of the game, but we caught up time, and well, the slight early finish of that game also meant that we were able to keep to our schedule. And yes, hello to everyone in the chat. I see Paul's in there, Alan's in there, Chris, Dave, hello to you. Thank you all for joining on this Monday afternoon. I hope the weather is being kind to you wherever you are. And well, welcome to the T20Is as well. Of course, I mentioned a few of the rule changes earlier in the women's game, and it's more or less similar for the men's with a few slight tweaks. So, of course, 20 overs per side. It's a 6-over power play, after which 5 fielders are allowed outside the ring. There's a slight change to the women's game where it's 4 fielders outside, but for the men it's 5. And the minimum boundaries here in the men's game are 65 metres. For the women, it's 55. So that's also a slight change to the regulations from the ECIs we've played for the last 2 weeks or so here in Portugal. So minimum 65 metre boundary, which is the ECI. In the ECIs we go for more towards the 50 metres. So it's a bigger hit here if you want to reach the boundary, and well, the boundary rope is coming ever nearer to me here in the igloo as Juan Henry has the ball in hand for the start of the second. He'll have to restart that one as it drifts down leg side. Yeah, the boundary now is probably 4 metres ahead of me. So well, I don't think the igloo is very movable, but a long hit down the ground here, and I could have a Portuguese fielder tumbling into the box. I'm always happy to have guests come and say hello. That's more on the money there from Henry, but it's squeezed away by Ahmed. Amandeep Singh out here. The MVP of the Premier Division does the fielding. And the other regulation that's changed slightly is the wide balls. So as if you're familiar at all with cricket here on the European Cricket Network, if it's ECSs, ECIs, that wide line does not move. So whether the batter moves to the leg side, offside, up, down, does a dance, doesn't matter, that wide line will stay as it is outside off stump. However, for the ICC T20I regulations, that's a bit more flexible, so it's no longer a fixed wide line, it moves as the batter moves. So that means if the batter takes a huge leap to his offside, that figurative wide line, as it then becomes, moves along with him. Generally not the case for the leg side unless he moves massively leg side and the ball chases him off the pitch. But then it's more down to the umpire's discretion of where he or she believes that that line should be in relation to the batter. Same with switch hits or reverse stances, then the offside and leg side are adjusted accordingly, depending on the batter's final stance as the ball is delivered. Oof, and that one's gone straight into the midriff of Khizr Ahmed, showing no signs of pain. I felt it from here. This is quite a spicy start from Juan Henry, who captained the side on the first day of the ECIs before handing over the duties to Najam Shahzad. That one's been hit firmly away to the leg side, and well, still in the power play, meaning there's no fielders out there. And that's the first boundary off the innings, and it comes off the bat of the captain, Khizr Ahmed. Just pivots on that one, slightly misdirected by Juan Henry. There is a fielder out there, Amandeep Singh, but he's much finer. He's much more a regulation fine leg. In fact, the boundary is such that I have to peer out of my igloo like some kind of curious polar bear. I suppose polar bears don't live in igloos. Curious Eskimo, to see where Amandeep Singh is hiding. And actually the two players outside the ring are both behind the bat. So there's one at fine leg, one at quite a wide third. Everyone else in front of the bat inside the ring. That one's been hit firmly down the ground. And the big chase is on, and you can see how different the size of these boundaries are as well. Probably in an ECI that would have been a guaranteed boundary. In this case, Rahul Kumar Hashu does the chase down towards the long on region, just doesn't quite find the middle of the bat there. Does Khizr Ahmed. Ahmed has dominated the strike so far. Usman Arif is now only facing his third delivery. It's the final ball of the second. I think it hits a bit of bat, a bit of pad either way. It's a dot ball to finish the second, and well, quite an eventful over from Henry, just the two wides and the boundary, but otherwise pretty much on the money. And that one actually, yeah, just clips the pad of Usman Arif and zips through to the keeper, Miggy Machado. This promises to be an interesting matchup between these two sides. They're quite closely ranked in the ICC ranking, so Norway just ahead on 39, their ICC ranking, Portugal at 42. And don't forget, every one of these T20Is then contributes 2 ranking points. Portugal would dearly love to leapfrog their guests here, which will probably be the case if they take this series win. That one's been hit firmly, and there's a half chance for a catch, but it goes over the leaping figure there at mid-on. That's the first boundary of the third over. It's Upan Chantu who's come on for his second over, and that's just been struck firmly by Khizr Ahmed, back the way it came, despite the leap there. Just rolls away to the boundary. That's a good comeback ball there from Chantu. Just with that solid start that Norway have posted, just the 19 runs coming, but more importantly, not lost a wicket. Then the win predictor has them up at 62%. Someone's been hit high in the air. It's a chance. There's 3 fielders converging underneath it. One of them's got to take it. And they crash into each other. Both of them have hurt themselves here. The ball has actually been taken cleanly as Najam Shahzad holds on to the delivery, but I think Jeremy Martins has come off worse on that clash. And well, the important thing is that the wicket's fallen, but more importantly, hopefully these 2 fielders are okay. You can see that Jeremy Martins immediately clutches his left shoulder. I think he's done himself a mischief there. But it is the first wicket to fall for Norway. They're 19 for 1. And it's the end of the captain as he falls for 14 off 12. Zupan Shantu, the bowler. And Najam Shahzad takes the catch. But at some cost here as Jeremy Martins looks in some discomfort. He's gripping that left shoulder. Might just be a case that he's been popped out of joint. He is moving his left arm. So maybe it's a bit of an impact injury here. Najam Shahzad, he's also just flexing his leg as it was quite a brutal coming together between the two. Jeremy Martins is in quite a bit of discomfort here. You can see there, Jeremy Martins, at least he's sitting up now. It looks like it's that left shoulder that has hurt him. And undoubtedly it looks like they'll need a replacement, as I'll briefly say hello to you in the commentary igloo. And while Jeremy Martins gets some treatment there, he's at least up on his feet. And it looks like he'll be able to walk off the pitch. Hopefully it's no more than just a body blow, but he's in quite a bit of discomfort there. And well, the good news for Norway is that, well, the good news for Portugal, I mean, is that they take their first wicket. Norway, though, they still have the destructive batter there. The MVP of the tournament, Usman Arif, is still out there. It is the first wicket to fall, though, as we take a look back at the action. And take a look here at how the wicket fell. It just went high up in the air into the covers. There was 2 fielders under it, and it was, again, if you're not those 2 fielders, you can see the collision coming, and you just hope that they avoid each other, and if they do crash into each other, they both get up with smiles on their faces. In that case, though, Jeremy Martins, he's had to leave the field. He was in quite some pain there. I think, look, it was his left shoulder, so maybe it's just been popped out of joint. It was kind of a glancing blow from Najam Shahzad, the captain. But it was a wicket, so Kurugi Dashana comes in to bat. Let's hope Jeremy Martins is able to play some part of this series going forward. Obviously a big blow for Portugal, because he is one of their main men, scoring that destructive 37 off 11 in that final game last night, along with Conrad Greenshields. Two balls left of the third. Full start there from Zupan Shantu. Still an important wicket there for Portugal, getting the captain, Kizar Ahmed. He's in fact the fifth highest wicket run scorer for Norway, 311 runs to his name, his best 57 not out, but he departed early on this occasion. That's for Usman Arif. Well, he's only had 8 innings for this Norway side. That one's hit uppishly and clawed back brilliantly there by Conrad Greenshields, who's already been diving left and right in that point region. At the end of the third, 20 for 1. Take a look at this. It was hit firmly there into the point. It was a square drive. And Conrad Greenshields, he did have protection behind him, but he stopped what would have been run 2 in all likelihood. Rightfully gets the high five there from Davol Kumar Norotam. Look at that, the win predictor has this score exactly 50-50. Still a long way to go. Expected score 166. It's difficult to know what's par on this ground, with obviously the boundaries now being pushed out for the T20Is, and both of these sides having not faced each other in T20Is at the SCG. Osman Reef last played for Norway back in 2022 in his 8 innings so far in his career, 143 runs, a high score of 44, average just under 18, but well, if anyone tuned in to the ECIs, you'd know how destructive he can be. Well, the destruction at the moment is coming off the bat of Deshana as he whips that one away into the leg side for 4 runs. It's Juan Henry who's come back in for his second over. Looked like on that occasion Deshana was just waiting on the back foot for that shorter pitch delivery, and Juan Henry duly obliged. In those 8 innings so far, Osman Reef, he has scored 17 sixes, which apart from Shah Sahak, who's played 22 innings, that's the highest amount of sixes scored for Norway. Shah Sahak 22. Osman Arif, he doesn't take many innings to show his destructive side at the moment. He's at the non-strikers. As well, Deshana chases that one. It's a half stop by Migi Machado, as well, it probably would have been a wide ball actually, but Deshana gets a bit of an undercut on it and it just absolutely tortugas up at Migi Machado. It looked like he was kind of being attacked by a snake there. Manages to pat the ball away, and fielding is done by Upan Shantu behind him. This one's been hit firmly away to the leg side. The chase is on there, but the ball was always going to win that despite the best efforts of the boundary rider there. It's another 4 runs, this time to the name of Osman Arif. Remember, now that we're in the T20Is as well, the power play lasts for 6 overs, so not the customary 3 that we might be used to seeing on the T10s. So within those 6 overs, only 2 players outside of the ring in the field. And then in the men's game, after those 6 overs, they can move back to 5 outside of the ring. Obviously used as a way to try and encourage hitting from the start, and Norway, they've landed a few blows so far. 4 boundaries so far to their name. The bowling from Portugal has been relatively tight, and of course they picked up that early wicket as well to dismiss the captain, Khizr Ahmed. But it was quite a costly wicket, as the collision between Najam Shahzad and Jeremy Martins forced Martins off with an injury. Left shoulder injury. So that one's been squeezed away, and that's a lovely shot by Kurugi Deshana. Just uses the pace of the ball, uses the width, and just levers his bat at it, and it rolls away through the point region. There's 2 fielders there, bisected them. That was just destined for the boundary. Didn't matter how long that boundary was. That's always going to roll away down the hill here at the SCG. Good comeback ball though from Henry to finish the 4th over. Norway 34 for 1. I think Portugal would back themselves in these T20 formats, but hopefully Jeremy Martins is okay. We'll keep an eye on whether he is able to return either today or indeed in the whole series. Of course, the games come thick and fast. There's not too much recovery time, as the men will play 1 game this afternoon and then another game tomorrow and another game the day after that, always following on from the women. It's the dangerous Osman Arif, who's back on strike now. Open Shantu, he's going to bowl his third as well. And the first one gets a nice bit of lift, flies through to Machado with the gloves. Deshana's high score in T20I is 46 not out, which he scored against Finland just last year, despite making his debut back in 2021 against Germany. I'm sure he'd love to get a half century to his name sooner rather than later. And he's been looking in good touch, especially that last kind of stroke through backward point. It's always such a delightful shot to watch. It's not about the power, it's just about the placement as well. It's being powered through at the moment by Upan Shantu, who's testing out Arif's reflexes on the short ball. 2 dot balls to start this 5th over. That 3 in a row. That is finally called the 1 for the over. That one probably shorter than the first 2. It just zips through off the surface. Usman Arif, yeah, just about ducks underneath that one. Gives a look to the umpire as well, as if to say, come on. There's been 3 now, and well, that is the 1 for the over. Shantu though, bowling some aggressive lines here. That one then, unsurprisingly, he goes fuller, goes for the slower ball Yorker. Doesn't quite pay off as it's a lowish full toss, but Arif just knocks it down the ground for a single. And that expected score, well, currently up at 170. I think 170 would be a tough total to chase here. Of course, that's just me going on gut instinct and seeing how many runs have been scored on this ground over the last few days. But I think if you get towards maybe 150, that's something that Norway might feel like they can defend. But of course, they would snatch your hand off now for 170. But Portugal have been bowling quite tight lines currently, quite aggressive short stuff, which is paying off. I suppose you have a bit more leeway with the short stuff on this longer boundary. Anything in the T10 that's short and gets a bit of bat on, usually flies to the boundary. But Upan Shantu, well, he reckons there might be a bit of an edge on this, the way he jumps up. Maybe he just thought it was close to the bat. Either way, it's a brilliant over from him. Just the 1 coming off it at the end of the 5th. Norway 35 for 1. Still slightly ahead. Oh, and actually, no, the win predictor now gone to bang on 50-50 as we take a look at the upcoming events and the in-progress events. So we're into the final third of our tour of Portugal, into the T20Is after already completing the ECSs, the 2 divisions plus the ECIs. At the same time, if you switch channels, switch YouTube broadcasts, you will also find the Madrid series going on. The first ever time ECS has taken the show on the road to Madrid, and Vinny and Rico are taking you through the action there. And then just a few days later, one day Madrid finishes. The next day, magically, we pop up in Bologna in Italy, where we have both men's and women's sides in action again, and domestically ECS and ECSW. Then we move over to France and Malta, where we have both ECIs and ECSs happening there. It's the spring series in Malta. I think we'll have an encore in the latter half of the year. And then new to the calendar at the same time again as Malta, we will have the night series in Belgium. So you can enjoy action from Malta during the day and then Belgium through the night with Phil G on the mic there. So we're spoiling you rotten here on the European Cricket Network, and Usman Arif is spoiling us there with an absolutely massive hit and the first Maximo of the innings. He didn't seem to hit that with too much power, but it's just the timing of Usman Arif, and he just swung through the line there. It's Najam Shahzad who's come on for his first bowl of the game, and more or less dismissively hit to the boundary there by Usman Arif. That one's a big booming wide, and Manny Machado does very well behind the stumps there to stop that running away for 5 wides. trying to get the angle is Najam Shahzad into the right-handed Usman Arif, making sure he can't free up those arms, but just got the direction wrong on that occasion. That's a good comeback there by the captain of Portugal. He's likely to feature heavily with both bat and ball for the Portugal side. Well, he's got 464 runs to his name, does Shahzad, and an impressive number of wickets as well. So that one's hit away though, and that will go for 4 off the bat of Usman Arif, who's, well, the MVP here is slowly grinding into gears, and well, he's of course got a bit more time in the T20 than in the T10 to find his mojo, but he's found the boundary a few times as well, and he's threatening to go big here, as he did in the T10s on multiple occasions. And Najam Shahzad making his T20 debut back in 2019 against Spain, so another one who's been involved with the national side for a good few years. In that time, 25 wickets he's picked up in 26 innings. His best 3 for 25 versus, well, Malta, where we'll be going in a few weeks' time. That was back in 2022 though. Just as a reminder, it was Shahzad who called correctly on the coin and won the toss and elected to field. I wouldn't say it's exactly paid off at the moment, but, well, this has been hit directly. There's a half appeal there. Great piece of fielding. Portugal men clearly taking after their female counterparts, as well, we saw the Portugal women hitting down the stumps with absolute regularity earlier today, and this time it was a great pick-up and throw by Rahul Kumar Hashu. We'll take a look here. Obviously the call is not out on the field, and I think, yeah, that's a good enough call. As, yeah, the bat just got grounded in time there. That was a great piece of fielding, but a great call there as well by umpire Andy. It would have been a big wicket, wouldn't it? It would have been at Usman Arif, short of the non-striker's end. But just about a perfect run, you could say, for Norway as they sneak in. That's a nice shot down the ground there. The chase is on for the two fielders there. A big dive put in, and looks like the ball is won. And, well, that was just a stroke off the bat of Kruger Deshanov. It was all about the timing here. He pushed it exactly where it came from, despite the efforts there of the two fielders, and the dive by Hashu wasn't able to reel it back in. That is the end of the 6th over as well, 51 for 1. So also the end of the power play, and we can see, well, that was a productive over from Norway. 16 runs coming off the bowling of the captain Najam Shahzad. Kind of undid a bit of the good work of Upan Chantu before him, who went for just 1 in that 5th over. But so far, Norway going at a run rate of 8.5, so they'll be looking at that 160 mark. And Portugal, conversely, looking for wickets, especially that of the dangerous Usman Arif, who's back on strike now. Looks like Upan Chantu will continue, and why not? His first 3 overs have gone for just 11. He did pick up that all-important wicket of the captain, the wicketkeeper, and the opener, Khizr Ahmed, rolled all in one. It was Najam Shahzad that took the catch on that occasion, but he did seem to also take quite a chunk out of Jeremy Martins, as Martins suffered a shoulder injury in the collision, as both of them went for the same ball. I think, again, it's difficult for me to scan the field from here. I think Jeremy Martins remained off the pitch after that collision. This one's been hit firmly away to long off. Should be fielded though by Davor Kumar Noratam. He does good work here on the boundary. He's still building a nice partnership out there, Arif and Dashana, after Kizar Ahmed. Well, he departed when the score was 19. So this partnership worth 33 already. Good fielding off his own bowling there, Upun Shantu. And again, a welcome to everyone joining over in the chat. It's lovely for you to join me. Chris Smith, hi Paul. Good to see you. Hope you're having a nice day too, Pauls. In fact, and well, this one's been mishit down to long on, and Amandeep Singh will do the fielding. Well, I've seen that the weather over in the UK has been glorious, just in time for the county championship season, which I was slightly jealous of yesterday when the weather here was far from optimal, and even this morning when the blue skies were promised, kind of cursing our luck here in Portugal that the fog descended. But as you can see on the live shots, it's very much cleared. And there's clouds in the sky, but they're of the friendly variety. Just some fluffy clouds broken up by blue sky as well. So there's absolutely, well, famous last words, but there's absolutely no doubt that we'll get this game on here. And the outlook for the next 2 days is also very good. Dug in short there by Shantu. And well ducked there by Kurugi Dashada as he gets down low and quickly to take evasive action. Oh yeah. Good squat there by Dashana. Upun Shantu, he's really been challenging the Norwegian batters here, especially with that left arm angle. Just cutting across the right hander and also threatening to come back in. As that one goes flying though off the pitch. They'll run through for one. Wait to see what's signalled here by the umpire. It is signalled by, as that one just rocketed off the pitch. Miggy Machado behind the stumps couldn't do much about that. That's why it was a shorter pitch delivery, but not quite as short as maybe this footage will lead us to believe, because it went past it, but just about shoulder height, but by the time it reached the keeper, it was absolutely flying through. And that will mark the end of the 7th over. 55 for 1 is the score, that expected score, 175. And well, with these two batters now set and looking to accelerate, especially with only just the 1 wicket down, Norway would say that they're in a pretty commanding position here. But we know things can always change with 1 or 2 quick wickets. Looks like we're going to have a change of bowler here. Just Portugal trying to shuffle the pack here, see if they can make a breakthrough. We're going to have a change of bowler and a change of speed as Mohamed Siraj Nippo comes on for his first ball. Big appeal there. He was the only one to appeal. Miggy Machado behind the stumps, not interested. Nice start there from Mohamed, and again, good delivery, just that left arm round action that we love. Well, maybe I'm just biased because that's what I bowl, and I like when people bowl the same as what I bowl. But it's a nice start from Siraj Nippo, as he's come in and changed up the speeds here after some vicious short bowling from Portuguese openers. Again, right on the spot there from Mohamed Siraj Nippo. He just forces Usman Arif to take a single there. This has been a good comeback from the Portuguese. Up and Chan to his previous over just went for 4. Just 2 singles off the first 4 deliveries off this 8th over. Just the final ball left of the 8th over. Norway 58 for 1. That one's knocked away. Again, a solid over from Portugal, just restricting Norway to a handful of singles. That is the end of the 8th. 59 for 1. That win predictor firmly in that Goldilocks zone. And well, I was flying solo all day today, but I'm very happy to report that I've got some company now in the box to help me talk through this action. Someone with a lot of international experience under her belt as well. Sarah Fu-Highland, welcome. How are you doing?
Yeah, doing all right. A little bit sore, I have to say.
Well, what a victory it was for you and your team this morning. Your first ever T20Is, and well, straight into the winning books. How did that feel?
Oh, I can't even describe to you what that felt like. What a team effort. Absolute team effort. Everybody just really did a great job. We did the simple things well. I'm not sure any of us expected to win, but it certainly was a wonderful feeling. So yeah, thank you very much.
And you can't have kept much previously. I mean, you were with the gloves, and it looked like you'd been doing it all your life. But
That's kind. That's a bit generous, to be honest.
How did it feel being behind the stumps?
Yeah, it was fine. You know, we talked about it, and I had as a specialist mid-wicket fielder for a very long time. Let's see what's going on.
That one just gets knocked through to the keeper.
Yeah, so specialist mid-wicket fielder, it kind of made sense when we didn't have a lot behind the wickets when we lost Grizz. So, 44 years of age, crouching down for that length of time.
I think you'll feel that in the morning, I'm sure, as well. It's Rahul Kumar who's come on for his first bowl, and the first ball was a dot, and that second one gets hit firmly through the covers for 4. So both these batters steaming along nicely. Karuga Dashana moves to 21 alongside Usman Arif, who's at the non-strikers end with 21 as well. And I want to say to everyone in the chat as well, if you have questions for Sarah, she is someone who's played Test cricket before for England, has a wealth of experience. I'm sure a lot of stories as well. So if you have any questions for her,
might I just say that was a very long time ago. Yeah.
Well, you've got international experience this very morning.
It's actually great to be back. It's wonderful to be inspiring some young souls and to see such amazing talent. What a wonderful, wonderful example of what can be done in a very short period of time with 100% commitment and a lot of heart.
Well, the commitment was the one thing I kept on highlighting in the field. Like the throwing around of the bodies, young and old, was just so good to see. It doesn't matter if you've just started playing cricket or you've had 20 years of experience. Everyone wants to win games of cricket, don't they? And well, there's another example, diving around in the field as they will just run through, actually for 2. Good running there as there's a bit of a fumble in the field.
All that we ask for from the girls is that they, watch the ball and they give it their absolute best, and they did far more than that today. They really did. And like I say, and I'll keep saying it, we've got some really very new cricketers there that really showed up today, and it was a 100% team effort. So I think everybody's just delighted.
Well, I was delighted to be able to watch it, and I know Norway played their part as well, and I think, and maybe you'd agree with me as well, they've been a bit unlucky to not win so far. I think if it was a boxing match, they'd probably be behind on points, but it won't be a knockout.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think hats off to Norway. I think they've really brought it to the table. I think they've been very, very unlucky with not sneaking in a win. I honestly think that we've got such a solid base that we're able to kind of just keep our cool. Yeah,
I think so. It's a mental game at the end of the day, isn't it? And
yeah.
Well, that's so cool that the Portuguese players, a lot of them, and I was saying this on commentary as well, for all of you it was your first ever T20I, and for a lot of them it's their, now like 3rd, 4th, 5th game ever. and that can't be
Ever.
like underestimated.
Absolutely not. And I was really impressed with our bowlers today. They've really showed up. You know, they had a really tough time with extras. We've had a really tough time with extras. And I kept saying to them, you know, listen, let's just get through the T10s, because the T20 setup is completely different. And you'll find your groove, and you'll realise that actually this is a lot easier than you thought it could be.
Yeah. It's a bit more of a, or less of a punishing game, as that one's punished all the way to the boundary. Dashana getting his second 4 of the over. Hashu's gone for 12 off this over already. 1 ball to come after those 2 wides. Norway moving to 70 for 1. Yeah, I was saying on the commentary that in the T10s you only have 2 overs to bowl, so just about as you're finding your rhythm, you're then, well, that's it. Whereas T20s you have a bit more time, and I saw that with, for example, Bianca and with the other younger bowlers, that they kind of had time. Hishu, exactly.
Hishu really showed up today. And, you know, the ball was swinging a mile. I don't know whether you could see it online, but she was swinging that ball a mile, and it was really unlucky that she was getting those wides. And it's a learning lesson for her, really. You know, I said to her, you know, you need to just alter your line a little bit outside the off stump. But equally, first ever overs in an actual game, let alone in a T20I international game. I think she performed excellently. I
think the whole team did, and as did Norway, and to take it so deep as well. I was kind of saying from the start that they're a bowling strong side, so you could see that they kept their extras down, and even when you were batting at some point you were like, I can only just get bat on ball here.
Absolutely, they bowled really well. You know, I honestly a little bit disappointed with my batting performance. I'm always a bit harsh on myself, but you know, when you've played a very good standard of cricket for a very long time, I think you just assume you're going to be good. Of course, this is not the case. I picked up a cricket bat for nearly 20 years, so yeah, they bowled excellently, and certainly the ball that got me out was a Jaffa.
Yeah.
There was very little I could do about it. And what's so lovely about being in this environment now is being able to enjoy the cricket without the pressure of the performance, if that makes sense. You know, although I did have a fair bit of pressure, thinking that I needed to hold up one end.
Self-inflicted pressure.
For sure, self-inflicted pressure.
So it's a bit of a strange story how you got into Portuguese cricket. Can you talk us through that one? As you said, you hadn't been playing cricket for a long, long time.
Yeah, you know, I don't think I ever thought I'd be involved in cricket ever again. And I was at the 100 at Old Trafford with some friends, and we were just, you know, having a few drinks, having a good time.
Can happen.
Yeah, it does, as it does, in the sunshine. And a friend said to me, you know, isn't there any cricket in Portugal? I said, I really don't think so. Anyway, next thing, she's on Instagram.
As you do.
Sending some messages.
This is what friends are for, right?
This is exactly what friends are for. I can tell you which friend it is. It's Kate Holt. So all credit to Kate Holt, the fact that I'm sat here today with you, Tina.
Thank you, Kate.
Yeah, and so I contacted Portugal Cricket, and within 2 weeks I was kind of having conversations around how I could help.
Well, they're not going to say no to a former Test player, are they?
Well, I kind of just said... Or at that point, there wasn't any women's cricket.
Right.
Women's cricket only kind of existed about 5 weeks ago. This is in the making about, I don't know, 2 months. So to come out and perform the way that we have is unbelievable. I literally contacted and said, hey, you know, I've maybe got a little bit of experience. I'm wondering if I can help in any way. You know, I've got an amazing wife, Amanda, and 2 beautiful kids who are 5 now.
Amanda popped up in the chat yesterday.
Did she?
Yeah, she said both the kids, they were so excited they were watching the cricket instead of Paw Patrol. And I feel like that's a big deal.
That is a massive...
Well, there's a big appeal here, and it's going to be given as well. Siraj Nipo, that was such a big appeal. He ended up on his backside. And it's a big wicket as well as Kurugia Dashana, who, well, he hit that previous delivery for 4 through that backward point region, which he's so strong in. But the next delivery is one too many for Dashana as he has to depart. It's, yeah, I think that's pretty much plumb, and you can see how much the appeal means to him.
That's a great ball. That's a great wicket now for Portugal.
Yeah, that gets them their second wicket, and it's a big wicket to break that partnership as well. That was threatening to get away from Portugal a bit. The partnership was worth 58. It was finally broken there by the tumbling figure of Nipo, and a good call there by the umpire. Looked like it was going to hit the middle of middle.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a great ball. Yeah, so Portugal cricket, women's cricket, Paolo says to me, hey, do you think you want to do you think let's look at the eligibility. I was like, there's no way I'm eligible to play for Portugal. And let's not forget, I'm 44 years of age. Like, I don't think I'm really
Minor details.
I don't think I'm really in a state to be playing cricket. Anyway, the powers of persuasion. And here I am now, 7 weeks later, with the most incredible experience.
With a 100% win ratio, and I think memories already to last a lifetime,
Honestly,
I reckon.
I'd say this is some of the best cricket I've ever played.
This one's just been nudged into the leg side. They'll run through for 1, and actually they might come through for 2 here, as that one's been thrown wildly. And it will just be 1 overthrow. So it's the final ball of the 10th coming up. It's been a great over by Mohammad Siraj Nupo with the wicket in there. That one though will just run through for 1, so Norway will be 80 for 2 at the halfway stage. And you can come and join us in the commentary box again maybe. So I want to say hi again to the captain of Portugal, the unbeaten captain of Portugal, Sarah Fu-Ryland. How are you doing? How are you feeling? I mean, you're watching great cricket, you're playing great cricket. Did you think this was ever possible 5 weeks ago?
Never ever thought that I would even be on a cricket pitch again, let alone, being the captain of an incredible group of women who have shown the most unbelievable heart.
Yeah.
And actually, I mentioned before that this is probably some of the best cricket I've ever played. And I don't mean that from a technical point,
Sure.
of course not, but to be able to, I was saying to Grizz the other day in the car, I was saying, to be worthy of being good is one thing, but being worthy of doing something good, it's magical. I can't tell you how many tears have been cried.
Sure.
So much pride for what's been achieved. So to be stood here now talking to you with 4 under our belt, it's like a dream come true.
It's almost like the playing part is a bonus. The fact that you're here,
100%.
you're together as a team, you're having fun, people are having experiences, that's part of the fun, and then just winning must be the cherry on top.
Yeah, when you've played at a level like I have, it's a bit of an ego check.
Sure.
I'm really happy to share that that's the case. When you first come into this situation, you think, I don't want to embarrass myself, I don't want to let myself down. But actually you realise very quickly that that's the complete opposite of the reason that you're here.
Sure.
And so when I see Kiona scoring a 4 and I see Joe going out at 64 years of age and putting bat on ball to get us to a position where we can win the game, it's just, it's like my heart's going to explode. Really, I'm so proud. And
that's like the beauty of the European Cricket Network as well. It gives the players the opportunities to play these kind of games. And you always get these comments like, what's happening out here? Who's playing? And it's like, well, these are girls at the very start of their international journey, whether they're young or old, and they get the opportunity to play with their mates on this field with the cameras, with the umpires. It's just a great experience, isn't it?
I was saying that to him. I said, I think pretty sure I played international cricket for at least 6 years before I got the TV, and it's taken them 6 minutes.
There you go.
I think they've actually handled it well, because it's not easy.
Sure.
It's not easy knowing there's all this expectation and eyes all around. But it's just been fantastic cricket, Tina, hasn't it?
It has. I've loved every minute.
Having the golden ball, not even knowing what a golden ball was, to be honest. And then getting in a bit more of a familiar environment, the T20s, keeping wicket, having a bat. I mean, run-outs for the century. It was just unbelievable.
Oh, Jade did figure out what was happening today. She had the golden arm.
Well, I said to her, mate, you need to get it into the gloves, because runners coming to me, and she's like, it's just the way that I throw it. And I'm like, well, that's great as long as you're going to back yourself to hit the wickets.
Yeah.
Well, every time she's hit the wickets, and the one time she threw it to me, it went right over my head.
Yeah, I just remember that one time, and you were like standing there, and the ball went about 10 meters over her head. But if you're going to hit the stumps down, I think it was 2-3 times, then one wayward throw. I think we'll let her off on that occasion.
Yeah, seems to be her superpower.
Well, she took the final catch as well, didn't she?
Exactly.
So there was no stopping her today, as Mahmood is the man who's come out in the meantime after that wicket in the previous over. And it looks like Juan Henry, he's swapped ends, so he's going to be coming from this, well, I've dubbed it the clubhouse end. We've got the farmhouse end at the top, the clubhouse end at the bottom. Still workshopping
Don't
names,
you just love it? Farmhouse. The farmhouse.
It's a beautiful farmhouse as well.
Oh my God, this pitch is beautiful.
Well, you know it's called the SCG, and I think it is the best SCG in the world. I don't think there's any competition. I don't know if you know of any other.
Well, you know, I've visited the other one, and it definitely is not in comparison to this. I mean, look at it. It's an absolutely beautiful day. We've got beautiful people around us. The ground's a bit hard, I have to say. It's a little bit harder than the other one that I played at.
I did see your battle wounds after the first one when you did this diving stop in front, and you didn't even stop the ball in the end. So it was not even worth it. But
I think it was a bit dramatic, to be honest, if I'm honest.
That one flashes away to point. There's a long chase on there for Rahul Kumar Hashu. They do just stop the one, as actually that was a brilliant throw in. Miggy Machado whipped off his glove to take that one in cleanly, and it's a different game, isn't it, T20 to the T10 that we've seen. I assume you saw that, but for the men as well, suddenly they can't just edge it for 4 and 6, and it's a bit more, I don't want to say skill based, because I think that's harsh.
Well, I think you're right. I think it's a lot to do with skill based, but it's a very, I mean, I've never played anything like it, if I'm really honest. A bit bish bash bosh.
Yeah.
It's great fun. But coming around as a test cricketer into a bish bash bosh, kind of felt a little bit out of my depth, I'll be honest.
Well, I suppose for you guys, you were all on like a level playing field, having never played it before. Same for Norway, as that one's been bish bash boshed to long on. There's a chance here for a catch.
And it's a good take.
It's a good take by Amandeep Singh. He was the MVP of the ECS, so the domestic series that happened last week, and well, safe pair of hands. And he's got a safe pair of driving hands as well, because he drove me to the airport.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It seemed like a safe pair of hands onto his chest, so he's obviously got a very solid chest as well.
Solid. He's got chests of steel, abs of steel, as Amandeep Singh, as that one was in the air for a long time. But Usman Arif, as soon as he bowled that, as soon as he hit that, he knew he was in trouble. And that's a big, big wicket for Norway.
Yeah, it's not easy catching the ball out here. You know, white ball, white clouds, especially if it's swirling around. So they've done a fantastic job taking that. Great wicket for Portugal. How exciting.
Yes, a big wicket of Arif as well. He was the MVP of the tournament just the last 2 days. And well, that's kind of what we were talking about. That would have been a bish bash bosh to the boundary in the T10s and then some. But this time it doesn't get the distance. The boundaries have been moved out, and it's Juan Henry who picks up his first wicket as well. He's halfway through his third over. Faisal Raza is the new man in. So Norway halfway through the 11th, 82 for 3. And we have mentioned then, we've teased the fact that you've played Test cricket. Can you give us a quick history of how you got into playing for England? I mean, it's
quick history.
It's a no mean feat to play for 2 different countries.
Well, I mean, I feel so proud. Like, yeah, playing for England is one thing. How did I get into cricket? Well, you've already heard from my dad, right? So I heard he's been sending some messages to you. I know that he's been immensely proud, but I got into cricket because my brother, actually, Ben, is a fantastic cricketer, was a fantastic cricketer. My dad is so passionate about it.
Right.
You know, it's a story like so many other women.
Sure.
So I got dragged along to the local cricket ground twice a week, and kind of got a bit bored. Picked up a ball, and they realised I could bowl. I think it was about 4 or 5.
Okay, it's quite young then.
Yeah, very young, very young. So very, very quickly just realised that I could chuck it pretty hard, and I could bowl it with a straight arm. So that was it. I was in.
Job done.
I was in. So no, I started my career playing with the boys, as a lot of us do. Played a lot of men's cricket. Kind of went through the ranks, county cricket, and then at sort of 14, 15, made it onto the women's circuit, and at 16 selected for the England camp. And
as you do, 16-year-old.
Debuted at 17. And also, you know, I was captain of the England women's under-21s as well, so that kind of fed me in. So, but that whole time, playing a lot of men's cricket, played at Gloucester, played for the county for a very long time. And I think that really was one of the key points that allowed me to improve the game in such a short period of time. But I have to honestly say, if it wasn't for my mum and my dad and my brother, there's no way I'd have been playing for England, because the dedication it takes from my family, it just wouldn't be possible. So
it always takes a village, doesn't it? Especially when you're so young. As Norway, 85 for 3 after 11. It's not just a child doing stuff by themselves. It's the family having to commit to that, isn't it?
Well, you know what it's like, driving miles and miles and miles at a weekend and sitting in a freezing cold field with a little flask of tea and their biscuits.
And that was just yesterday.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I was saying that. I said, this feels far too like being in England. Where's the sunshine?
Oh, it's a great start to the 12th over by Mohamed Siraj Nipo, who is 2 overs so far, gone for 12, picked up that big wicket as well of Kuruge Dashana, and then Usman Arif as well, falling in the next over. 85 for 3 Norway.
It seems like it's pitching a bit better. It was really skiddy this morning, this pitch.
Yeah, I think it was the moisture out there from that kind of horror movie fog we had this morning. I was doing the introductions, I was thinking there'd be like a zombie or something coming out of the fog from behind.
Yeah, they came and asked me and they said, you know, would you be happy to go out right now? And I said, well, can you see the ball?
It should be a game of cricket, not a game of spot the ball, as that one gets hit to the mid-wicket boundary. Should be stopped though. You can see just how much longer those boundaries are, as I think it's Faf Stoneman who does the fielding out there, who's come onto the pitch because of that nasty collision that saw Jeremy Martins go off the pitch. And I think the news is not great for him, because I think that the shoulder might have popped out of the socket. So
they do know that there's a physio sat here in the commentary box with you, don't they? It might be very busy today. Half of my team are all strapped up already. It's a lot of cricket.
It is a lot of cricket, and sometimes they say, oh, you know, T10, it can't be that hard, it's only an hour. But doing that 3 times, I mean, you guys as well, it was not only your first ECIs, but you were playing 3 games on one day. So you were at the pitch here from 8 a.m. until 7 p.m. You've got to concentrate, then you've got to relax, and it's not easy for the most seasoned of professionals, let alone girls who are just already full of nervous energy, I reckon.
Full of nervous energy, and also not even know where kit is.
Chance here, and it's burst through the hands of Faf Stoneman there doing the fielding on the boundary, and you can see Mohamed Siraj Nipo, he's full of energy as well, as he thought that might be his second wicket, but just burst through the hands here of Faf Stoneman, and well, not only that, it goes over the rope for 6, and that's a double salt in the wounds there for Portugal.
That's a shame.
It's a big chance.
Catches win matches.
They do indeed. Final ball of the 12th. That one again. Nipo is certainly a tricky character at the stumps when he's bowling. That's the end of the 12th. Norway 93 for 3, still eyeing up that possibly expected score, 164. Get up to 170. I think they'll be happy with that. So you mentioned that you played for England. How was that?
Well, you mentioned I played for England. I just confirmed it.
You confirmed rather than denying, because there is evidence.
There is evidence. It is true. It did happen.
How was that experience? I mean, you must see now the England players and the professionalism and, you know, the physios and stuff like that. And how was it different? I don't want to say back in your day, because it was only a few years ago, but
a few years ago. Tina, that's really kind. I'm really loving sitting here with you. You can make comments like that all day.
If anyone who wants to come into the commentary igloo, they will just get compliments thrown at them. As how was that, kind of the experience of being an England player when it was still very, very early stages of professionalism?
Yeah, you know, it was actually, on reflection, it was really difficult because you come in with a very professional attitude, which takes time and it takes money and it takes commitment, and that means, you know, being a young girl and not going with your friends on a holiday and not going out and doing the things that you do as a teenager, because you make a commitment to how you want to perform. Of course, it's difficult. It's difficult now watching back, but equally it's such a privilege to know that you've been part of something in the making. And I was definitely at that cusp of, you know, we were going from semi-professional into professionalism. And the only way I can describe it is you feel like you're kind of in it, and then you get brought back out of it because you're going to work or you're doing your exams, or, you know, the funding was difficult. But I think, honestly, it just made you want it more. Not that I'm not saying that nobody in that team right now doesn't want it more, but I think you really had to give that extra bit of a push.
You had to work for it.
You really had to work for it, and quite often it would be coming out of your own pocket. So, yeah, playing for England, of course, was one of the highlights of my life, for sure. But I would also say it was some of the most difficult years of my life as well. You know, you understand what it's like. It takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of money, it takes a lot of hard decisions.
Sure. That one is Amandeep Singh, meanwhile, who's come into the attack, and a wayward throw there means he has to put in the extra cardio to go and pick up that delivery.
The extra cardio, love it.
Oh, it's just the fact that I dislike it, that it's so present in my mind. But that one just burst through the gloves there of Miggy Machado, but they didn't end up running through. So it was an eventful dot ball. They will get a dot ball on that, a single on that occasion. And creeping towards that 100 barrier. 98 for 3, still 2 balls left of the 13th. So when you look at the England girls now, is that something, do you think, oh, I wish I was, in this generation, or do you look and think, no, it's not for me?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. I do get asked that quite a bit. Well, certainly been asked it quite a lot in the last few weeks, I can tell you. Yeah, if I'd have had the opportunity to be in that environment, I would have grabbed it with both hands, because playing cricket, I realised, even with all of this strapping on my 44-year-old legs, is a passion. And so to be able to pursue that with the intensity and the support that you have now, gosh, wildest dreams. But I've got an amazing wife and 2 little boys that I adore, and life has a way of working its way out the way it needs to be.
Yeah. Well, sporting careers are short, aren't they? And you've got to kind of...
Depends who you are.
Well, they're short, but then they become long and unexpected. So, it's never too late. And as you said, you're still young in relative years, but there's players out there who are making their international debut in their 60s. And how cool is that?
Do you know, I said to her that she's an absolute legend and one of my heroes, because at 64 years of age to do this takes courage. Takes absolute courage. And she's, Jo is just an absolute delight. And the way she was really nervous before she went out to bat today, and she said to me, I just don't want to let anybody down. I said, the fact that you're here is the whole point, that you've not let anybody down. Without 100%. You, we couldn't be here.
Yeah. And those are the stories that kind of bind people together and bind teams as well. And it doesn't matter if that's the beauty of cricket, I think. It doesn't matter. You can have 15-year-olds who were playing for Norway and then 60-odd-year-olds, and you're all just combined for this one goal on the pitch.
Yeah, and magic happens.
Yeah, exactly. 100% win ratios happen. Mohammad Siraj Nippo has come back in for his 4th over here. So his final of this spell. And it's been a great spell so far. 1 for 22. Let's put the brakes on the momentum of the Norway innings. And that one might find the rope. It's going to be a long chase on. Actually, great fielding out there by Faf Stoneman. Just keeps them to 1. So where do you think this Portugal side can go? Obviously, we're in day 3 of the team existing. But is there ambition? I mean, I'm sure there's ambition.
100% there is ambition. And I think that, we know that we've got a couple of young girls that have come from South Africa. And it's become clear that they're also committed to this process. We've got a lot of youth, and there's a lot more in Portugal that you wouldn't imagine existed. I didn't even know cricket was here in Portugal. But we've still got a lot of talent that's yet to appear for the country. So we've definitely got a plan for the next sort of 2 to 3 years. Paolo's trying to get me committed for as long as possible. I'm sure he is. I've just seen him pop his head round the corner. Probably wants to get me to sign it on a piece of paper. It feels just incredible to be a part of something from the beginning.
Yep.
And I really think this has got legs. I really do. I'm excited to see what happens in the next few years.
Well, they've certainly got talent out there, and you've got some homegrown players as well. So that's the exciting thing in Europe. There's so much talent for men and women.
Absolutely.
And the European Cricket Network allows this talent to be put on display. And you're here from the very beginning. I'd say you're one of the pioneers of England cricket as well. So you're a double pioneer.
My God, you're making me sound like a right dinosaur. My children would be happy with that, Tina.
Well, I know your children will be watching, and if they gave up Paw Patrol to watch the European Cricket Network,
I didn't know that. To be fair, I haven't even had a second to speak to Amanda. So I did yesterday get sent a video. This will make you smile. Of my son sat watching me play, and the mummy saying, "Come on, here she is, here she is." Oh no, it looks like she's having to go off the pitch again.
She was there for a while.
I was there for a very short period of time.
Well, I know Vinny gave a shout out to your 2 kids, and then they said, he said Uncle Vinny says hi, and Auntie Tina, and they were like, how do we know Uncle Vinny? It's like off of the telly, because I see Vinny is in the chat as well, and he says it's great to hear your thoughts just cut off on the piece on camera. Beautiful stuff, and it is really beautiful stuff. It's not just happy stories, but it's also inspirational stories of women kind of bearing their souls. Well, that one's been
That's gone a
gone
long
on.
way.
The soul has been taken out of that ball as that goes all the way to the rope. It's Faisal Raza here who, well, he's been there a while, 9 deliveries, just the 5 so far, but he more than doubles his score with one fell swoop, as that was a crunching slog sweep to the boundary. It's not easy, as we might maybe sum up, like, it's not easy starting your career, starting your sport, and immediately being on the cameras, feeling like the weight of a country is on your shoulders.
Absolutely not. I think that adds just an outstanding amount of pressure. I don't know. I was mentioning to Grizz the other day, like, you see these girls come in, and I mentioned earlier about having your ego in check.
Yeah.
You come expecting yourself to perform, and of course that creates pressure. But when you look at those girls, I'm talking about the younger girls in particular, who are extremely nervous, and they just show up, and they be vulnerable. Well, how can you not want to give your own heart and your own 100% effort to support them and and help them on the journey that they're on? And that's the beauty of this, is that I get to watch fantastic cricket from up there.
Yeah, front row seat.
Front row seat is wonderful.
And I know you've got some South African-based players, and it'll be great to see their journeys as well. There's a half chance here for a run out, but I think safely home was Junaid Mahmood, running to the danger end, but he scampers through. So just a single taken there. And it's a tight one, actually, because
he didn't ground his bat.
I think his bat got jammed there. We can take a quick look. Obviously, there's no video replays in T20Is, so it's the umpire's call, but he almost got undone by it. The jamming of the bat there. It's almost like a photo finish. His head went over the line, but it was a tight call there. You can see why he was given that way, because he was well over the line, just maybe not on the ground.
It's really difficult to run your bat in, with the amount of rain that we've had just on that metre either side of the strip. It's really quite soggy, so it's very easy to get yourself stuck in that space there.
Yeah, we were saying on the commentary yesterday, as that one, well, they won't have to run for that one, as that's gone, well, it's hit the tree and come down. It looks like a fruit that has been dropped off the tree, as, well, the grizzly tree produces a ball, as, well, it was a great shot there off the bat of Faisal Raza. 2 sixes in the over for him, still 1 ball left. But I don't want to keep you too long, and I know we also want to take a look at the exciting end.
I'm not sure I'm going to be able to stand up from this seat, to be honest.
You can sit there if you like. But I know you've also got 2 big games coming up the next 2 days, and it's also emotionally draining, and I can see the emotion with which you talk about the girls and playing for Portugal. It's just so inspiring to see, and I can't wait to see where this journey goes, and the careers of some of these younger girls, also the older girls. I mean, it's never too late to forge a career, but I'm sure we'll speak to you again later, and we'll speak to Griselda probably tomorrow as well, so we can fit in more action. These are the games you have tomorrow. You'll be in game 1 early in the morning. Hopefully the fog will lift.
Let's see.
But in the meantime, Sarah Fu-Ryland, thank you very much for coming to join me in the igloo, and well, I look forward to seeing you out there bright and early, if we can see through the fog tomorrow morning.
Thanks so much for having me. It's been awesome.
Thank you. So there you have it, the 2 matches coming up tomorrow. It's the same as today, action replay, but of course anything can happen. It'll be a new day of cricket, and Sarah Fu-Ryland, wasn't she inspiring to listen to, about the story of Portugal women and how they've got to where they are here, which has only been a history of about 5 weeks. But wow, isn't that even more impressive than that they've managed to notch up 4 wins in the T10s, and well, the first ever T20I win this morning. But meanwhile, the 2 men's sides are slugging it out there in the middle, and it's been quite a spirited comeback from Portugal. They've only picked up those 3 wickets, but they've been able to put a bit of a lid on the scoring here. But that previous over from Amandeep Singh, the MVP from the Premier Division, went for 15, 2 big sixes off the bat of Faisal Raza, who is on strike now. But neither of these batters have really got too much away from Portugal, and that's thanks to the tight lines that have been bowled. Just 8 wide so far, but most of those have been quite tight ones. See, look, that expected score of the whole inning so far has just hovered around the 160, 170. But I think Portugal would feel like maybe they could keep Norway under 160 here. Of course, the advantage Norway have is that they've got wickets in hand, just the 3 wickets down so far, so they can afford to accelerate just a little. They do have batting to come as well. They've got Vishal Sharma, Mohammad Shah Sahak, who I was mentioning earlier, the 6-hitting machine. We might see a bit of a Sahak attack later. So it would be worth maybe one of these batters trying to go big sooner rather than later. They're both set, both on 20. And well, that one is a dramatic fall by Rahul Kumar Hashu. It was just the one. It's been a good over from him so far. Just the 2 coming off the 4 deliveries. This is turning into a fantastic over, just the 1 ball left. It feels like, well, in a 2020, about 16th, 17th over, that's really go time for the batters when they want to put the foot on the gas. And well, Raza, it's not for a lack of trying. He's found the rope on 2 occasions in the previous over, but just missed out in this over so far. And again, it's good lengths bowled by Hashu as he digs that one in short. And a fantastic 16th over from him, just the 3 off it, just 3 singles, which moves Norway to 121 for 3 off 16. Just in that 1 over alone. Of course, we're still very much in the Goldilocks zone, but Portugal just inching ahead every over that doesn't include a boundary, especially one that only goes for 3 runs, is certainly a tick in the bowlers column. Take a look at the bowlers that have been used so far. 6 bowlers. Najam Shahzad, the captain, his 1 over went for 16, so be interesting to see if we see him again. And he didn't pick up a wicket. Meanwhile, Panchantu, he's already bowled out. He was probably the pick of the bowlers so far. His 4 overs going for just 14 runs. He picked up that early important wicket of the captain of Norway, Kizar Ahmed. Juan Henry as well has also bowled with quite a lot of venom. He dismissed Usman Arif, who hauled out to Amandeep Singh for 22. Well, it's been a solid batting performance for Norway, if not explosive. Every single batter, well, Kizar Ahmed, his score was 14. Otherwise, everyone's got to 20. But it's just lacked that one player going big to elevate that total up towards, I was saying at one point maybe Norway were looking at 170. There's Najam Shahzad, who's come back on, or brought himself back on, as it were. That one is a wide, and it will zip through. So less than 4 overs left here for Norway. It feels like something's got to give here. Mahmood 21 off 19, Raza 22 off 19. They go for the big shot, but that's going to drop harmlessly into the leg side. As all 3 players on the leg side are deep on the boundary rope. There's a more or less a risk-free shot, but also not high a reward there, as it just drops for a 1. And again, a bit of a boundary drought here now. 8 balls without a boundary, 9 even if you go back into the Amandeep Singh over. Make that 10. And this has been a really solid bowling performance in the last few overs in particular. Rahul Kumar Hashu, now Najam Shahzad on the back of that. Especially since Shahzad is brave to come back on as a captain when your first over goes for 16. And you've got other bowling options available, easy to hide and say, no, I'll throw the ball to someone else, you know, give someone else a chance. But he's stood up tall here. That one has been flashed away. It's a big chase on. And in the end, it can't be reeled back in by Faf Stoneman, who he went into the dive, and I'm not sure that actually helped him, as it kind of stopped his momentum. And the Grizzly just roared away from him here. As you see, he was running down the hill. It's never easy going down that hill. And he dives, and that kind of puts him off balance, and then the ball just bobbles over. By the time he tries to grasp it for the second or third time, it's just rolled over the rope. So that's a much needed 4 runs for Norway. That one flies away off the bat again. Not exactly well timed, but Upon Shantu, the big left armour, puts in the chase, and they'll scamper through for 2. Junaid Mahmood, he made his T20I debut back in 2021. He's not found runs easy to come by. That's a brilliant delivery there from Shazad. Great comeback ball. That's the end of the 17th. Norway 130 for 3. Mahmood's top score 30 not out versus Finland last year. Well, he's only 8 away from that total at the moment, but you'd think Norway need a few more big hits off his bat or the bat of Faisal Raza if they want to get themselves up to that expected score, 162. It's always the case in T20 cricket. You don't want to leave too many wickets back in the shed, and 3 down, well set, but the strike rates of these 2 batters out there, yes, it's T20, not T10, but you'd expect to see them a little higher, at least come the end of the innings. So again, this is probably go time, especially when you have Sher Sahak, who can come in and fire from the start. And well, there is the go time, as Junaid Mahmood, with pretty minimal footwork, just dispatches that over mid-off for 4. It's Rahul Kumar Hashu who's come back into the attack, and we see here just gives himself room deep in the crease and just makes that into a bit of a half volley. Just punts it over for 4. And that's the start that Norway needed at the start of this 18th over. He goes again, and this one should be cut off on the boundary. It's Amandeep Singh doing the work out there. They do just run through for the 1. That brings Faisal Raza on strike. It'll be interesting to see from a Portugal perspective who will bowl the remaining 2 overs after this. As that one's been clubbed down the ground. There's a fielder out there, but I think he'll take that comfortably on the bounce. Make sure it's just a single. So Juan Henry's got an over left. Najam Shazad has 2. Of course, you'll only be able to complete 1 of those. And Mohammad Siraj Nippo has bowled out. 4 for 25 for 1, or 1 for 25 off his 4. And Amandeep Singh has 2 left, but I imagine it'd be seam that comes back into the attack, and especially since the wickets have been picked up here, and it's a feather through to the keeper off the bat of Junaid Mahmood, who won't then in fact get his high score. He departs on 27, just 3 short of his high score of 30 in T20Is, and this time it was just a feather through, just caught the bottom of the bat there on the way through to the keeper, and Miggy Machado knew straight away he'd got his man. As the finger was raised by umpire Andy, and that is the end of this productive partnership. It's the end of Junaid Mahmood. He falls for 27 off 23. Norway 136 for 4. As we see here, slight deviation there as the ball dips. Rahul Kumar Hashu picks up his first wicket. Still a good partnership between Mahmood and Faisal Raza. It was worth 54 in the end, but probably just not as quick as they would have hoped. It was 7.1 overs needed for those 54. Not exactly a blistering strike rate, but it does bring Sahak into the attack. And well, he has a license to thrill here, as he did so at the weekend. You know, he doesn't need much time to get going. And this is probably a situation that actually favours him. He is a player that just, with style, does go for brute force. And well, he's got just over 2 overs left. He's at the non-strikers here. So that's chipped up in the air from Faisal Raza, and it should be taken comfortably on the boundary, and it is. And that's the second wicket to fall in this over, and the second wicket to Rahul Kumar Hashu. And both set batters now are out as Faisal Raza, he goes the way of his batting partner Junaid Mahmood. This time he got a hold of it, but didn't quite get all of it, as well. Dancing down the pitch meant that by the time he made contact with the ball, it was low down on the bat. And it was a comfortable catch in the end on that long on boundary. Second wicket to fall in the over. It's also the end of the over, so Norway 137 for 5 after 18. 2 overs left. And it was Dhaval Kumar Norotam who took that pretty comfortable catch on the boundary. You still got to take them, especially in this T20 format with the slightly longer boundaries. The ball does hang up in the air for a while. Norotam looked for all the world that he would take that, and he duly obliged. So it'll be interesting to see if Hashu comes on to bowl the final over. He picked up 2 wickets there, and only 7 runs coming off it, as Jam Shahzad comes back on to bowl the 19th. This one's been lifted away into the leg side, but there is a boundary rider out there. It's comfortably fielded by Norotam, who, oh, he's doing the hard yards, isn't he? Went from long on all the way out to mid-wicket. But you want your gun fielders in those key positions. He mopped up well there. This is a good start to the 19th by Shahzad. It just looks like we have a break in the proceedings now. I think just a clarification possibly on the score. In the meantime, drinks has been brought on for Miggy Machado, doing a lot of hard work there behind the stumps. A nice time as well to welcome everyone in the chat who's joining us. It's lovely to have you with us wherever you might be in the world on this Monday afternoon, Monday evening, possibly early Tuesday morning if you're joining us from New Zealand or Australia. And we're set up teasingly for an intriguing run chase for Portugal. But first, they want to finish strongly here. Norway currently, their expected score 156. That would require a bit of a flourish at the end of their innings, as they've also lost both set batters. And a 1-2 wicket from Rahul Hashu in the previous over. It was first Junaid Mahmood who nicked behind, just feathered behind to Miggy Machado. He fell for 27 off 23. And Faisal Raza, just 2 balls later, fell going for the big shot, which was the right thing to do after both of them. They got the runs, but not quite a speedy pace. He then hauled out to long on. Catch taken comfortably by Dhaval Kumar Norotam. I think here it's just a discussion between batter and bowler. Just being caught up on the score, I think, and making sure everything is correct before we move into those dangerous final 2 overs. And don't forget, we'll do all of this again tomorrow morning. It's the same procedure for the next 2 days after this, with the women's team playing in the morning and then the men's team following suit in the afternoon. Well, what a show we had this morning between Portugal women and Norway women. Portugal, they won the toss. They wanted to have a bat, and they put on 109 for 9 with Kiona Sakira top scoring 37 not out of 39 deliveries, ably supported by Sarah Fu Ryland, who we had in the igloo just now. What a story she has to tell. She scored 24 off 36 before she was bowled by Alina Aslam. And then Norway were just always in the run chase, especially because Portugal were giving them a few extras here and there. And it felt like it would be a game that would really go to the wire. The only thing that really unravelled for the Norwegians is that they kept on losing wickets at regular intervals. Especially, there was 2 brilliant run-outs from Jade de Figueiredo to get rid of Kamari and Rautela. Both direct hits, both just turn and throw. Fantastic piece of fielding, and she also contributed with 2 wickets with her 4 overs, going for just the 14 runs. So a real star performance there by Jade de Figueiredo when it looked like it might go to the wire, especially with Portugal gifting Norway a few extras. In the end, the final wicket fell, and it was that girl again, Jade de Figueiredo, who didn't bowl it. It was bowled by Gabriela Sakira, but Jade caught the ball, which ended the Norwegian run chase 16 runs short, and that marked the first ever T20I win for Portugal women. As we go back to live here, I think the Gremlins have been evicted from the system. Someone's been hit down to long on. Should be cut off by Juan Henry. They do just go through for 1, so it's a productive over so far. If you're rooting for Portugal here, as just the 2 singles come off it, still halfway through. But Norway now only have 9 deliveries left to get this expected score. Well, currently it's down at 155. It was up in the 160s most of the time, but they just haven't been able to find the boundaries with enough regularity. And again, this one's mopped up on that mid-wicket boundary by Dhaval Kumar Norotam. I think that the confusion reigned by who the batter was that got out on that second occasion. And it was Junaid Mahmood who nicked behind, just that feather through to the keeper Miggy Machado off the bowling of Rahul Kumar Hashu. Then the new batter came to the crease, that was Mohammad Shah Sahak. And then his first delivery hit for a 2. And then because he hit that one for a 2, it was Shah Sahak, who fell holing out to long on. This one's been hit firmly to long off. Should be cut off on the boundary. Good work there by Amandeep Singh. Again, only a single taken. So it was Shah Sahak who departed, having faced just the 2 deliveries and holing out on his second attempt. And Faisal Raza is still out there. He's 31 off 27 facing this delivery here. That one's high up in the air. It's a long old chase and it's going to drop safe out of the grasp of Faf Stoneman, and acrobatic keeping there from Miggy Machado. But again, a good over from Najam Shazad as not a boundary comes off it and it only goes for 7. And now there's just the 1 over left for Norway to push up that total, currently 145 for 5. So the reason for that delay was just clarifying who was out, and it was then Mohammad Shah Sahak. So Faisal Raza still out there on 33. Vishal Sharma has come to the crease. He's 2 off 2. As we take a look at the bowlers, well, there's a few options for who to bowl the final over. I'm assuming, it's Rahul Kumar Hashu or Juan Henry would get given the nod. Hashu, of course, has got 2 wickets, but Henry, he bowled well at the top of the order. It does look like it's Hashu who's been given the honours. And while that first one has been dispatched to the boundary, doesn't quite go all the way, as it's hit firmly by Vishal Sharma, the first ball of the final over. And let's take a look at where this one lands. Yeah, easily inside the rope, thanks to that footage from 2 circles. But nevertheless, a boundary to start 20th over for Norway. So they're 1 short of that 150 mark. That's A nice comeback ball there from Rahul Kumar Hashu. Zips it through to the keeper. That was a bit of a boundary drought before that ball. It was back at the start of the 18th over was the previous boundary, and in the meantime just the 11 runs came off almost 2 overs and 2 wickets. There's a chance of a wicket here. And it's comfortably taken actually on the boundary. Well, I say comfortable, I think the fielder out there, I assume it's Dhaval Kumar Norottam, just made it look easy because that was travelling there off the bat of Vishal Sharma. He's got this low kind of crab-like stance. And he hits it flat, but Norottam lines it up, ends up taking the catch with both feet up in the air, but comfortably within the rope. And that is the end of Vishal Sharma. He departs for 6 off 5, just the 1-4 to his name. So we take a look again at this wicket, because it was a catch that was made to look easy, but it was coming at him hard, and he knew there was no room for error there. Otherwise it would have gone all the way for 6. As it is though, it's a wicket and a precious dot ball. That's the 6th wicket to fall for Norway. 149 for 6, 3 deliveries left of this innings. And it's Kamar Mushtaq who's come out to face this delivery. It's been clubbed away along the ground to long on. They want to have 2 here, but some excellent fielding out there by Norottam, who's clearly trusted as one of the best fielders in the Portugal side. That's why you see him in those hot spots. He was at deep mid-wicket in the previous over, and now he's that long on, already taken 2 chances and cut off a lot of potential boundaries or second runs on the boundary. That one flashes away to backward point, and it looks like there'll be no one out there to stop that. Doesn't go quite all the way, but it does roll away for 4, and it's a much needed 4 off the bat of Faisal Raza. He doesn't quite get hold of all of that, but it flashes away. You can see the reaction there of his Norwegian colleagues. So that does take Norway past the 150 mark. 154 for 6 with the final ball of the 20th over coming up. And we finish with a dot ball, and Raza doesn't even contemplate going for the run. He just walks off the pitch. And I'd say that's a job well done actually for Portugal to restrict this powerful Norwegian side to 154 for 6. At one stage that expected score was up at the 160s, 170s, and I did say, yeah, probably 170 would be something that Norway would be more than happy to defend. But in the end, it was a Portugal comeback thanks to some quite brutal bowling through the middle overs, and ably supported by a bit of spin, especially in the form of Mohamed Siraj Nippo, that really put the brakes on this Norwegian innings. I'd certainly say it's a delicately poised game at halfway. We don't know what a par score here is, but it started off well for Norway as they had a partnership going at the top between the captain Khizr Ahmed and Usman Arif. Khizr Ahmed, the captain, was the first to fall, and well, unfortunately for Portugal, Jeremy Martins fell as well, and it's not good news on his shoulder. It looks like he'll be out, certainly for today's game. And then there was a little fight back on with Usman Arif, of course the MVP from the ECIs. He can deal some damage, and he proved it here, scoring 22 along with Kruger Deshana. That partnership worth over 50, it was 58 in the end. And well, this was a tight run out corner. It was just about okay. He jammed the bat down and was safely home. Usman Arif in the end went for 1 big hit too many. At first it was in fact Kruger Deshana to fall. There was an LBW decision that was such a violent appeal that umpire Andy felt that he had no choice but to give it here, as Nippo fell onto his knees, onto his backside, got the call. You can see how much that meant to him. It was a big wicket. And then the wicket fell soon after again. That was Usman Arif, who didn't quite fire as much as he did in the T10s. He fell for 22. Junaid Mahmood though and Faisal Raza, they were the next up to land a bit of a counter punch as they put on a 4th wicket partnership worth 54. But again, it was broken, and it was just about getting wickets at regular intervals for Portugal, as first Junaid Mahmood was caught behind, and then Mohamed Sahak holed out to the very useful fielder there, Dhaval Kumar Norottam, who picked up another wicket in the form of Vishal Sharma. And in the end, well, Norway's innings just petered out. Rather than storming to that 160, 170 mark, they falter and at least get their way to 154 for 6. But I'd say it's a below par score, but of course any score is a good score when it's on the board, and the other side still need to chase it. And a side as well that in all likelihood will be missing Jeremy Martins from the batting lineup, and that would be a big miss for them. If we take a look at the batting card, it was a solid start for Norway. Those top 5 batters all contributing. It was just a case of maybe not going early enough given the firepower that they do possess lower down the order, especially that partnership between Mahmood and Raza. It was a productive partnership, but I just don't think it was quite at the speed required for Norway. Taking a look at the bowlers, 6 bowlers used in total. I think there the pick is almost certainly Upanchantu, the vicious left armour, cutting across the right-handers, picked up a wicket and only went for 14 runs. And otherwise it was 3 wickets picked up by Rahul Kumar Hashu, including the important ones through towards the end of the innings. So there you have it at the halfway stage. It's certainly a delicately poised game. Of course, Norway have shown their dominance over Portugal in the last few games, but Portugal came back strong last night, and they'll want to get a win on the board very early on in this T20I series. We're in the first T20I of 3. And well, it's a T20I, which also means that the break will be slightly longer. But join us on the European Cricket Network in just about 10-15 minutes time for the run chase. It's bound to be an exciting one, so come back then.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello and a warm welcome back to the Santarem cricket ground, where we are on the first day of T20I action between Portugal and Norway. We already saw some great bits of cricket this morning as Portugal women, they beat Norway women in their first ever T20I international to take the glory in that one. But still 3 games to go, or 2 games to go for the women's sides, and 2.5 games to go for the men's side, as halfway through this first game, Norway 154 for 6 at the halfway stage. So Portugal needing 155 wins for victory. A run rate just about 7.75. I'd say possibly an under par score here for Norway. And well, actually there was 3 wickets that fell in the final 3 overs. So really they were well set to accelerate into the back end of the innings, but it just didn't quite click for any of the batters. They all got good starts, and it was the middle partnership of Junaid Mahmood and Faisal Raza that was threatening to go big, but neither of them were able to accelerate for long enough or quickly enough to really move that total up to about 170, which I think Norway would be more comfortable with defending. As it was, Raza finished 37 not out off 30 deliveries. And it was Karuga Dashana, second top scoring, 33 runs off 27. So I think Portugal would be probably slightly the happier of the 2 sides at the halfway stage. I think this is the format that probably suits them a bit more than the T10. Just have a bit more time to see themselves in, get their eye in, and chase down this total. But that man will certainly prove to be a tough obstacle. Once again, as within the T10s, it will be Vinay Ravi who opens up for the Scandinavians. As for Portugal, well, they've got this kind of little and large partnership happening, which was so successful for them late last night as well. As it looks like Conrad Greenshields is out there at the non-striker's end. And it's Jalpesh Vijay, the diminutive form of Jalpesh Vijay, who will take the first delivery. And these were the 2 that opened up in that game 5 of the ECIs last night. It's already a dead rubber at that stage by virtue of the fact that Norway had picked up 3 wins before that match was abandoned, as we go into the first ball here of the run chase. That one's been pushed away through the covers. It's a long chase on to this longer boundary, and despite the efforts of Vishal Sharma, it's the ball that wins. So Jalpesh Vijay straight into the runs here, as that was just a push. But you can see how speedy this outfield is. Once it breaches that ring, it just races away down the hill. Vishal Sharma couldn't put the brakes on the ball quickly enough in that game last night. It was the same 2 opening, Jalpesh Vijay, Conrad Greenshields. They put on a partnership of 64, which when chasing 131 is a productive opening partnership. Vijay scored 40 off just 13 deliveries. Conrad Greenshields remained not out on 51 off 15. So we have an early umpire clothesline attempt there by umpire Naeem. I think it was enforced because Norway have realised maybe that the fielder down there at third is not quite where he should be. Go again, second delivery from Ravi. A bit of a way drift there, you can see on the footage there. There was a bit of nibble early on for the Portuguese bowlers as well, especially the heat that was being bowled at the top by both Upun Shantu and Juan Henry. Really got the Norway opening batters on their toes. Khizr Ahmed, Osman Arif. Khizr Ahmed fell for 14. Osman Arif for 22. That's another shot through the covers there, and this time he gets a bit more of it. Does Jalpesh Vijay, races to the boundary. This is a good start for Portugal. Slightly uppish, probably a bit too uppish for his own liking, but well, when you clear the field and it just bounces once, twice and rolls to the boundary, then still a pretty low risk shot. Conrad Greenshields at the moment just at the non-striker's end. That's a good response by Vinay Ravi. One half of the ponytail pals, as we were dubbed. They were dubbed by Vinny and me. Glorious hair, glorious bowler as well, and he proved that at the weekend. 2 for 17 in his first game, 2 for 16, 2 for 11. He did go for a few in the final game. Just had one over, went for 20. But that probably doesn't tell the whole story. He was excellent throughout the weekend, and that's why Norway also came away with the ECI trophy. He's right back on the money now. It's been a nice symmetrical start to the over with 4 a dot, a 4 and a dot. I suppose then that was ruined there by that second dot. But a watchful start by VJ, still able to flash his hands at a couple with that run rate below 8. In fact, the 2 4s is all you need. Can he get out of the over here? He almost didn't escape there as he jumped down the wicket. Tells Conrad Greenshields at the other end there was a bit of nip there. And well, it sails harmlessly through to the keeper, Khizr Ahmed. A bit of a rash early misstep there by VJ. To survive though, 8 for no loss after the first over. And a nice time to say hello to everyone joining me in the chat. I think the Madrid series has finished for the day as well, so this is the place to be to catch some more cricket action. And I know that the ECS over in Madrid has already delivered. And I think I mentioned it before, but if you haven't seen that spectacular caught and bowled in the very first match of the day, it was over 2.2. Probably the longest average distance caught and bowled you will ever see. And I don't want to say any more, I don't want to spoil it, but take a look at that back on the live video, and I'm sure it will be making its way to a social media platform near you very soon, because it was pretty special as Shinwari comes into the attack. They just squeeze through one. Maybe they'll go for the 2 here. Conrad Greenshields was keen, but he's sent back by VJ. Interesting that both sides have big booming left arm seamers to open up for them. Of course, Portugal had Upan Shantu bowling some heat for them, and well, now it's up to Amadullah Shinwari to return the favour. But hi to Trip and Steve and Chris and Jacob in the chat. Hope you've been enjoying the double action so far. As well, that one's flashed at point and it goes straight past the tumbling fielder. I'm not sure if it was a catching opportunity. It did come quickly. Jalpesh Vijay, that's his 3rd boundary of the innings, and yet just about going past the outstretched hand of Mohammad Shah Sahak. Races away to the boundary. That run rate is pretty comfortable actually for Portugal at the moment. Anything under 8, I think they'd be more than happy to defend. And this time, well, there's a fielder that's been placed out there as a result of Vinay Ravi already cashing in 3 times on the offside boundary. So just the 1 on that occasion. Of course, we're in the power play here, and we will be in the power play for the first 6 overs. As don't forget, we're in the T20Is, so it's ICC regulations. First 6 overs of the power play, in which only 2 fielders outside the ring are allowed. And after that, in the men's game, you can push back to 5 fielders outside the ring. In the women's game, it's 4. We'll see that in force again early tomorrow morning, the 9:30 start for the women tomorrow. We also have a slightly bigger boundary in play now as well, given its ICC regulation. So the minimum boundaries in the men's game, for T20I, 65 metres. And there's a feather on that, and VJ, he walks straight away. He knows he's got something on it, and that's the first wicket to fall for Portugal. It's 15 for 1 with 1 ball left of the second, and he just gets tempted into that one. It wasn't the best delivery in all honesty, and well, he walked immediately. He knew his goose was cooked. It just flicks him on the glove. He doesn't even take a look back at the umpire's sporting decision there by Jalpesh VJ, but I think the decision was more or less made for him as Norway went up celebrating as soon as that zipped through to the keeper. A nice tidy catch by the captain, Kizar Ahmed, behind the stumps. He could have just left that one alone. It would have been a wide ball. As it was, it turns from a W for wide to a W for wicket. You can see exactly what Jalpesh VJ thinks of that as he has to depart. 13 runs he scored, 12 of which came from 4s in his 9 deliveries. He farmed the strike mostly as Conrad Greenshields has only faced the 2 deliveries so far. And he'll be joined out in the middle by Davil Kumar Norotam. Abdullah Shinwari's been pretty much on the money so far. That's the end of his over. Portugal 15 for 1 off 2. Look at that win predictor. Right in the Goldilocks zone, expecting a tight finish. And well, I think we're more or less due a tight finish between these two sides. As, well, in all honesty, the ECI, all 4 games that were played were quite one-sided, with Norway taking the spoils in the first 3, the third of which was affected by the rain. And the 4th one, well, the heavens opened yesterday, and while I think a lot of the world, including the UK and Europe, and well, undoubtedly Australia, New Zealand, were enjoying some sunny weather, we were suffering from a bit of the wrath of the weather gods. So we had 2 matches abandoned yesterday, but then Portugal came back with a vengeance in that final game of the ECIs last night, pummeling 132, the target needed for victory, in just 6.2 overs. And one of the chief architects was Conrad Greenshields, who's on strike here. It's Vinay Ravi, who's come back for his 2nd over. His first going for just the 8. It'll be interesting to see how much Norway deploy spin here. Of course, generally in the power play, it will just be a mostly all-seam attack. But Portugal, they turn to Amandeep Singh and Mohamed Siraj Nippo in those middle overs to try and speed through the innings. And well, it was mixed success, wasn't it? Mohamed Siraj Nippo, he bowled 4 overs for 25, picked up the 1 wicket. And that was that almost comical LBW appeal, which was so passionate from Mohamed that he fell backwards, imploring umpire Andy to give the decision in his favour. That one climbs and keeps climbing. We see this one again on the replay. Well, it was a 1-2 step down the pitch from Conrad. And well, had he stayed back in his crease, I think he might have been given the benefit of the doubt of that wide decision. As it was, though, just the 1 for the over. Amandeep Singh was the other spin bowler employed by Portugal. That's clipped away by Conrad, and that's a lovely shot off his hip. He was expecting probably a fuller delivery there from Vinay Ravi, having already been given the 1 for the over. And this time slightly misdirected from the tall opener. Conrad just flicks that away for his first boundary of the innings. Amandeep Singh, he went for 20 runs off his 2 overs. Didn't pick up a wicket, but probably a bit too expensive for Portugal's liking. The one concern that Portugal do have is that, well, in picking up that early wicket of the captain Kizar Ahmed, it went up in the air off the bowling of Panchantu, and it was Najam Shazad and Jeremy Martins who were both tearing away to try and get it. It was up in the air for a long time, and Najam Shazad took the catch, but also took a large chunk of Jeremy Martins with him. Martins went down in some discomfort, and Conrad goes down the pitch, but he's only hit it into the covers and it'll be safely taken. Big wicket there, as well, it came off the side of the bat almost. He went for the big hit, went down the pitch, but only managed to loop it up in the air. And it's the second wicket to fall for Portugal. They find themselves 20 for 2. In the end, it was a regulation catch there in the covers. Conrad Greenshields didn't get a hold of that one at all. He has to depart for 6 off 7 deliveries, and another early scalp for Norway. Portugal, they find themselves with a rescue job on here, 20 for 2. Still only in the third over. And take a look at this, nothing wrong with the delivery, and Conrad, he gave himself a bit of room, tried to come down the pitch to lift it up and over the infield. Only managed to lift it into the grateful hands of the fielder. I think it's Mohamed Sahak taking that comfortable catch. It's that man again, Vinay Ravi. He just has a knack of picking up wickets at important times, and he's done the same again here. That's why they keep him on. Be interesting to see if he stays on after this over. He's one of their key bowlers. And it's Miggy Machado, the wicketkeeper, who joins Davao Norotam out in the middle. Both of them fresh batters, as it's the two opening batters for Portugal who have fallen. But one of the figures who you might have expected to see out there is Jeremy Martins, and well, he was in that collision with Najam Shazad, and well, there's only going to be one winner of that. Najam Shazad, quite the unit for Portugal, as that's the end of the third. 20 for 2 are Portugal, and Jeremy immediately went down holding his shoulder. It looked like he was in a lot of pain. He went off the pitch, and I think he's been to the hospital. He's on the way back from the hospital, so it still remains to be seen whether he'll be able to play a part with the bat, whether he's physically able, whether also the regulations dictate that he can come back on. Faf Stoneman was his replacement out in the field. Of course, ICC regulations will have to be checked on that point. And he is, of course, Jeremy Martins, a key batter for Portugal. He scored 37 off just 11 deliveries in that demolition job last night, and they chased down 132 in just 6.2 deliveries. It was his partnership with Conrad Greenshields that saw their side over the line, and that's why Norway was so cock-a-hoop to pick up that wicket of Greenshields, departing for just 6. Especially if then Portugal will be one batter down. Still remains to be seen. Any information I do have on that, you of course will be the first to know. But as of now, it's 2 very capable batters out there. Davao Kumar Norotam on strike. The Shinwari, who's come back for his second over, picked up that all-important wicket of Jalpesh Vijay in his first. Miggy Machado, he's no stranger to T20 runs. His debut in 2023 versus Gibraltar, and in fact, it was in that same year and the same opponent that he achieved his high score, 54 not out. Something similar here would be very useful for his Portuguese side. He's played in 8 T20Is, has Machado. 120 runs to his name, that high score of 54. He has 2 50s to his name, averaging 24, so he's a strong player for Portugal. And this time, he just swipes at that one, hits his hip on the way through. Shinwari's a dangerous bowler, especially with his left arm over angle. And that one just swings a bit too much for his liking. You can see what he's trying to do, trying to square up Machado. That time though, just swings down leg side. Shinwari, his career started back in 2021 for Norway, debuting against Germany. Before this series, he picked up 9 scalps for his country, so obviously that one in the previous over takes him up to 10. His best being 2 for 9 against Czechia. You can see why he's got such impressive figures. He's just a tough bowler to get away, tricky customer. He doesn't give you an inch of room. Of course, if you're going to bowl those fine lines, just sneaking the wrong side of the line will mean that you do give away an extra here or there, and well, that's the 4th wide he's given away in this over. It's been pretty much an action replay wide every single time, just starting on that middle leg stump and just drifting down leg side. He's still in fact only halfway through this second over, 5 runs coming off it, 4 of which have been wides. He changes his angle here, comes around the wicket to the right-handed Machado, which I think is a good idea. As these balls are swinging just a bit more. So not the Grizzlies we're employing here, as again ICC regulations. The Grizzlies are very much just an ECN treat. That one sits up and it's been clubbed away to deep mid-wicket, but there is a fielder out there, and his fielding means that he can only run through for 1. I suppose we are into the final innings of the day, final game of the day. There's only been 2, but that does mean we're into random question time as well. So anything you want to throw into the chat, please do so. I'm flying solo here, so happy to have any conversations you might have. So they run through for 1. It's a risky single, but in fact it wasn't picked up cleanly there on the pickup. Wasn't it great to have a chat with Sarah Fu Ryland earlier in the first innings, just chatting to her about how inspirational this Portuguese women's side are, their story of how they got to where they are, which is a pretty short story, only formed well, basically a few weeks ago as a side, and well, we need to crunch the numbers on that and whether they're the first ever side to win their first T10 international, win their first T20 international, and still at this stage be unbeaten. It's quite the story, and it was great to hear Sarah's take on that, and also a bit of personal insight. She's a former England Test player with an enormous amount of experience under her belt, and it's great to see her on the platform and also enjoying her cricket again with this Portugal side. So if you have any questions about the Portugal women's side or anything at all, it doesn't have to be about cricket, it's random questions after all, just throw them my way and I'll get my brain into gear. As well, Portugal, they need to get themselves into gear a little here. 28 for 2, they did lose both their openers early, but they just want to keep an eye on that run rate. It's just ticked over 8. Vinay Ravi comes on for his 3rd over, as I suspected he might, as Norway just want to put a chokehold on Portugal here. Make sure they don't get any kind of head of steam. It'll be interesting as well, now that Ravi's bowling his 3rd, whether they bowl him out or I think maybe He's also a great bowler to have in those death overs, should he be needed. And just hits Norotam on the waist, and good running there from Machado. He called through his partner straight away, knowing that it'd be quite a long throw for the keeper, and Norotam gets home safely. Of course, we've spoken a lot about cricket in Portugal, especially around the founding of the Portuguese women's side, but it's also interesting to note the growth of the game over in Norway. Again, they run through for a quick single. Should be safe, though, as it's not picked up on the second, third or fourth attempt there by Usman Arif. The first cricket match in Norway, which I'm sure we're hopeful to go there this year or next on the European Cricket Network. The first match in Norway was played in 1866. But despite best efforts of cricketers over there, the cricket had all but disappeared by the turn of the century. That one's flicked away, should be stopped there near the boundary by Mohammad Shursahak, who duly obliges. And then it wasn't really until the 70s that cricket experienced a rebirth in the Scandinavian country as a result of immigrants playing matches in and around Oslo. And then the first Norwegian cricket club founded in 1974. Through the 80s and 90s, interest picked up. As is always the case with the moving of people all over the world, sharing their love of the game. Final ball of the fifth coming up. That's another solid over from Vinay Ravi. His third over is done, 1 for 17 so far. Portugal 32 for 2. As we take a look, as I was mentioning, that we hope to go to Norway. Well, these are all the places we're definitely going this year. So we're going to Finland and Sweden, and I'm sure Norway will join that list very soon. We've got the matches going on here in Portugal, also in Madrid, where the action will continue tomorrow. And well, look at those flagship events as well. I'm so excited to get to the Meltle Shield and the Western Shield. They'll be happening not quite in parallel, but they'll be overlapping in the middle of September, and then straight into the big one, the European Cricket Championship. And of course the European Cricket Championship for the women, which will be bigger and better than ever through the month of December. It'll be 3 weeks of cricket action. We'll have the Emerging League, the Challenger League and the Premier League. So plenty of cricket action all through this year, and we will keep you entertained almost every day of this year. And on some days, well, there's even too much cricket for you to keep your eye on. So I hope you've enjoyed the cricket over in Madrid. I'm sure Vinny and Rico kept you thoroughly entertained. And I'm happy that you're joining me here as well for the final innings of the day here in Portugal. It's still shaping up nicely. Portugal needing 123 runs in the 89 balls remaining as Mohammad Shursahak has come into the attack. And he gets into the wickets as that one's punted straight down the throat of the cover fielder, and it's a regulation catch there as Dhaval Kumar Norotam, he was neither coming nor going on that effort, and just managed to slap it to the fielder. Again, it's a tame dismissal, probably, well, at least the second, if not the third tame dismissal of the Portuguese batters. He just tried to get it up and over, and only succeeding in finding the cover fielder, who, well, that's about as easy a chance as you're going to get in the covers, and Portugal will be kicking themselves here a bit as Dhaval Kumar has to leave the field. 4 for 8. Just struggled a bit to get going, just the 4 singles to his name. 32 for 3. Take a look at this on the replay. He more or less knew as soon as he hit it that he was in trouble. That's how it transpired, as he just found the grateful hands of the sub fielder Mansour Shah standing there in the covers. Trouble now for Portugal as, well, that run rate is only going in one direction, and that's up. And when they keep losing wickets, it will just become an increasingly difficult task. That win predictor has them at 35% now, and it's Amandeep Singh who's come out to face the next delivery. He's not a bad man to come in at number 5. Of course, he was the MVP of the Premier Division just a few days ago. Hasn't quite rediscovered that form for Portugal in the ECIs, but we know what a destructive batter he can be. What a great bowler he is as well. But his bowling's done for the day. It's with the bat that Portugal need him now. Do manage to just scamper through for 1. Hack is right on the money here. That's actually the first run he's conceded, but he'd already picked up that wicket earlier in the piece of Davao Kumar. So again, it's the top 3 already out for Portugal. None of them can really say they got an absolute jaffa. Okay, Jalpesh Vijay, he feathered one through to the keeper. But both Conrad Greenshields and Davao Kumar Norotam kind of playing full shots, and wow, that's some delivery. As that goes through absolutely everything and everyone. Take a look at this from Sahak. Just cuts in off the seam, off the pitch. And well, I think we were watching that ball along with everyone else, along with Miki Machado, who was grateful there that his stumps weren't rearranged as it was fired in by Shahak. This has been a great over so far. Still 2 balls to come off it. It's the final 2 balls of the power play. Again, just cutting in to Amandeep Singh on this occasion. They did run through a bye on the previous delivery. He just gets that natural drift, and then sometimes it's that mystery ball that cuts in off the seam or off the pitch that really puts the batters in trouble, just squares them up, keeps them guessing. Final ball of the power play. Well, Amandeep Singh certainly wanted to go for the single. A big no, though, from the mouth of Miki Machado, and a brilliant over there from Mohamed Sahak. Just the 2 runs coming off it, and more importantly, the wicket. And it's a big wicket, as Davao Kumar Norotam just chipped one into the covers. Mansoor Shah, the sub-fielder, gleefully accepted. And Portugal with some rebuilding to do, 34 for 3 off the power play. And you can see, well, the difference between the 2 sides, it was negligible after 5. 35 for 1 for Norway, 32 for 2. But then Norway had that big 6th over that went for 16 runs. That got them up to 51 for 1. More importantly, they were only the 1 wicket down, whereas Portugal, their top 3, their day is already done. And they do have some batting left to come, but again, there's that question mark over Jeremy Martins. We know he was on his way back to the ground, but it's a question of what kind of shape he is in. As Kamal Mushtaq comes on for his first bowl of the day. And if Jeremy Martins can't bat, then you're effectively... Oh, look at this. There's casualties all over the field as Faiz Raza seem to be limping through the mid-wicket region there. If Jeremy Martins can't bat, then of course Portugal effectively batting with 1 man down, and not just any man. Jeremy Martins, he's a key player in the Western Shield for Team Europe, and certainly a key player for this Portugal side. So we'll keep an eye on that one. I know he's due back at the pitch, but well, it's a question whether he arrives back with his shoulder in a sling or whether he's good to go. We'll have to wait with bated breath on that one, especially if you're a Portugal fan, because you'll want to see a star like that in the middle, especially when your team are up against it. 120 needed still. Good slide there on the boundary to stop the 4. Not quite as convinced about the throw in, but doesn't matter how you get it in. This It's worth noting as well that there's not much between these two sides when it comes to ICC rankings. Norway just edge it 39 in the rankings compared to Portugal's 42. But these things can change very quickly, especially when sides near each other in the rankings play each other, because of course the ICC rankings are very much, you know, scientific, based on fact, but there's also a degree of guesswork involved because not every side can play each other on a regular occurrence. So here, Portugal-Norway pick themselves against each other, and again sent back here. The Portugal batters a bit jumpy there out in the middle, just trying to keep the run rate ticking. So any time that teams face each other who are close in the rankings, it's a perfect opportunity for the ICC to see how their rankings stack up. And well, based on the T10, seems that Norway are just edging it, but well, Portugal came back absolutely flying out the traps last night. They just haven't had the break with the luck, with the weather, and a few mistimed shots, and that's pretty much been the difference between the two sides. So that one's flicked away nicely to the fine leg boundary. It's going to go all the way, despite the chase on there by Mansoor Shah. Nicely worked away off the bat of Amandeep Singh. Just Singh and Machado there in the middle, having a little chat to one another because their communication has not been top-notch so far. They're both still out there, but there's been a few yes-no maybes, and they both know that they're holding the key to the Portugal innings now. Numbers 4 and 5, you suspect, when still 114 runs are needed, one of these two has to go deep to try and get their side home. It's a good start to Mushtaq's spell though. He was impressive in the ECIs. He picked up 3 for 23 in game 2, and followed that up with 2 for 30 in game 3, sorry. And he's also got some T20 pedigree, debuted back in 2022 against Estonia. Has picked up wickets at a rate of more than a wicket a game so far in his career. And again, a bit of a miscommunication between the two out there in the middle. Ends up being a dot ball. And an end of the 7th over, 41 for 3, and you can see that win predictor with just a few lean overs for Portugal is now firmly in the favour of Norway, 70%. And that run rate just keeps on ratcheting up. And still, you'd say manageable. 1 or 2 big overs, like that big 16 that Norway hit in the 6th, can change things. And you can see the uptick from 5 to 6 on that blue line, but at the moment Portugal's is more or less flatlining, and unfortunately for them it's flatlining underneath the required rate. They're currently going along at under 6. It needs to go up. They need a few big overs here, but again it's a bit of a stick or twist situation. They can't go too early, they don't want to leave overs out there, but they also know that they very much do not want to enter last chance saloon territory. It looks like Norway are going to take the pace off the ball as they turn to the spin of Anil Palmer. Palmer's got quite an interesting left arm around and through action, so he comes in front of the umpire, or between the umpire and the stumps. There's a bit of a little bouncy action as he comes in. Just got to be watchful. If you're Machado, he watches that one well, sweeps it around the corner. The chase is on, and it should be cut off there on the boundary. It's a long old chase for Vishal Sharma. He does manage to cut it off, but they run through 3 to Portugal. A lesser spotted 3, but I suppose with the boundaries further out, minimum 65 metres, a bit more room for the batters to manipulate the field and get their running boots on. Miki Machado made sure to get safely to the other end on that occasion. This one's flashed up in the air and it's dropped. in the field there as well. That was a miscue from Amandeep Singh. It flashed off his edge and looped up. Should have been taken there. There's a pretty regulation chance in the field. It was put down. That could have been a big moment to get rid of the dangerous Amandeep Singh. As it is, he just gets through for one.
Let's go, Nilbhai.
This has been a good over for Palmer. Again, looking at that run rate, just about 9. Any over that goes below that is going to be a successful one for Norway, but in fact, just put the mockers on that as the next delivery is swept and swept hard by Manny Machado, and he finds the boundary on this occasion. Premeditated sweep, more or less, knocks it around the corner. It's a vacant area as the closest fielder is all the way across a deep mid-wicket, although now he's kind of hovering between deep square leg and deep fine leg, probably to try and cut off that sweep option. That one's been hit firmly down to cow corner, but there's a chance on here, and it's taken comfortably. It was up in the air for a long time. The sun was beaming down, thought it might be difficult to catch that ball coming out of the clouds, but it was held on nicely, and that is the end of Miggy Machado. He falls for 11, despite looking like he was going to start accelerating a couple of boundaries to his name, but he went for one big hit too many, and it was plucked out of the sky there by Amadullah Shinwari. A nice take from him. Machado has to depart for 11 runs. Trouble here for Portugal. 49 for 4 after 8 was the end of the over as well. Anil Palmer picks up his first wicket, goes for 8 runs. And again, it was maybe just the wrong shot at the wrong time for Portugal. Of course, it's easy to say after the fact. If that one was hit out of the park, everyone would have said what a great shot it was from Machado. But as it was, didn't have the distance on it by a long way. It was comfortably caught inside the boundary by Shinwari. Look at that, 80% up in favour of Norway at the moment. 8 overs down, 49 for 4. As Najam Shahzad, the captain, is the next to come out to bat for Portugal. He will be at the non-strikers end though, as that was the end of the over. Amandeep Singh to face. And it will be an over, again bowled by Kamar Mushtaq. Nice random question coming in from Dave in the chat. Hot milk or cold milk with cookies? Well, I think I'd have to go... well, you know, I have to think about this now. Probably I'd go warm cookies, cold milk. I'm very much about the contrast when it comes to my desserts. So I like a hot custard with a cold dessert, or vice versa. I know that's controversial. I also quite like the cold custard with a hot apple crumble, for example. We are in the final innings, so we are allowing food chat and random question chat and any other kind of chat you want to have explored. If it's a random question about food, then all the better. Well, Steve Cook says he's got himself a hot chocolate, which is a good call as well. But actually, I'm here taking off my jacket because suddenly the sun is coming out here in Santarem. That has a no ball called on that delivery, so this one will be a free hit if I'm not mistaken. It was called there by umpire Naeem. We'll follow up on that one in a moment. I was too busy talking about cookies. So that one's flashed away to the point boundary again. The long chase is on by Vishal Sharma. And they want to go for 3, end up just happy with 2. We'll have to check the boundary on this. Vishal Sharma, it's a tough one. I think he actually ends up not touching the rope at all here. He certainly doesn't touch it there. I think he jumps right over it. I think he is safe, so that's a Good boundary saving dive there from Vishal Sharma. Well, it doesn't look like the no ball was put on the score, so maybe it was just a fly bothering umpire Naeem. Either way, it's not been my best day when it comes to spotting no balls and free hits, so you'll have to forgive me. In any case, it was a 2 signalled for that next delivery, so it was a nice dive by Vishal Sharma out there in the deep. Just a few in the chat as well, catching up on what happened earlier in the day. So of course, this is the second T20I that we've seen today. It's the first T20I in the men's competition, but we had a great T20 between Portugal women and Norway women this morning. And well, if you don't want to listen to the results, turn away now, because Portugal women in their first ever T20I also registered their first win as they beat Norway by 16 runs. Doesn't tell the whole story though, as that one has been chopped on, and the desolate Najam Shahzad, who must just think the luck is absolutely not going his side's way at the moment. He has to depart for a second ball duck, as Kamal Mushtaq, just bowled it on a length there, and Najam Shahzad gets a bit of bat on it, and then onto his foot, and then onto the stumps. And how unlucky can you be? When you lucks out, you lucks out. I feel for Shahzad here, as there you go. Not much footwork, and that's maybe what did it for him. But he does get a piece of bat on it, and that just then ricochets off his foot. And it's just unlucky for Najam Shahzad here. Take a look at this. He gets some bat on it, hits his foot on the full, and then hits the stumps on the full. It's really not been his day after departing for a second ball duck, and also involved in that collision earlier in the piece with one of the star players for Portugal, Jeremy Martins, who's still carded there to come in next, but I know he's back from the hospital, but I've heard he's still in a fair bit of discomfort, so it still remains to be seen whether we see him. But I suppose now would be the time, if he is able to bat, to come in. But poor Najam Shahzad won't be feeling too great after that. Not much you can do about that if it ricochets twice onto the stumps. But that is the end of the Portugal captain, 54 for 5. It was also the end of the over, so the previous 2 overs have both ended in a wicket. Both just a bit lapses of concentration from the Portugal batters. That leaves them in big trouble here, 54 for 5 after the 9th. As the umpire, Naeem, just checking something here. In the meantime, can just finish summarising the women's game this morning, where Portugal women put on 109 for 9. That was thanks to some brilliant batting by Kiona Sakira. 37 not out. She finished off 39 deliveries. Sarah Fu Ryland, the captain, who also took the gloves, who I had a lovely conversation with in the first innings of this game. She scored 24 off 36. So Portugal, they made it to 109 for 9. And then in response, Norway, well, they kept on chipping away. They kept on picking up runs, and they were actually helped a bit by the extras on the board, bowled mostly in wides from Portugal, but it was Anushka Gorad. She scored 11 at the top of the order, and then Ananya Rautela also scored 11. It looked like we'd get to the final over. It could be a thriller. But in the end, Norway were bowled out for 93, so 16 runs short of the target. But they still had overs to spare. It was the 16.4 over mark that they did get bowled out. We just thought if they can keep plugging away, if they can just stay there, they might get given a few runs by Portugal. But it was really Jade de Figueiredo, the star of the show, and it's worth watching back the highlights just to see her outstanding fielding. In fact, the fielding from the whole Portuguese side was second to none. The way they were throwing themselves around the field, picking up the ball and then just throwing the stumps down with alarming regularity. Jade de Figueiredo, she picked up 2 direct hits and also bowled 4 overs for the loss of just 14 runs, 2 wickets, and she also bowled a maiden. It's a real star of the show performance by Jade de Figueiredo. And also Ishri Chima in her first over, or her first ever T20I performance, as of course was the case for all the Portuguese ladies, but Ishri Chima, just a teenager, she picked up 3 wickets in her 4 overs. So it was a day of firsts for Portugal. But for Norway, it was again, and I feel frustrated on the Norwegians' behalf that I keep saying this, that it's almost like what could have been, what should have been, as they were by far the better bowling side in that game. They were bowling some absolute peaches, and there was 2 deliveries in particular that dismissed Sarah Fu Ryland and Sana Loika, one from Alina Aslam, one from Ramya Imadi, which just, I mean, Sarah Fu Ryland is a test cricket player, but those deliveries would have been enough to bowl out even the best of test cricket players. Those definitely to be watched out for on the highlights as we go back to live here. Pesky gremlins again been purged from our system, and Portugal here run through for 2. And that does finish the 9th over. It's Mohammad Siraj Nipu who's come to the crease, and he picks up 2 runs off his first delivery. So at the end of the 9th, Portugal 56 for 5. But still in deep trouble here. They of course have lots of time on their hands. It's a 20 over game. They can bat for time. But it's just about the fact they keep losing wickets at regular intervals, and it might be that they only have 9 wickets to play with if Jeremy Martins can't come out to bat. And that was of course a big loss for this Portugal lineup. Looks like they'll stay with spin, will Portugal. Anil Palmer back into the action. And he's actually been quite the revelation for Norway. He's not the youngest, in his 30s, but he's only started playing in 2024 for his national side. And in that time, there's a quick run made here, and well, they might go for a second here as overthrows fly all the way to the long on boundary. Palmer in the 8 matches he's played so far picked up 18 wickets, including a best of 4 for 17. And that already shot him up the rankings of all-time wicket takers for Norway. He comes back into bowl here. Kamar Mushtaq also features on that list. He's got 22 wickets for his country. That's come though in 17 bowling innings, so that shows just how impressive this international start has been for Palmer. Portugal continue to run through the singles here as well. Khizr Ahmed has worn one here as it was flashed into him for the direct hit run out, and you can see here a bit of a victim of a bounce up onto the wrist, and that's going to be a painful one. He does make his way onto his feet, but still looks in a fair bit of discomfort here. I think it just hit him high up on the wrist. That's it, just rub it, you'll be fine, says Vinay Ravi. I'm sure gives him a few words of consolation as well, as he's just holding that elbow. Might have got him right on the funny bone. As it is though, it looks like he'll carry on, and I'm sure there's no doubt he wants to soldier on for his side. To see them over the line here, still a way to go, but Portugal now, that run rate has moved above 10, and more importantly 5 wickets down in the wickets column. Well bowled again by Palmer. He's just a tricky customer to get away. That one's been hit down to long on, but well, singles just won't cut it for Portugal at the moment. Still almost 100 runs needed for them to chase down this total, and that is the end of the next over. So they're running out of overs to do it in. 11 gone, 61 for 5 on the board. And it looks like Kizar Ahmed here might need a spot of treatment, and we are going to have a slightly delayed drinks break. As we can take a look at what's happening in the ECS series, or in the ECS in Madrid at the moment. Day one came to a close earlier today, and what a first day it was. I know there was already some unique and textbook ECN moments, so take a look at the highlights when they appear. And tomorrow, well, we carry on with 2 more double headers. Madrid Stars against Getafe early on in the morning. It's an early start there over in the Spanish capital. And then the second doubleheader of the day sees Madrid CC against the Sonseca Sultans, who were already in action this morning as well. So 6 days of action to bring you from Madrid, as well as after this 2 more days of T20Is here in sunny Santarém. And then after that, well, it's just about 24 hours later that we kick off the action in Bologna over in Italy, where we will also have an ECS and an ECSW. So it's all action here, as always, on the European Cricket Network, and we're happy to have you along for the journey. That was the end of the 10th, not the 11th, so 61 for 5 at the halfway stage. Just a few things being corrected on the score. But the main thing is that it's 61, and, well, Portugal still a long way off chasing down the total needed. 155 is what they need for victory. And, well, they're not quite running out of balls just yet, but they all are also running out of wickets. 5 wickets down, and we suspect, unless Jeremy Martins is able to overcome his injury from earlier, then actually, well, it's effectively 6 wickets down for Portugal. He won't be able to return, but you never know. I know Jeremy is a tough cookie, and also wants to do his best for his country. Also, though, has to be sensible. There's a lot of cricket coming up this year, I'm sure, for him, both domestically and on the international stage. So we hope that he recovers quickly, and if not for today, then for the days coming up. So at the halfway stage then, Portugal 61 for 5. That over from Anil Palmer just went for a handful of runs, and he's been very economical in his 2 overs so far. 12 runs coming off it and picking up the wicket of Miggy Machado. I was actually reading a stat. Always look on the lookout for fun stats, and I was reading one today about some incredible statistics. With Nathan Bracken once got man of the match in an international 2020, despite taking no wickets, no catches, no run-outs, and scoring no runs. And I'll tell you why in a second as we get this 11th over up and running. It's Courier Deshana in for his first ball. Suraj Nippo on strike. And again, it's a bit of a yes-no maybe in the middle for Portugal, and it's a dot ball. So Nathan Bracken, he didn't pick up any wickets, didn't take a catch, didn't affect a run out, and didn't score any runs, but it was the 15th of February 2009 versus New Zealand, and Australia won by 1 run. And he won man of the match because of his bowling figures. His bowling figures on that occasion were 4 overs, obviously no wickets, but just the 16 runs conceded. And he only conceded 6 runs off his first 3 overs. One of them was a maiden. He then ruined it, of course, by conceding 10 off his final over, but because he was so economical, despite the fact he took no wickets, he didn't score any runs, he got the man of the match on that occasion in the T20I. So it's not all about the fame and the glory here in these T20 internationals. As you can see here, for Norway, it's just as important to keep things tight. And that's exactly what they've done in the previous few overs. That was an absolute peach of a delivery there from Kurugate Deshana. As that just turned and bounced and left the batter. Take a look at this on replay. Comes in on the angle, pitches, boing, goes away. And Mohammad Siraj Nippo, the left-hander, does well to actually keep out the way of that. The next one he hits firmly through the covers, but it's fielded out there by Vinay Ravi. Again, just a single taken, and the singles aren't enough at this stage for Portugal. So if you have any fun cricket stats like that, the most random or unusual, bizarre cricket stats, throw them my way in the chat and I'll read through some of the best. And also random questions. We've got another one coming from Jacob. What would be your favourite shot to play? I am a fan of a lofted cover drive, just because it's quite a tough shot to succeed with. There's a big appeal here, and the finger is raised. And I would have said my least favourite shot is the sweep shot, and that's exactly why, because the amount of times you see batters going for the big sweep, especially against a spin bowler, and it's such a high-risk shot in my book. Maybe I'm just not very good at playing it. This time, though, Amandeep Singh goes for the big sweep, misses it, and, well, the finger is raised by umpire Naeem. I think Amandeep Singh wants to give the impression that he got a bit of bat on that. He certainly got bat on it after it hit his pad. We can maybe take one more look at the replay after we see the long walk off for Amandeep Singh. He departs for 16 off 18 deliveries. Again, the MVP of that Premier Division, just not quite getting going, just the 1-4 in his innings, and that's the 6th wicket to fall. So it's Portugal 62 for 6. If we take one more look at this, well, from my eye, it looks like he doesn't hit the bat first. I think it goes onto the pad. Of course, I'm not out there with the gloves on, so you'd have to ask Amandeep Singh. But of course, it's Naeem, the umpire, answering the question. He says that's out. So Singh does have to depart. It's Rahul Kumar Hashu that comes in to face Deshana. A watchful start from Hashu. So I think, yeah, the lofted cover drive is always a satisfying shot to pull off. Not that I pull it off often, but once in a blue moon, that's a nice one to hit. And well, just on cue, I was going to say I don't like playing the sweep shot. I'm quite tall, so I think trying to get down to it, not the easiest. And I just see so many batters get out trying to play that sweep shot. I know there's value in the shot, especially when you've got the fielders up in the ring on the 45 or for the reverse sweep. But it's too high risk for me. I think maybe I just have to learn to play it better. But thank you for that random question. Any more, please throw them our way. Anil Palmer understandably carries on here. This one though chipped into the leg side. And actually, Rahul Kumar Hashu did the right thing there, absolutely sprinting down the other end. He had his eye on coming back for the 2, but he'll just have to settle for the 1 that does get him on strike. Viking Base says, my favourite shot to play is any shot when I actually hit the ball. I was a true number 11. Well, there's 11 players in the team for a reason, and the job of number 11 just as important as the 10 before him, or her, especially in the batting lineup. Just ask Jack Leach. And here, well, it's the numbers 7 and 8 trying to do the business here for Portugal. And this more or less an uphill battle here now. 91 runs needed off 53. That run rate just seems to be going up and up. every over. And that's thanks to the tight bowling from Norway. The last boundary was in fact scored at the back end of the 8th over, but that was then immediately followed by a wicket. Since then, Portugal just dealing in 1s and 2s. Significantly also too many dots. This will at least be a 1 though. They'll look to come back, and they will come back as it's misfielded. In fact, it's going to be a costly misfield there by Mohamed Sahak. He seemed to be so convinced that he needed to get the ball in quickly that he forgot about the part where he actually needed to field the ball. As it came this way, looked like it would be a regulation. Yeah, okay, it was a bit of a Tortuga there. We'll forgive him that one as he goes then in for the dive, but it's a bit too little too late. And that is a much needed boundary after a drought that lasted 4 overs. Finally come to an end, but a few more needed here from Portugal to fight their way back into this game. And a bit of talk about the night series in the chat. There is a night series which has just been added to the calendar over in Belgium. That will be at the end of April. I think it starts on the 28th of April. And it will be Phil G taking you through the action on the mic over in Belgium. Phil G after dark. And, well, we'll see if he can achieve a golden ball without me. I doubt it, because most of the golden balls happen when I'm there. But I'm sure that'll be a great series nonetheless. Looking forward to getting back to Belgium. It's been a few years, and it'll be nice to visit the land of waffles. I know Vinny was talking about waffles yesterday, making me hungry. Talking about food chat. I think our record, Phil G and I, we started talking about food. I think it was about over number 3 of match 1. But I've mostly managed it through the day today without too much food chat. But happy to talk more about cookies and milk or anything else in the last possibly 8 overs of the session today. 69 for 6 Portugal. So still 86 runs needed in 48 deliveries. It's certainly odds on that Norway will take home this win, but you never know. There's still some firepower to come for Portugal as Kruger Deshana continues from the clubhouse end. That time they do scamper through for 1. Not a riskless run by any stretch of the imagination, but they do need to start taking risks here at Portugal. As well, of course, there's no bonus points on offer. There's nothing on offer really apart from a win or a loss. And well, Portugal need to pull something out of the hat here if they want to notch up their first T20I win of this calendar year. Just worked away into the leg side by the left-handed Mohamed. Suraj Nippo, well, we've seen him already with the ball. We saw his impassioned LBW appeal. So passionate that he couldn't stay on his feet. Luckily for him, it went his way. His debut was back in 2021 against Malta. And his high score came against that same side a year later. It was 22 runs on that occasion. He'll need a few more here, with Portugal still needing 84, 83. Despite twice potentially being able to run the second run in the end. Sanity prevails and Deshana gets the ball back in his hands. This is of course the second half of the ponytail pals, along with Vinay Ravi, who we saw bowling at the top of the innings. So between the two, glorious hair and 2 different bowling styles. One a mean, tall, fast bowler, and Kruger Deshana more of a wily batter, and gets some bit turn and bounce here as well at the moment. Dave in the chat, it seems like he's just going to go through every form of hot dessert with milk. Hot waffles, yeah, I guess we can go hot waffles with cold milk, especially if we're in Belgium. Vinny was saying the other day there's 2 different forms of waffle. I'm a fan of the Belgian waffle, and if that's hot, then the milk's got to be cold. You're learning quickly. I think it's better that way around than cold waffles. As they want to look for 2 here, but they'll settle themselves for just the 1. Final ball of the 13th, and well, look, Portugal aren't even halfway to the total yet. 74 on the board, still another 81 needed. The bowling from Norway has just been incredibly tight throughout. That one's cut away. There's a fielder out there though. This time, no mistake made, and they're going to run for two, and in fact, they should have stopped at the one as the throw comes in, and it's slightly lax running there from the Portuguese pair as the ball goes cleanly into the hands. He actually takes the time to get up, but the throw in is quick, and in the end, yeah, well short. Good call there by umpire Andy. It was a nice bit of wicket keeping there from Kizar Ahmed because, well, the throw really wasn't that direct. It didn't come right to the stumps, and Ahmed had to collect the ball and then throw himself to his left, almost onto the stumps, and big hug there between, I think that was Vinay Ravi out there alongside. I can't quite pick that out. The sunglasses are hiding the face there, but it was a lot of love shown there. Not too much love shown for Mohamed Siraj Nippo as he has to depart for just 8 off 11. Again, just on the replay there, you can see how much that means to Kizar Ahmed. It just wasn't quite the right call there to go for the two. Of course, again, it's easy to be a backseat driver, an igloo commentator, and say that it wasn't the right call because they do have to go for the runs here, Portugal, but that second was never really on, given that the throw-in wasn't the most accurate in the end by, well, it was the sub-fielder out there. That's why I was having difficulty trying to identify him. Kizar Ahmed, the captain, did the rest with the gloves. That one's flashed away into the covers by Rahul Kumar Hashu, who's been joined at the crease by Juan Henry, who will face up to his first delivery here. And Thomas Martinez says, having a cold drink before going out at Hamburg on a wintry day, bad idea. Yeah, you're probably right. Hamburg can get very cold in the winters. I think that's when the hot chocolate comes into play, with a cold dessert. That's the way it's got to be, hot or cold, not both. Then again, I am very much an ice cream girl, so I could have ice cream in the depths of winter. It wouldn't bother me in the slightest. Especially in Hamburg, you get these lovely Italian ice cream parlours that serve up the best quality gelato, and there's a place around the corner from where I live that does a beautiful dark chocolate and orange liquor flavour. That one swept hard. This time the sweep is put to good use, but it's not going to go all the way again. There's fielders out there patrolling the boundary. It's Vishal Sharma does the work out there for Norway. I was mentioning, I think it was a couple of days ago to Phil about the German phenomenon of spaghetti ice, which is ice cream in the shape of spaghetti, not in the flavour of spaghetti or anything like that. It's just vanilla ice cream pushed through a spaghetti press, topped with strawberry sauce, made to look like bolognese, obviously, and then some white chocolate sprinkles, imitating the parmesan. So have a Google of that one, and you'll know straight away why I think ice cream can be had any day of the year, even when it's -5 and miserable in Hamburg, which happens on occasion. Again, this is a tight over by Anil Palmer. That was actually chipped up there. That's why Anil Palmer went for the dive there. Just mistimed off the bat of Rahul Kumar Hashu. Finishes with a dart, and that over just going for 6. And that's about half the run rate required at the moment for Portugal. It's up past 12. And after 14 overs, Portugal 81 for 7. Big trouble. It's probably actually 81 for 8 if you take into account Jeremy Martin's injury. It's seeming probably increasingly unlikely that we will see him I'd imagine, if I had to guess, he would have come out already if he was fit and able, rather than waiting for this game to be almost beyond his reach. And you can see, well, it's been a really comprehensive performance from the Norwegians in the field, because apart from that big first over, they've not once allowed Portugal to get above the run rate, and this is why it's still 74 runs needed for the hosts in just the final 6 overs. It's Kurunga Dashana to carry on from the clubhouse end. The sweep comes out again, and there's a chance for a catch here, and it's taken. My nemesis shot comes out again, and well, the result is the same one as Juan Henry. He holes out, going for the big sweep. You can see what he's trying to do. There is a vacant region there in mid-wicket between the two fielders, but in fact he goes too fine and picks out that one fielder there, lurking at deep square leg, slightly backward of square, but by the time the ball landed to him, almost right on the boundary, he was able to settle comfortably underneath it and take the catch. That is the 8th wicket down for Portugal. His innings is really petering out as Juan Henry departs. He manages just a runner ball 5 before Kurunga Dashana gets him out, caught by Mohamed Sahak. There's the sweep again, not doing the business for Portugal. I think in all likelihood this will be the final wicket then, as Upan Chantu comes out. We haven't seen Jeremy Martins, and well, I'd say even if he was fit and able to bat, probably not the time to risk it. That very delicate and sore shoulder, if he can rest up and come back tomorrow, I think he will. So final wicket for Portugal, and what a comprehensive performance it's been by Norway, just giving away the 9 extras, 6 wides, and the rest, well, 1 no ball, 1 by, 1 leg by, and that tight bowling. In fact, like the women this morning, has been a hallmark of the Norwegian innings here. Get some final bits of food chat. We can maybe continue tomorrow. Steve Cook once did a 2-litre tub of chocolate chip ice cream in an hour. That's impressive. We can maybe do food challenges, or the best food you've eaten, or the most amount of food you've eaten, probably tomorrow, because, well, who knows how long this game will go. But feel free to contribute in the chat. If I don't get it today, I'm almost certain that food chat will come back with a vengeance tomorrow. Jacob says, Marcus made us German pork spaghetti called rat tails for dinner. Ooh. Can't say I've heard specifically of rat tails, but pork is certainly a favourite in Germany in spaghetti, as long as it, well, either with ice cream or without. Always a favourite, and I'm sure I'll be having some of that in Bologna in a week's time. And Kurunga Dashana cannot believe his luck there, as that just spins and doesn't quite take the edge. Just needed it to spin a millimetre more. But nonetheless, a brilliant over from Dashana, a wicket maiden in fact. As his 3 overs so far have gone for just the 7 runs. He's picked up 2 wickets. It was Juan Henry who holed out in that over, in the previous over as well. Dashana got that LBW decision in his favour. It was Amandeep Singh who fell. That's in fact in the first over that Dashana bowled. So it's really just the death knell for this Portugal innings now, as they're 81 for 8, but that is more or less 81 for 9 with the injury they have to Jeremy Martins, as we can take a look at what's happening tomorrow. So it might not have gone the way of Portugal men today, but they'll have the right to reply in the morning. But first we have the women's game, where, well, Norway, they're just due a win, aren't they? They've been on the wrong end of every result so far. But I think their cumulative performances, and that's what the captain of Portugal said as well, Sarah Fu-Ryland, that they've deserved a win. And that's not being patronising or anything like that. That's just based on the performances we've seen. So maybe tomorrow will be the day for Norway and their women's side. Can they emulate the success of their men's side so far, who look like they will be going to their first win in this first T20I between these two sides? Shersa Haku's come back on. Slow ball there, it's clubbed down the ground by Upanchantu. They will race back for 2. Again, it's a risky single, but it's just the dive that saves Rahul Kumar Hashu on that occasion. So you can't say that Portugal aren't going down without a fight, as they're fighting for every single run here. To be fair, Hashu, he got his skates on immediately, put in the big dive, and we can see here on the replay he was comfortably in the end. Go back to live. Oh, just flashes past the bat of Shantu. Good delivery that. And we can see again this 2, and it was a good set off there from Hashu. Comes back for the second, and well, the dive saved him, but then again it wasn't really cleanly taken by Shersa Hak. Again, a quick single, and the bat is lost on that occasion. Just the one.
Let's go, guys. Let's go, guys.
70 runs needed for Portugal. You imagine that's well out of sight. Being 8, effectively 9 wickets down. That is the end of the 16th over, so Portugal live to fight another over. 86 for 8 is the score. 4 overs to go. Be interesting to see who Norway turn to. They've used 6 bowlers so far. In fact, they've got options. Vinay Ravi, for example, he's still got 1 over left. As well, Amadou Shinwari has the 2. But maybe they feel like they could even possibly try out a 7th bowler, or give Kamar Mushtaq 1 more, and it does look like it is going to be Mushtaq to come on for his 3rd. His first 2 just went for the 12. He did pick up that wicket of the captain, the Jam Shahzad. It was an unfortunate wicket for Shahzad as he played on to his own stumps. Slight misfield there in the covers, but no harm done. And the luck just hasn't been on Portugal's side the whole day today. We thought they'd maybe turned a corner in that final game of the ECI series last night, where they absolutely powered to victory in the final T10. But then it never really got going for them with the ball. It looked like Norway would be on for an even bigger total, 160, 170. So Portugal did well to keep a lid on that innings. As well, that's been hit far and long into the trees, and that's almost from nowhere. A massive hit off the bat of Rahul Kumar Hashu. In fact, it's the first Maximo of the innings for Portugal. He's done what none of the other teammates of his have done, which is clear the rope. The first Maximo, Rahul Kumar Hashu, gives Portugal at least something to shout about, and it was a lovely hit. Just kind of came from nowhere. Just a lovely swing of the bat all the way over the dugouts, into the trees. .62 runs needed for Portugal. More or less out of sight on Norway, but Hashu can at least end this innings with a flourish as he hits that one nicely down the ground. They want to go for 2 here, and they turn and go straight away, and it's good running from the pair out there, despite the efforts of Usman Arif here on the boundary. Of course, the boundaries are much longer in the T20s, so if it doesn't go hard and fast to the fielder, you can more or less take 2 on every throw. Mushtaq here wants to see if he can pick up the final wicket of this innings. Well, he goes for the the missile Yorker there, and it's well dug out by Hashu. And in the end, again, good running by this pair, Hashu and Shantu, as they scamper through for another 2. Portugal at least chipping away, trying to get to that 100 mark, just to put some respectability on this total, which, well, barring an absolute run fest in the final 3 overs, will fall well short of the target of 155. 2 balls left in the 17th. So if Hashu can hit 1 or 2 more big shots here, he goes for it. That one just squeezes away off the bat, and well, it was a good recovery from Mohammad Sahak. It looked like he'd misjudged that one completely, but in the end they go for 3. And that's fantastic running between these 2 out here. They're showing the fight that really they needed to show probably about 16.5 overs ago, as they've just been hustling for every single run. And somehow they managed to scamper through for 3. It was almost misjudged here from Sahak. So by the time his throw came in, they at least could have gone for the 2, and then the throw was wayward. And in the end, they go for the 3rd, a big dive again. And this time he uses a soft landing there. Does Hashu. Shantu, in fact, it was diving to the striker's end. He's now on strike. He tries to go funky in the end. Just manages to hit the Q end of the bat. It races into the leg side. They go through for a 1, but that's the hustle that the Portugal have been lacking this whole inning so far, as 15 runs come off that over. I'm sure it's just too little too late. It's by far the most productive over that Portugal have achieved. Before that over, actually the highest scoring over was just an 8, which happened in over 1, then again in over 10. But otherwise, that shows just how solid this Norway bowling performance has been to restrict Portugal to such a low total. And they've just about managed to get over the 100 mark here, 101 for 8 at the start of the 18th. It'll be Shantu on strike. These 2 just putting in a bit of fight, showing that the Portugal aren't going to just roll over and give away this first T20I again. 2 runs to the total. And you can hear the encouragement from the Portugal dugout as well, as they're appreciating the efforts put in here by the 2 batters. Sahaka's coming in for his 3rd over, and a risky kind of funky shot there from Upun Shantu. Doesn't manage to get hold of it, but it does drift down leg side, so he will pick up the wide. Exposed all 3 of his stumps there, and was almost lucky that it was a bit of a wayward delivery by Sahak. Otherwise, well, he might have been in trouble. He might have also got contact on the ball. This one's clubbed away offside again. They'll think about going for the 2, and in fact Ram Kumar Hashu doesn't give Shantu a second choice. He just turns and goes, and again, great running by the 2 out there. As you could see, Hashu he set off immediately, and as soon as he saw where that ball went, he was turning and going. And despite Upun Shantu half throwing up a hand to say no, he manages to make it back comfortably as well. So again, 2 more off the score needed. It's now down below 50. There we go. That's going to come right my way into the commentary box. I did indeed have to put the headset down for a moment there to field the ball. That one flew off the bat. There's a lovely shot there from Shantu. So that one, flew towards me. It was definitely coming in slowly, but it wasn't going to be fielded by any of the Norwegians out there, so I had to get up out of my igloo. I flew to the back of the igloo saying hi late in the day. It's the first time I've been able to get in on the action. So thank you for that, Shantu, and a lovely bit of creativity here as well. We know he can hit big shots. It's just a case of running out of balls and running out of partners here. Again, I want to look for the 2 here. I think this time, yep, and there you go. It's the misfield. The pressure's on here a bit. And the Norwegians, well, I wouldn't say exactly they're crumbling, but suddenly Portugal, they're just fighting back and pushing the 1s into 2s and showing the intensity, which, as I said, had they shown this 10 overs ago, it might have been a completely different proposition. As it is, though, it's required the 2 lower order batters out here to kind of show their teammates how it's done. Still 1 ball left of the 18th. Hashu on strike. It will have to be re-bowled. These 2 out here now. Score 114 for 8. Remember, that's more or less, though, 114 for 9. Unless Jeremy Martins has been inspired by this comeback. I'm not sure the status of his shoulder, but I think the latest was that he probably wouldn't come out to bat. But it's a spirited fight back nonetheless by these 2 out there in the crease. As we get to the end of the 18th, 115 for 8 is the score. And, well, if this was a T10, you'd say 20 needed off the last 2 overs. It's certainly difficult. You need 2 magical overs, but we've seen it happen on plenty of occasions on the European Cricket Network. Of course, this is a T20, so the boundaries are much further out. The stakes are high. And there's no wickets really to play with. So it would still be a minor miracle if Hashu and Shantu pull this off. But they've at least put up a fight and really hustled their way to the run so far. The previous wicket fell at 81. So you can see this partnership already worth a good few runs and a fair proportion of the runs that have been scored as we go into the 19th. As that one's high up in the air, there's a chance this could be it. And it's taken in the outfield. I thought the keeper might take it, but in fact, despite the sun high up in the sky, it was taken comfortably by the fielder out there. And that's the 9th wicket to fall for Portugal, 115 for 9. And I suspect, yeah, handshakes all round. That is the final wicket to fall, as we won't see Jeremy Martins out there batting, thanks to the injury he sustained earlier in the first innings. This one, just 1 big swing too many for Rahul Kumar Hashu. And the catch was taken not entirely comfortably. You can see Hashu was disappointed with himself. I wouldn't say exactly that the game was on the line there, but they really showed some hustle, and maybe he just wanted to get his side even closer to that big total of 155. But in the end, it's Norway who take the first win in this first T20I. And they do so comfortably with that final wicket falling at the start of the 19th over. It was confirmed as Amadullah Shinwari who took the catch there. As handshakes all round for the 2 sides. And well, as we take a look at the highlights, and well, it started well enough for Portugal between Vijay and Greenshields. Vijay hit 2 lovely strokes to the boundary and then followed with a 3rd before he departed, just feathering through 1 to the keeper. And then Davil Kumar Noratam came to the crease, but his watch didn't last too long as he departed for 4 runs off just 8 deliveries. And this was the problem for Portugal, that wickets just kept on falling and falling, and Norway, they were pretty impressive in the field, taking their catches. That one was straight down the throat of the cover fielder. And in the end, it was just a few 2 rash shots for Portugal. A few balls they went after they didn't necessarily have to go after. There was still a few big hits, but this one, again, just found the fielder out there in the deep. And that was the story of the day for Portugal. They just didn't quite go after the right deliveries. That was just unfortunate. as captain Najam Shazad. He was bowled for a second ball duck, but it took a double deflection on the way through. And then, well, this is why the sweep shot is not one of my favourite shots, as two batters fell trying to play that shot. The first was Amandeep Singh, he fell LBW to Deshana. And then, well, there was a few moments of lapses of concentration for Norway, especially towards the end, where it was Hashu and Shantu who really just brought the game to Norway, probably for the first time actually. That was the run out though previously, which saw the end of Mohammad Siraj Nipo. A great throw in from the deep there, and well, Norway just took their chances most of the time. This one again was clubbed down the ground. Nice little lean there from umpire Andy. The hustle was on as they had to run every time here, and this is exactly what Shantu and Hashu did well towards the end of the game. The game, well, it was more or less gone, but they showed probably to their teammates the kind of style and hustle was needed as the ball came to say hello in the commentary box. I promise I can throw better than that. I was just trying to avoid the camera as that one again marked the end of the game, and as it was, Portugal only had the 9 wickets to play with thanks to that injury to Jeremy Martins. We hope to, of course, see him tomorrow, but as it is then Portugal, they're skittled out for 115, meaning that Norway take the first T20I by a mammoth 39 runs, and I think that probably is a fair result. Actually, the shine was put on the innings at the end there by Portugal, thanks to the little hustle, especially between Hashu and Shantu there at the end, Hashu falling. He was the final wicket, 26 off 23, and you can see there at the bottom, Jeremy Martins. He fell victim to, well, his own captain in the end, wasn't it, Najam Shazad, who injured his shoulder in the first innings, and hopefully, fingers crossed for Portugal, and actually for the whole contest, that Jeremy Martins can return tomorrow because he's some player. But there we see the bowling lineup. Kamar Mushtaq, he took 2 wickets, as did Kuruge Deshana. That's a great little cameo for him. 3 overs for just 7 runs, including 1 maiden, and he took the 2 important wickets. And it was really the spin twins there, Palmer and Deshana, who put the brakes on any kind of momentum that Portugal wanted to build up in those middle overs. Taking a look at the match summary. So Norway, they put on 154 for 6. And we thought maybe at the halfway stage, was that enough? For time, it looked like they maybe needed 160, 170. As it was though, more than enough. Thanks to that batting, Faisal Raza and Deshana doing the damage, both hitting into the 30s. And in fact, no one really went big today, did they? Rahul Karma Hashu, he was the biggest scorer for Portugal, but even then, just the 26 runs. And it was mostly just about the bowling performance there. Hashu taking 3 wickets for Portugal, but it wasn't enough. As you join me for the final time in the commentary igloo, it's getting quite warm in here actually, as the sun is shining. It was a mixed day, wasn't it? We had fog to start off with. We thought we might not even see the first game. The first game came to play, as did Portugal. They picked up their first ever T20I win, but I'm sure Norway, again, the women, they've got to come fighting back at some point, and maybe tomorrow will be their day. As for Portugal men, well, their tale of woe continues, but Norway men, they really put on the afterburners, didn't they? Especially with that bowling performance. It was an impressive performance all round for them. As we take a look at, well, we're all across the Iberian Peninsula over the next few days. So the first thing coming up tomorrow morning, bright and early, set your alarms, is Madrid against Getafe, or Madrid Stars against Getafe, and then Madrid CC against the Sonseca Sultans. So that'll take you through the first half of the day, and then the second half of the day you can join me again for another action-packed day of T20I action. It's basically same as today, women taking place in the morning, men in the afternoon, and I'm sure it's going to be another brilliant day. So there's just one thing left for me to say, that's thank you very much for joining me. I've been flying solo all day, but I also had the Portugal captain Sarah joining me. Maybe I'll have a few special guests tomorrow, so make sure first you go to Madrid, then you come over to Portugal. Either way, join us tomorrow on the European Cricket Network. See you in the morning.
My body back and forth. Move 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 my body back and forth. my body.